Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Visit Worcestershire New Road for this Metrobank One Day Cup game between Worcestershire and Glamorgan. News is that Worcestershire have won the toss and chosen to field, and they make 3 changes from the team that played in the last game here, which was last Sunday. In come Dan Latigan, who will probably open the batting with Brett D'Oliveira, Rob Jones and Ben Allison, and dropping out are Fateh Singh, Isaac Mohammed and Jack Home. Glamorgan make 1 change from the team that played in their last game in this competition, and that sees James Harris coming back into the side. So the Glamorgan team is Byram, Tribe, Hurl, Carlson, Smale, Billy Root, Harris, Douthwaite, Morris, Franco and Gorvin. And the Worcestershire side out there in the field is Brett D'Oliveira, Dan Latigan, Jake Libby, Kashif Ali, Rob Jones getting a rare outing, Ethan Brooks, Henry Cullen the wicketkeeper, Matthew Wade, Tom Taylor, Ben Allison and Karam Shazad. It will be Tom Taylor to take up the attack from the New Road end, and he will be bowling to Eddie Byram, and he will be doing so with 2 slips in place. They're the only close catches. And he moves away from us now and then stops because the batsman wasn't ready. He's round the wicket to the left-handed Byram. There was a pretty good record on this ground, Eddie Byram. You can remember him getting a big score a couple of years ago in the Championship. Waits now as Taylor bowls, and does he play at that or does he leave it outside the off stump? I'm not sure. My name is Frank Watson. Alongside me is Clive Eakin. Very, very good morning to you all, and a very good morning to you, Clive.
Yes, good morning on what was an overcast morning, but it's brightened up now somewhat, which is nice. It's a game that, if Worcestershire could win this, it'd be pretty close.
Yeah.
To being involved in the knockout stages.
Tom Taylor round the wicket, bowls again, and this time Byram does play at it. Maybe just a little bit of a movement off the seam and goes past the outside edge. Yeah, they would be in reasonably good shape, you would think. I think probably what they really want to do is to win the next 2 and get themselves a home quarter-final, which would be as soon as next Thursday, I think. Which would be
fun.
Yeah, and from the Worcestershire point of view, the most desirable outcome. Taylor past the outside edge again today. Really good start so far from Tom Taylor. 3 balls bowled. Eddie Byram yet to make contact with any of them.
Second game for Tom Taylor, isn't it? Came into the team for the Gloucestershire game. None for 39 in his 10 overs.
Yeah, they gave him a rest, I think, after the conclusion of the T20. Played him virtually every game of cricket for Worcestershire this year. Top wicket taker in Division 1, of course, as it stands at the moment. And Eddie Byram at last gets a bat on this one and pushes it out on the offside. So I think they gave him a rest, and it looked to have paid off, I thought, because he looked quite refreshed the other day. And I know there's all this talk about players playing too much, and a lot of people say, well, compared to the old days they don't play that much, etc., but it is a very different game, and Tom Taylor's a very wholehearted competitor, and when he's in the side he gives everything in the field as well as with the ball. Important for Worcestershire to look after him physically. Byram goes for a more expansive shot this time, but makes no contact outside the off stump. Good start this from Taylor.
Eddie Byram has got 2 50s in the competition, one of which was a 94 against Gloucestershire, the Zimbabwe-born player who has an Irish passport. So he's shown some form in the competition. Out for 1 in the last match against Essex.
Taylor again, round the wicket, bowls, and a run for Eddie Byram off the last ball of the over, edged down to third man, but not where he intended it to go. So he's off the mark, but that was a very, very good first over from Tom Taylor, and at the end of it, Glamorgan are 1 without loss.
Yeah, so a nice start. It's interesting that you look at the two groups in this competition, they're rather contrasting. This group has been sort of dominated really by 3 or 4 teams. So Worcestershire are currently in third place with 14 points, ahead of Nottinghamshire, who've only got 2 games left, also on 14. And Essex in contention, 2 points behind, also with 2 games left, and then Leicestershire are 4 points behind with 2 games left. So, I mean, they might, if they're lucky, get away with 1 win and still go through, but they would like to get
a home tie,
and get a home tie. Yeah, I suppose they need Gloucestershire to slip up if they're to actually win the group. Kuram Shazad to bowl from the Digless end, bowling to Barnum, having got the single off the last ball of the over, and that was an impressive looking drive, except he missed the ball.
And it didn't bounce, just skidded from the foothold, skidded all the way along the ground through to Henry Cullen.
The other group is absolutely mad. There are 3 teams on 16 points, followed by 3 teams on 12 points. So it's a real scrum there. Whereas in this group, I feel that the top 3 have things in their own hands. Shazad in, and that's first shot in anger, really. Nice drive from Shazad, and just beat the dive of Kashif Ali at mid-off. So the first boundary of the Glamorgan innings, 5 without loss. They can't qualify, Glamorgan. They are definitely out of the competition, yet to win a game. Their only points came from an abandoned fixture, but the talk from them has been about trying to get a win or 2 under their belts ahead of resuming what so far has been a very good championship campaign for them.
Nasty kick off the turf, that one, as Kashif tried to save it at mid-off. Gave him no chance.
Well, the wicket Shazad, another drive this time, though it's straight at Kashif Ali, so no run.
I'll say what I said about Shazad the other day, Clive. It's all about length, I think, with him. He can get too full and be driven. That tends to be his way. His alternative is to bang it in short. What we saw the other day, when he bowled pretty well in that game, 2 for 27 from 8, was that he found a better length, and that proper length, just back of what we would call a good length. And it made it more difficult. He's over pitching again here. And that's what happens.
Drive for 4 from Byron, so he's off to a decent start. Yes, his first 2 matches he bowled 18 overs for 111 runs, just the 1 wicket. But the last 2, he's 5 for 76 off 18, so big improvement. But hit for a couple of boundaries this over. Byron, where's number 97? And that will be more runs. Jake Libby's giving chase, but I think the ball's going to beat him. 3 boundaries and that over from Kuram Shazad. And Glamorgan have gone off to a start here now. 13 without loss. Still a ball to go as well.
Well, it's just help yourself, isn't it? He's just running up and bowling half volleys at the moment, which is not ideal. And there's no great pace either. Just what you want as an opener. Absolutely just what you want.
Byron, by the way, is 97. Might relate to the year he was born.
Better.
Yeah, gets a run back to play the ball from high on the bat down to the ground. But an expensive over. 13 runs off it. And Glamorgan are 14 without loss after 2.
Yeah, it's not rocket science, is it? If you bowl half volleys, you get driven. If you bowl a decent length, it's a bit more difficult. I'm not suggesting for a minute that Kuram's trying to bowl half volleys, but he's been out there warming up. He's had opportunities to get loose, and he knows he's going to be taking the new ball, and yet he's come and just basically bowled Eddie Byram in that over. Taylor with a much better length bowling to Byram, who's kept the strike. Tribe yet to face a ball at the non-striker's end, and he's beaten by that one. But it's all about length, and Jake Libby will be hoping, before he becomes quite insistent, I would think, that Karam Shazad does something about it. Having won the toss, you don't want to waste that opportunity. The white ball doesn't do a great deal for very long. Taylor in again, and this is becoming quite predictable, really, as Byram fishes again outside the off stump. But once again, Taylor's length is very good. Now, I have a quiz question, as usual.
Splendid.
I usually try and throw out a quiz question during the day, and try to make it relate to both counties. So I've got one here today that does that. Try to get it without using the internet if you can. Taylor round the wicket, bowls a little bit short this time and cut down to third man by Byram for a single. So my quiz question today is aimed at both Worcestershire and Glamorgan viewers and listeners. What is the link between the former Glamorgan captain and opening bowler Ozzie Wheatley and the former Worcestershire, not for a great length of time, opening batsman Anurag Singh? So what links Ozzie Wheatley and Anurag Singh? If you think you know, you'd like to have a go, then get in touch with me. Oh, beauty from Taylor. Welcome to the game, Asia Tribe. Play that one. Bounces and leaves him outside the off stump. So if you want to have a go, at Frank Watson 58 on X or Twitter, at Frank Watson 58 if you want to have a go, and I'll let you know if you've got it right privately if you do that, but I won't give the answer publicly until the afternoon session or the second innings. What links Ozzie Wheatley, former Glamorgan opening bowler, and former Worcestershire opening batsman Anurag Singh? Asia Tribe is off the mark with a 2 down to fine leg. Error in line from Tom Taylor, the first he's made really. Bowled really well to start with here, Taylor. And Glamorgan go to 17 without loss.
He's a Tribe just hitting a little bit of form. First 3 matches in the Scottish he yielded just 34 runs, but he got 43 against Notts and then 71 in a losing cause against Essex, 21 years of age.
Good shot this time, but straight back to the bowler. He does his own fielding. That's the end of the third over. 3 runs came from it, and Glamorgan are 17 without loss. And just finally on that, having said, get in touch with your answers to that quiz potentially at Frank Watson 58. You can also get in touch via that medium if you just want to make a comment about the game, about the way it's going, about the season, about cricket in general, and might lead to a discussion or two as the day goes on.
Well, Karam Shazad bowling again to Eddie Byram. Let's see if he fares better this over. Well, that's a good start.
Length. It's all about length, isn't it? I mean, Eddie Byram he's played and missed about 6 or 7 times against balls of a good length, but he's found the boundary 3 times in Shazad's over, all from over pitch deliveries.
Another decent looking crowd in. And they do eventually, after some negotiating, take a single from that shot.
Yeah, it's a great day for watching cricket, isn't it? Perfect, I would say. Not too hot, but warm enough to be in your shirt sleeves. And no wind really to speak of. Absolutely perfect. And the ground, despite its rather ragged look at the edges where it's particularly dry, still looks a pretty picture as we look out across from our position, over looking straight towards the cathedral in the distance.
Coming over the wicket to the right-handed Tribe, Shazad, and again beats him.
That's a beauty, isn't it? That is a beauty.
Worcestershire may feel a little unlucky not to have got that early wicket so far. Two slips in place. Oh, that's edged past the slip cordon down to third. Tom Taylor just in front of us. Does the fielding. One more run onto the total. 19 without loss in the third over. Brings Byron back on strike with 2 balls to go. Once again, past the outside edge. May argue he kept his bat inside the line of that one, Byron. And he gets bat on that, and that is going to be another boundary for Eddie Byram. That's his 4th 4. He is on 220 off 19 balls, and this represents a decent start for Glamorgan. They took 6 off that over, 23 without loss after 4.
And a few people have got the answer already to the quiz. Maybe it was too easy today, but whether they've got that without looking at the internet or not, I don't know.
You're cynic.
Those people that have got it right, Henry Cullen's dad Darren is one of them. You are right, and it also, you could add me into the equation. I will say that as well. You could throw me in there as well. What links Ozzie Wheatley and Anurag Singh? Ozzie Wheatley, formerly of Glamorgan, Anurag Singh, formerly of Warwickshire and Worcestershire. What's the link between them? At Frank Watson 58. If you think, you could guess it if you don't know, but if you go to the internet, you wouldn't find too much difficulty. It's hard finding questions, Clive, that can't be got on the internet.
It's impossible.
Yeah. Darren says it was too easy. Yeah, probably was today. It is difficult finding these relevant questions that aren't too easy. Oh, that's an absolute snorter from Taylor. Gosh, he's bowling well there, isn't he? Only in his 3rd over, must have gone past about 6 or 7 times. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that the geographical disparity might throw a few people, but it obviously hasn't. Tribe drives, doesn't time it. Still 23 without loss. Interestingly, Darren Cullen says he was asked the same question just a few weeks ago, which is odd, isn't it? But there you go. Too easy for him. Too easy for you, Darren. Play up Pompey says he guessed and then checked. Fair enough. We'll allow that. We'll take your word for it. Interesting Aussie Whitley, because he's one of those players that you almost don't get these days. Is that he got stacks of wickets, but absolutely hopeless with the bat. You just don't get many players.
No,
like
we miss those
days.
sort of
I think
players.
he averaged about 5 with the bat through a county career, which was, you know, as I say, you just don't get it, do you? Nice shot from Tribe, picks up a single. Darren suggested another question that I might use at some point in the future, although, as I say, I'll try and include both counties if I can, because I'm aware, particularly on live stream, that we've got lots of people from the visiting county watching, as well as regular Worcestershire watchers. And good to have you with us if we are Glamorgan viewers and listeners. Nick Webb's here alongside us, doing a bit of work for BBC Radio Wales, who are at least covering this game a little bit, unlike a lot of local BBC stations who aren't covering this round of the competition, but will be covering it when it reaches quarter-final stages. Another good delivery to end the over from Taylor, who continues to impress. 3 overs for 5 runs so far from him, but no breakthrough for Worcestershire. 24 without loss after 5.
Yes, I'm a bit concerned a little bit, I think, with the lack of a breakthrough. Just 1 run off that over. Taylor, he's been economic. 5 runs from his 3 overs. But runs coming at the other end. And despite beating the bat several times, both bowlers, they haven't been able to quite make that breakthrough that they crave. Shazam will try again to Tribe. No run there to mid-wicket. I suppose the pressure a little bit on Worcestershire. No pressure on Glamorgan at all, because they're out of the competition, so I'd just like to get a win or 2 before they finish. There's Worcestershire in a strong position, but needing potentially a couple more wins in the last 3 games. And on the back of a defeat, of course, against Gloucestershire, won all their games. That'll be 2 runs there if they're quick, and that's good running. A 2 for Tribe. 26 without loss. Straight at Donovan at point, who fields it well. It's Glamorgan, the defending champions, but they've not had a great fist of their defence, having lost all the matches they've played so far. Another one beats the bat, doesn't find the edge. They've actually won this tournament twice since it's been run concurrently with the 100, Glamorgan. So it's an untypical season for them in this competition. Remember, in this competition, it's the top 3 teams that qualify, unlike the T20 Blast, but it's the top 4. You have to get into the top 3. Group winners go straight to a home semi-final. Second place play a home playoff against the third place in the other group for the right to have an away semi-final.
Much better over.
Yeah, just a couple of runs off it. 26 without loss off 6.
Yeah, much better over from Karam Shahzad. He just, well, taken time to settle, taken time to find a length which is more difficult for the batters to cope with. Certainly signs of a little bit of lateral movement and a bit of carry in this pitch. But you're not going to get that if you bowl half volleys, as he did early on. Taylor has been much more impressive.
No.
And continues to be so. Byram's been quite fortunate, I think, to have escaped against Taylor. Played and missed probably, I don't know, what do you reckon? Half a dozen times, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Two slips wait expectantly. Brooks and Jones. Less of a tentative push at that one, more of a swing and a miss outside the off stump.
Good stuff from Tom Taylor. Of course, the Worcestershire attack strengthened also by Ben Allison, who's had a good competition returning to the team.
And Fateh Singh left out, who looked, we thought, quite out of sorts last week on the Sunday. Bowled well at Repton on Friday, a week ago today. And Tom Taylor thinks he's got a strangle down the leg side, but the umpire, Tom Lungley, thinks otherwise. He must have flicked the pad. He's not signalled wide. There was obviously a noise, and it was not caused by the bat, according to umpire Lungley. But that would have been an interesting one, wouldn't it? Beat the bat outside the off stump with half a dozen jaffers, and then drift one down the leg side and get a strangle.
Taylor
thought he had.
He did. None of his teammates were that convinced.
Oh, goodness me. Another past the outside edge. So they've got living a charmed life at the moment, these two. But that won't bother them. Put it behind you. Concentrate on the next ball. Makes no difference what's happened to the one before. Batsman's philosophy. And Worcestershire still looking for that early breakthrough. Jake Libby, the captain, having a chat with Taylor. Oh my goodness, he's done it again. So Tom Taylor, who is in his 4th over, Worcestershire probably won't want him to bowl more than 5, I wouldn't have thought, in the opening spell, unless he picks up a couple in the next couple of overs, because they like to keep him back, and they also, Clive, like to have that option of bringing him on for a couple in the middle if they need a breakthrough, you know, if a partnership forms and they need a breakthrough. So they'll be hoping that they can use him in that way. Eddie Byram's had enough of this messing around, so he thinks, last ball of the over, I'm going to give it a go, and he uses his feet, gets a bit of width, throws his hands at it and slices it in the air for 4 down to a wide third man. So 4 runs off the last ball, but probably it's fair to say a moral victory as far as the over's concerned for the bowler. But Byram's still there, as I say, only the next ball matters. He's on 24 and he has dominated proceedings in terms of strike. 24 off 26 deliveries. Asia Tribe 6 off 16 deliveries, but of those 26 deliveries he's probably played and missed at about 8 or 9 of them.
Tribe plays that one alright, 2 mid on, so there's no run. Shazad continues. 3 more overs of the power play. That one will be a single down to third. Just to underline though the power play's significance or otherwise, excluding the game against Notts where the power play was confused by overs lost. In all 4 of Worcestershire's other matches, whoever's won the power play, i.e. scored the most runs in the power play, has gone on to lose the match. Worcestershire, 3 matches they won. They were behind at the end of the power play. The 1 match they lost, they were ahead. That's a lovely shot. A little bit over pitch from Shazad and a lovely drive from Byron, who is looking to attack. That's his 6th 4 already. And he's giving Glamorgan a decent start here, putting Worcestershire under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, it's just wide half volley, isn't it? Absolute fodder, really, as far as the batter's concerned. He's a conundrum, isn't he, Shazad?
Just leg stump, but splayed to mid on, so there's no run.
He's quite pacey at times when he gets his rhythm right. Bowled beautifully in the first innings of his championship debut at Edgbaston. But in this white ball competition, he's been either very good or not very good, shall we put it. And today's one of those days where he's doesn't look at it to me.
Try again. Oh, expansive drive, but no contact that time. He is playing his shots, Byron. They're not all coming off, but
he is one of those. I suppose the other thing about Khurram Shazad, none for 26 at this stage off. He's bowled 22 deliveries. He's the sort of bowler that gets the batsman into the frame. We were talking about Jack Home the other day in the same way. If you're batting against him, you're expecting the opportunity to play shots, which means that when he does get it right, it can take you by surprise.
It's going to be a couple of runs. It's a chase down there by Latigan. That does mean 7 off the over. And after 8 overs, I would think Glamorgan will be reasonably happy to be 37 without loss.
And Shazad is going at 7 and over, which is too many, isn't it? When you've won the toss and chosen to bowl, and you've got the new ball, one on either end doesn't do a great deal, as we know, after about 10 overs, and to concede 28 off the first 4 is disappointing, really. And it's not as if he's bowling on an absolute shirt front, because when he's got it in the right place, he's not been easy to score off. Taylor, bit of bounce outside the off stump. Tribe steers it upishly past D'Oliveira at backward point. Could easily have gone to hand. Good fielding by Kashif, and they get a single. So Byron back on strike, scoring at a run a ball. He's the man that Worcestershire need to remove, I think.
Yeah. So he got 71 against Essex. Wickets are tumbling around him.
On the walk again.
You do feel he could do some serious damage if he's there for much longer. Former Somerset player, of course, Eddie Byram, started there. He's got 2 List A hundreds from 27 matches. And he's going to get 2 more runs there. To move on to 33, 41 without loss.
No ball.
And a no ball. That's big error. I mean, it's a free hit. I don't get to watch too many. I did watch the 100 match on last night when Oval Invincibles an incredible run chase. Wasn't helped by ball was hit for 6, turned out to be a no ball, and the free hit was hit for 6. Yeah, so it was 13 off one legitimate ball.
The most expensive 5-ball set. But as well as marvelling at that hitting, and you know, I suppose that's what 100's all about.
Well played, Tom. Oh, no, it's a wide, single wide, so it'll still be a free hit. Oh, this is proving an expensive delivery from Tom Taylor. I was just asking the umpire about that. Maybe suggesting to the umpire the ball moved away after it had passed the bat.
Yeah, going back to that 100, as well as showcasing the 100 for what it is, it also kind of showcased the worst of modern cricket for me, in the sense that it's just baseball, isn't it? There was no subtlety or nuance to it, really.
Well, he still gets away with a free hit. I think it's going to be a leg by, so no, it's come off the bat, so it is a single there for Byram. So it could have been worse, but looked at the wide again. I think Tom Taylor would argue that the batter had actually stepped back on the leg side, which made it possibly look wider than it actually was. But anyway,
he got away with it through a good change of pace, didn't he? Really, much slower, that one. But yeah, do you know what I mean? I just think when it just becomes a slogfest, as it were, it's dull, isn't it? Really. Ooh.
It can be. I actually thought last night's was quite, just because of the way the game turned around.
Brilliant ball striking. No,
because they were struggling for a good while, weren't they? And then suddenly they started.
Oh, it was extraordinary ball striking. It probably great to be there. And it was a good crowd and everything else. But at the end of the day, you're not going to remember it in another month, are you? Really, just going to fade into that grey mass of memories of sixes being hit left, right and centre, whether it's Big Bash, IPL or whatever.
That's a dot ball from Taylor. Long over this, having to bowl 8 deliveries. It was interesting though that the things that captains have to work out these days. It was observed that with Trent Rockets way on top in the field, David Willey called a timeout, or a strategic timeout, or whatever they're called. And then when they came back, the game completely turned. Yeah,
it was a bit of a mistake, I think.
Just straight down the leg side there, Taylor, and he's gone for 4 runs. 4 to Tribe there. So his first expensive over there. Actually went for 11 runs in the end. Obviously the no ball contributing to that. 48 without loss after 9. This is now, you'd have to say, a pretty good start by an out-of-form Glamorgan team.
It's a very good start, I think. Tom Taylor's bowled very well. I think has deserved a wicket, but he's gone for 20 off his 5. 4 of those, well, 11 of those coming off that last over. So I mean, that's really ruined his figures. At the other end, Gurram Shahzad has not been at his best and has been expensive. He's now being replaced by Ben Allison. But Glamorgan, to be fair, they've ridden their luck a little bit, particularly Byram, who's led the way in terms of run scoring, 33 and a runner ball, but has also chanced his arm, played and missed a good few times. Tribe much more watchful, 8 off 21, 12 now off 22 actually.
So Allison round the wicket, starts with a dot ball. His 6 for 35 here against Hampshire are still the best figures anyone's bowled in the competition this season. There have been 13 fifers, of which Alex Green of Leicestershire's got 3. but no one other than Ben Allison's managed to take 6 wickets in an innings. And he has got 10 wickets in 3 matches, as Ben Allison, so Worcestershire hope that he might be able to make the breakthrough they need here. Well, shouts of catch. The only one who could have caught it was the non-striking batter who got out of the way, straight down the ground for 4 for Byram, who's on to 37. And he is doing some damage here. 50 up, 50 partnership. And the 50 up, taking into account the no ball, comes in 57 balls.
Lovely shot.
Oh, just over second slips, outstretched arm. It is another 4. It's a deliberate shot, but I'm not sure he intended to go quite that line. But got enough on it to loft it over the head of Rob Jones. And the runs keep coming.
Well, I think Byram's obviously decided that, as far as he's concerned, today he's just going to play this way, and fair play to him. Ridden his luck, played and missed a few times, nicked a couple, but he's played some great shots as well.
This one though should be out. It's the wicketkeeper has gone for it and has taken it.
Catch.
He had to make up more ground than I think he initially thought there, Henry
really
Cullen.
Good catch.
He called for it, so the bowler made no attempt to get it, and he had to cover a lot of distance in the end, Henry Cullen, but he kept his nerve, got underneath the ball and takes the catch.
In the last over of the power play, Eddie Byram, as I say, he's chanced his arm and he's got away with it, but not on that occasion. Going for the big hit on the leg side, got underneath it, leading edge, went miles up in the air, and Henry Cullen, who's standing back. Well, I mean, you know, I reckon there were 5 different people could have caught that. Cover, the bowler, mid-on, probably one of the slips, maybe the man at backward point. It landed about 10 yards in front of the batsman. It would have landed. It didn't land because Henry Cullen got there and caught it, but he had to run up. Somebody had to take responsibility. It always needs really to be the wicketkeeper because he's got the gloves on, but bright sky, and he had to run up, take responsibility, and he did so, and he took it really well in the end. It's a good catch, and in the book it just says caught behind.
Yeah, because it wasn't behind there, was it?
No, caught in front. Good catch by Henry Cullen, really good, well judged. He's done well in this competition, both with the bat and with the gloves. He's impressed the young deputy wicketkeeper, if we can call him that, with Gareth Roderick playing in the T20 and the Red Bull competition, but having a rest in this one, and he took that very well. And they needed that wicket, they really did.
It's his 9th catch of the campaign. I just wonder whether at some point he didn't think, oh crikey, have I called this wrong? But fair play to him, he didn't panic. He just kept going.
He did. He had to keep running, didn't he?
He did.
Fair way to go. It's a good catch.
I think Ben Housen's initial thought was, I'll catch that, but got the call from Cullen, so left it to him. It would have been a bit embarrassing for the wicketkeeper if he'd not got there, but he did. In fact, in the end, he got there with a bit to spare. So that brings Henry Hurl to the crease. He starts with trying to get an early single, but good piece of fielding at mid-wicket from Latigan. Prevents any runs. It's only his 3rd game in the competition. Henry Hurl came into the side for the Notts game, a 12 and a 1 so far. Years of age,
and a product of Monmouth School,
yeah,
which which may well be something to do with Steve James, the former Glamorgan opening batter. I think coaches still at Monmouth, his old school, where Alan Jones used to coach as well. Good few players have come through Monmouth school. He's the latest of them.
So there were 8 off the over, but crucially the wicket hit for a couple of fours. One of them a slightly streaky 4. But at the end of the power play, Glamorgan are 56 for 1 from their 10 overs.
A little window for Worcestershire here, and I think this is why Tom Taylor's going to bowl another one, because they fancy that with the new man at the crease they might just have a chance of making a breakthrough here. Taylor bowls and drive is forward. Ed Bevan's been in touch. Morning, Eddie.
Oh, hello, Eddie.
Good to hear from you. As a guess, he says he has an answer to the quiz, and he is right. He's got one word wrong, but he is right, and he talks about Ozzie Wheatley. Well, I said, what does Ozzie Wheatley have in common with Anurag Singh, who opened the batting for Worcestershire? And indeed with me, I can add as an extra clue. What do they both have in common with me? Eddie's got it right. He says about Ozzie Wheatley. That's a nice shot from Tribe. He'll pick up a couple. What a great bowler he was. 715 wickets. Listen to this. 715 wickets at 18.67. That is sensational, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, correct. You haven't quite got the name right, but the name of the answer right, but I'll let you off, Eddie. Good to hear from you, and I hope you enjoy our coverage today. You'll have enjoyed this decent start, I expect, from Glamorgan, although they have just lost that first wicket. Lovely day now, bright sunshine as Taylor comes in. It's down the leg side. Diving half stop from Henry Cullen, and through for a leg by.
Yes, there are a few oohs in the crowd there, wondering whether that would have been a catch if it had stuck, but umpire confirming it come off the pads. Yeah, the weather has changed this morning. It's having to wear me sweater this morning. Struggled to find one, though, so
Yeah.
since I've needed one. Oof. He has beaten the bat a fair number of times, Tom Taylor. We feel a bit hard done by not to have got a wicket. I shudder to think what year I first did a cricket match with Eddie Bevan in the press box. Goes back a few years.
88 for me, I think.
Yeah.
Don Shepherd was always there
Yes,
as well. The days when I used to do cricket call. Happy days.
Yes,
The great Don Shepherd. I think it was his. It would have been his birthday a few days ago. I think I saw something on social media about that. But another great bowler. You talk about Ozzie Wheatley's figures. Don Shepherd's would have been also just unbelievable by today's standards, I think. Taylor bowls, and Hurl is clipping this one away on the leg side for a couple. Ben Allison is in pursuit. Nice shot from Henry Hurl to get off the mark.
Chase from Ben Allison, preventing a chance of a third.
End of the over, 61 for 1. 5 runs came from it. Yeah, Nick Glamorgan listeners and viewers won't need any reminder about Don Shepherd, and indeed many Worcestershire viewers won't. But at the same time, times move on, and you often mention great old players, and people haven't even heard of them, Clive. And you know, the game has changed. There's no question about that. But you know, I think you look at the records of some of these players, and they have to be regarded as absolute legends.
Hurl solidly behind that one from Allison.
Born in Port Island, Don Shepherd, which is where I was on holiday this summer, which was, I didn't know he was born there. But what about this? I mean, 668 first-class games, bowling average of 21.32, 2,218 wickets. 2,218 wickets. It is absolutely astonishing. What a great bowler he must have been. And you know, I used to sit alongside him in the commentary box, Clive, sometimes, and you would never have known. There's no ego whatsoever.
No. It's played to back and point. There's no run. We're out of the power play. Four fielders allowed the boundary. They just dropped one onto the mid-wicket boundary. Got a long leg and a third. So with two slips in place, they've only got three on the boundary. They could have four. A bit edgy, but he'll get a run for that.
Yeah, he's not going, has he, Aza Tribe? And you think he's been there since the start. 28 deliveries now for his 15. A couple of decent shots, but I suppose he didn't get a lot of the strike, did he? And even though he's been out there for 50 minutes, he probably genuinely doesn't feel in yet. I can understand that. Which is why Worcestershire will still feel they've got a real chance of knocking these two over if they bowl well in the next few overs.
Hurl leaves that one. 62 for one. There's another thing on that match last night, the televised 100 game. Sort of towards the end when the ball was driven through the covers, and even the batter couldn't quite believe that there was no fielder there at all, anywhere. So what he thought was going to be a single ended up going for four. Almost trying to get his bat out of the way of that one, Hurl, but he's run it down to third for a single. He's on to three. Glamorgan just regrouping a little bit after Eddie Byram's attacking batting. They have a base from which to try and build a total. Nice try for nothing, straight to Cashy Valley from Tribe. And that's a tidy over, just 2 runs off it. 63 for 1 after 12, Glamorgan.
Yeah, good over. Tom Taylor carrying on, so he's going to bowl 7 in this first spell, which means he'll probably won't have the option of that little spell that he sometimes bowls in the middle. But Matthew Waite has not been used yet, having taken the new ball in quite a few of the games so far.
Oh.
And Taylor beats the bat again. And we understand that Ethan Brooks, who didn't bowl in the last game on Sunday, is fit again and will probably bowl today. So Worcestershire have that 5th seamer. Brett D'Oliveira is a spinning option, I suppose. Fateh Singh not in the side today, but it's liable, I would think, to be an all-seam attack. I think Waite and Brooks will be the next two that we see. Single to Hill. In fact, it's a leg by. He's been unlucky, hasn't he, not to get a wicket? He really has. He has been unlucky. Good crowd again, Clive.
It is.
Not quite as many as
No.
the Wednesday game that we had was probably the best attended, but I reckon there's probably 1,500, 2,000 in today. Certainly 1,500, I would have thought, as that one's defended by Asa Tribe.
That's been a characteristic, I think, of this competition. I think 50 over cricket crowds generally were a little bit depressed, and then when this got played alongside the 100, there were fears that crowds would drop off. In fact, the opposite's happened. I think the crowds have been pretty good in the 4 years.
Yeah.
That's the 5th year. I think,
people like this format, don't they?
They do, yeah.
It's the right length for a day out, isn't it, I think? That's a good shot. Probably the worst ball Taylor's bowled, that. Short and wide outside the off stump, and Tribe has been very patient, has waited for the opportunity, and he does not miss out on that. Puts it away very nicely. Minimum of fuss. Square drive off the back foot. Made sure he found the gap. Well played. Goes to 19. It was a bad ball, but it's one of those you could easily hit straight to a fielder. That one's straighter from Taylor and played off the back foot again, but this time straight to Dan Latigan in the covers. No run end of the over. 68 for 1. 5 runs came from it. 13 overs gone, and I think it's a pretty good start.
Yes, particularly since Worcestershire put Glamorgan in. I'll be very happy. Confidence presumably not riding terribly high, given results up to now, but they'll undoubtedly be encouraged by this start. They haven't got away, but despite Eddie Byram's attacking play, but with only 1 wicket down, 68 runs on the board on a ground that's not been the highest scoring with the white ball. Plenty to build on. Allison to hurl, and that's beaten. The dive, that's going to go away for 4. Perfectly placed from Henry Hurl, straight down the ground. And Jake Libby's despairing dive for the ball is unsuccessful. And once it's got past him, there was no stopping it.
Yeah, nice shot. Just walking into it, slightly over pitch from Allison. Good face of the bat presented.
Solid defence after that.
Tall man. Henry Hurl. Reach.
There's 5 matches taking place today, including this one. 2 other matches in this group. Allison in. Tucks up the batter there. There probably won't worry too much about the Surrey-Derbyshire game, because Both those teams are somewhat off the pace of just one win each. They're not quite mathematically out, either of them, but unlikely that either of them are going to get into play. So the key match will be Gloucestershire versus Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, and probably from Worcestershire's point of view, they'd like Gloucestershire to win that, even if it means sacrificing their hopes of actually topping the group. It's pushed out to the offside for no run. Gloucestershire have won all their games so far, because if they beat Nottinghamshire, that keeps Notts at bay. Notts currently in 4th place, and if they were to lose to Gloucestershire, then the best they could get to would be 18 points with one game left, and Worcestershire, who have a better net run rate, would only need one more win to guarantee staying ahead of them. Gloucestershire have got off to a good start there. They're 77 without loss in the 14th over. So driven.
So
Cassius Valley defends it.
you got 6 teams go through.
Yeah, 3 from each.
So he's not really a quarter-final then, is it?
No, I think officially they call it a playoff, I think. It feels like a quarter-final, but yeah, strictly speaking.
Then you get 3 winners. So how does that work?
So the group winners automatically go to the semi-finals. They're already there.
Right.
And then the 2nd and 3rd place teams play each other,
Right.
and the winners of those play the group winners in the semis.
So if you come second,
you'll be at home
get
in the
a home
playoff,
game.
correct, against the 3rd place in the group. I quite like it, I must admit. I always think 4 qualifying from 9 feels a bit generous, really. But
Gloucestershire certainly look like they'll win the group.
they look like it, yes, and that's why
So
I
really,
think Worcestershire would want them
it's
to
a
beat
battle
Notts.
for second, isn't
Yeah.
it, in many ways, yeah.
2nd and 3rd. 72 for 1 at the end of 14 overs, so just one scoring shot in that over, but it did go for 4.
Matthew Waite is the first bowling change at the New Road end, replacing Tom Taylor. So Taylor's figures: 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 28. She's had 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 28. Ben Allison, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14. And Waite right arm over the wicket from the New Road end. Single off the first ball taken by Tribe, moves on to 20. Matthew Waite, who generally shapes the ball away from the right-handers, although with the ball at each end being 7 overs or so old, there will only be a few more overs where you're liable to get any movement in the air. Worcestershire would dearly love another wicket. It's been a good start by Glamorgan, mainly thanks to Eddie Byram's 41. Made off just 37 balls. And he hit 8 fours. The only other boundaries, 2 for Asa Tribe and 1 for Henry Hurl. Shazad was expensive. Worcestershire's other bowlers have been fairly tidy, I think. And Waite continues in that vein in this first over, not given the batter much to go with here. Pitch, I think, bit of pace and carry, got a greenish tinge to it, but I think has offered a little bit of sideways movement as well. Early's forward to that pushed out on the offside. Change in the field, mid-wicket dispatched. Is he going to bang one in, or is it a bluff? It's a bluff. Although he might do it this ball. Good start from Matthew Waite. And a good diving half stop by Brett D'Oliveira at backward point as that last ball is driven by Hurl, slightly over pitched. Good shot, but they only get a single. So end of a tidy over from Waite. And at the end of it, Glamorgan are 74 for 1. Just 2 runs came from that one. 15 overs gone.
Yeah. Score is those last 5 overs yielded 18 runs, so that runs haven't flown, but no more wickets lost. And that one is left. As Allison continues, there's no run. From the Diglis end, driven to mid-off where it stopped. It's taking Henry Hale a little bit of time. He's on 8 of 23 balls. Still 2 slips in place. She's still looking for these wickets. Won't get one there, but it's another dot ball. Mops's brow. Ben Allison rested for the last game, back in the team for this one. And again, accuracy keeps Henry Hurl at the striker's end. Sun pops out again, just thin white clouds overhead now. Worcestershire uninterrupted by the weather in this competition, apart from, correct myself though, of course the first game against Nottinghamshire was a reduced match. There have only been 2 abandoned fixtures in this year's competition, one of them involving Glamorgan. But of the 51 matches played so far, 46 have been full games. That's left for no run.
And the weather might change, I think, in the middle of the coming week from a forecast that I saw last night.
Coincide with the playoffs.
Some significant precipitation, perhaps. It's a big low pressure system, such as we haven't seen for some time, coming in from the Atlantic, I think.
We don't want to see a bowl out decide the playoffs. Anyway, that's some way off. They've got to get there first, and that Henry Hurl finally gets the first run of the over there, down to the leg side, but that is the only run of the over. Good over from Ben Allison, 75 for 1. The last 2 overs yielded 3 runs, but the last 5 have yielded just 14 runs, so been a bit becalmed.
Yeah, lost the energy of Byram at the top, didn't they? And Hurl, inexperienced, still hasn't quite got going, just keeps losing the strike actually. Again, he's been there since the start, he's only faced 34 balls. Been asking a quiz question today if you've just joined us or you've joined us since the first 20 minutes or so. What links former Worcestershire opening batsman Anurag Singh and former Glamorgan captain and prolific seam bowler Ozzie Wheatley, what links those two players? If you'd like to have a go, don't cheat, see if you can come up with it. Don't immediately reach for Google, as we tend to do these days. And if you want to have a go, at Frank Watson 58 on X or Twitter, at Frank Watson 58, with your suggestions. Quite a few people have got it right. I'll give the answer early on in the second innings. But what links former Worcestershire opening batsman Anurag Singh and former Glamorgan captain and prolific seam bowler Ozzie Wheatley?
I witnessed one of Anurag Singh's career highlights, or something that he was particularly remembered for.
Nice shot, but straight to mid-on.
First domestic floodlit game since floodlights started becoming a thing. At Edgbaston there had been one at the Oval which was washed out, but then at Edgbaston they got the old temporary floodlights out for a first game and finished near midnight. Anurag Singh was the star of that game, scoring 86.
Yeah, he was a very talented young man. I think he's gone on to have a pretty handy career in the law.
Has he? But be careful what I say about him then.
Yeah. Quite a character. Briefly played for Worcestershire.
Yeah, he didn't quite go on at Warwickshire as might have hoped, but that was a particularly special occasion that he played a big part in. And we did wonder then whether floodlit cricket would catch on.
This one played back up the pitch. Matthew Waite started very tidily.
It's like a lot of things actually, a lot of innovations. You have sort of two extremes. People saying, oh no, won't catch on. Other people saying, oh yeah, we'll play every game under floodlights. And of course it ends up being a happy medium. It's a major part of the domestic game now, but it's not quite taken over completely from a nice daytime game like this one.
Another tidy over from Matthew Waite.
That's
a maiden, in fact, a first maiden of the innings, I think.
It is, and it's his third maiden of the competition. Worcestershire's 9th. Ben Allison is the top maiden bowler with 4.
Good stats.
I like counting maidens in white ball cricket, particularly in T20 because they're so rare. But even in this form of cricket these days, they don't come that often in a match.
I played in a floodlit game at Worcester City's old football ground, St George's Lane. They had many years ago when I was teaching at RGS, very early 80s.
Ben Allison continuing, and that'll be a single to Tribe down to 3rd.
And somebody came up with the idea of having a little 6-a-side floodlit competition at St George's Lane. They put a mat down and we played. There were a few rounds, I think, and I was at the grammar school. We had an exceptional side, lots of good cricketers on the staff. Cedric Boynes was playing and various others. Mike Wilkinson was playing, Mervyn Brooker I think played, and It was just too small. The ground was just too small. As you can, even in those days, when bats weren't what they are now, just too small, and sixes were being hit left, right, and centre. Decided to use his feet there for the first time, Henry Hurl, and maybe fortunate. Got turned around a little bit. Single down to third man. Gets the scoreboard moving again, at least after that maiden. 77 for 1 now. Hurl 10. Tribe 21. Been there since the start. He's got to go on now, hasn't he, really, Asa Tribe, to play a significant knock, you would think, having been there since the start. He's used up quite a lot of deliveries. Not a huge amount, to be fair, because he did lose the strike quite early on. Good bit of fielding by D'Oliveira, who then amuses the crowd by crawling, sort of baby style, after the ball, having parried it away. Bright sunshine now, lovely day at New Road. Good crowd. Get down here if you're in the area and you want to see some cricket. Worcestershire going pretty well in this competition.
Tom Taylor's tucking into a banana down in front of us.
A rare over-pitch delivery from Ben Allison. He's clipped away on the leg side for 4 by Asa Tribe. So he's picked up, that's his 3rd boundary, Tribe, and he's not found them easy to come by, but he is holding it together, and he could play that role. One assumes that will be his plan, be the glue that holds it all together. Let players at the other end perhaps be a little bit more expansive.
Oh, that one's gone the same sort of area, in the air, a bit of a top edge.
Miss it.
It's not going to roll to the boundary, so it's just the 2.
Quite lucky, I think. Could easily have gone 2 mid on that, couldn't it? He was banged in short by Allison. Does occasionally do that, Allison. He's not quick, but just uses that bouncer as a sort of surprise delivery. And Tribe maybe just got a little bit lucky. More runs though. Shackles are broken a little bit. 8 off this over so far.
And that will be cut off at backward point by Taylor, but it will be a double figure over. That's the first since in 9th over. 10 off it. And lots of wickets in hand for Glamorgan. They're in a strong position here. They Gloucestershire reached 102 without loss after 18 overs, so they're going very well at Trent Bridge, although it can be a very high scoring ground at Trent Bridge, especially if they bring the boundaries in, which they sometimes do. Having bowled a maiden in his last over, we'll continue. Just conceded 2 singles now in 13 deliveries, Matthew Waite.
I'm delighted to say that Nick Webb from BBC Radio Wales is going to slip in and join you for a few minutes, Clive.
Splendid. And that one, a bit of hesitation with the running there, not quite sure why. And they get through for a comfortable single, but for some reason, while they were both about halfway down, they started discussing it. Nick, hello.
Yeah, very good morning. Good afternoon, whatever.
Decent start by Glamorgan.
Yes, Eddie Byram got them off to a bit of a flyer, didn't he? Albeit riding his luck, a few plays and misses. But probably not quite as many as people who don't usually watch Eddie Byram would think, because his leave is very imperceptible at times, but there were a fair few plays and misses, yes.
Waiting, that's going to be cut off by Jake Libby at mid-on. And it's Glamorgan have been quite successful in this competition in recent years, so it's been a bit of a disappointment this season.
Yes, it's come grinding to a halt really after being champions last year and in 2021. And it shows you just if you tweak the approach a little bit, how things can fall apart.
Wait, that characteristic lean forward as he comes in, and that will be a dot ball. Try and plays it to backward point.
And Glamorgan choosing to leave Sam North East mostly on the sidelines, and Colin Ingram occupying a coaching role rather than a playing role for this month. So that's your two most experienced batters out of the equation. But I think it's been more the bowling that's been the problem for Glamorgan. They haven't looked at all penetrative.
Just comes down the pitch a little bit there. Tribe to play it onto the leg side to the boundary rider. Lack of wickets has been Worcestershire's problem so far in this game. We won the toss. Just that one from Eddie Byram. Fair to say they're not let Glamorgan get away, but Glamorgan are keeping plenty of wickets in hand.
Well, it's the secret to this competition, isn't it? It's a long time 50 overs.
And that'll be another single down to third. So all weight is conceding at the moment. It's the odd single. And that was another tidy over. There were 3 off it. 88 for 1. Looks like the batters are having a little drinks break.
Yeah, it's not quite as hot as it has been over the last few weeks, but still very pleasant out there with the sun out. It was a little bit overcast when I arrived at the ground around about 10 o'clock, but seems to have turned into a very pleasant day, as we're going to get another bowling change in this 20th over. As you mentioned, Ethan Brooks back in bowling mode. So Ben Allison taking the only wicket to fall so far. Glamorgan have suffered off the Allison family already enough this week, because Charlie Allison took 131 off them a couple of days ago at Chelmsford. Henry Hurl on strike. Slow start from him, 12 off 36. The worm wobbling a bit. Manhattan, well, moving towards the suburbs, I think. But keeper standing up to restrict Hurl's footwork. Oof. But not his stroke play, as he has whacked that one over mid-wicket, and it's run away for 4 high in the air. But a lot of shots don't quite seem to be being timed, even when they're going to the boundary. It is a parched outfield, and the batter's getting good value for money for their shots. Lots of attempted rundowns in this first hour towards third man, and quite a few of them are hitting backward point as there.
Ethan Brooks wasn't able to bowl in the last match due to a niggle, and Worcestershire certainly missed him in the bowling department, missed that option. So glad to have him for this game.
Smacking Hurl somewhere on the thigh pad by the look of it, that one.
He's had 2 3-fers in the competition this season, the first 2 matches. Total of 8 wickets in the 4 games in which he's bowled.
Hurl on the defensive. And really it's a big ask for a young man like Henry Hurl, just effectively playing his first games in the first team over the last few days. Innings of 12 and 1 out cheaply at Chelmsford, but he wasn't the only one, so he's taking his time. Until then, as he smashed that one back over his head, and every time I say something about a slow start from Henry Hurl, it's as if he's got an earpiece in, and he responds to say, no it isn't, as he really got hold of that one, the shorter boundary towards the Diglis end. As Glamorgan approach 3 figures in this 20th over.
Yeah, well, you said it had been a 50 over competition. Henry Hurl is within his rights to take his time at the start of his innings, as long as he can cut loose later on, which he's now threatening to do. That's a lovely shot.
Stylish punch through the covers, and that one will run away as well. Up towards the lime tree, and an expensive return to bowling action from Ethan Brooks, with the 3 boundaries taken off it, and Glamorgan are 102 for 1 after 20.
So the 100 coming up in 121 balls. Second 50, therefore, took 64 balls. So a bit slow in the first, which took 57. That's when Eddie Byron was playing some aggressive shots, but still just the 1 wicket down. First 10 overs 56 for 1, second 10 overs 46 without loss. Matthew 8 continuing, and bowls another dot ball. So steered onto the leg side by Tribe, and Rob Jones quickly onto the ball to field. It's one of 3 changes to the Worcestershire team from the team that lost their first game of the competition to Gloucestershire. Rob Jones, Ben Allison and Daniel Latigan all in. Izzat Mohammed, Fatah Singh and Jack Home out. And just straight down the leg side again, but again just a single. There's a wide long leg there.
Yeah, 2 changes for Glamorgan, if you are just joining us, with James Harris and Andy Gorvin returning to the seam bowling attack in place of Zain Ul Hassan and Ned Leonard. Just rest and rotation, really, after the seamers took a bit of a pounding in Chelmsford. Having said which, Ul Hassan has bowled pretty economically at times in this competition. I'm a little surprised there's not a batting place for Callum Nichols in this Glamorgan side. He's one of the spare players here, young batter, waiting to make an official first team debut, and you would have thought that with 2 matches to go in the comp, this would be the time.
It's going to be a single, out a wide third. They think about a second, but it's not there. Single to Hurl.
But just to give a bit of context, Glamorgan have got a couple of reasonably senior batters in Eddie Byram and Billy Root, who have had very little first team cricket this season. Root none at all before this competition, and Byram played just the first 3 championship matches. Both are out of contract, so you've got to give guys like that a chance to show what they're still about.
It's neatly placed, but again to the boundary rider, so he's still now in his fourth over, Matthew Way. He's still not conceded anything more than a single. Which might be an invitation for the next ball to go out of the ground.
Every time I've made a remark like that, it has stung Glamorgan into action.
Bowling a leg side line deliberately, and it's another single. And so 4 singles off the over. 106 for 1 of 21.
Yes, marginal advantage Glamorgan, given the wickets in hand, the scoring rate 5 and over, reasonable enough. News out of Sophia Gardens last night that Richard Dawson, the coach, who was appointed fairly hastily in January after the sudden departure of Grant Bradburn, Richard Dawson has been signed up for another 3 years, so a nice bit of stability for the club as they attack promotion. Brooks, after his expensive first over, no doubt glad to start his second with a dot. So Dawson is not directly involved in this competition, by the way. David Harrison, one of his assistants, is steering the ship. Assistance from Ian Harvey, a name maybe familiar. Aussie, formerly with Gloucestershire. And also Colin Ingram.
So he scored the first century, I think I'm right in saying, in the T20, domestic T20 competition, Ian Harvey.
You may well be right. He knew what he was doing with the white ball, in particular. Finding the gap this time, but just the single as Jones retreats to field. Just looking at this this outfield, I must say I wouldn't particularly fancy fielding in the deep on it.
Yes, it's obviously been difficult with the usual floods. Like this area, it's actually looking at the King's School ground right next to it, which also gets flooded, and its outfield is in a pretty sorry state. Just very difficult with the floods, and now, of course,
the drought.
The drought, yes.
Good comeback from Brooks in this over, after being hit for 3 boundaries in his first. Yes, my sympathies with ground staff around the country, really, after this parched summer. Worked away, singles only for Glamorgan in this over, but I played last weekend on a similarly parched outfield, and it was on a little school ground. It was absolutely horrible to field on the boundary, because you had to make sure you got down pretty low to make sure the ball didn't bobble past you, and then it was blooming hard when you did. 109 for 1. Glamorgan ticking along. Clive will have a quick coffee break, and Frank will drop back in alongside me. Oh, a swing and a miss from Hurl, trying to get going after a frustrating little period. That one over that he had the better of Ethan Brooks. Hill uncharted territory in the first team. It's obviously made big scores in the second team to get this far. But Worcestershire's bowlers doing well to tuck up the batters. There hasn't quite been the regular flow of boundaries that Glamorgan would have wanted, really, since Byram got going early on. 41 off 37 for the left-handed opener. I think probably has done enough in this competition to put his case for a new contract. But Waite is causing a few problems at the moment.
Yeah, he's bowled pretty well, hasn't he, Matthew Waite? In fact, they've all bowled pretty well, with the exception perhaps of Curram Shazad at the beginning, and Ethan Brooks has struggled a little bit. But I've been impressed with Hurl. I think he's looked the part. Came in at the fall of the first wicket. Took a while to get going, but his temperament looks good. Looks quite settled. I'm guessing Steve James is the link, really, because he coaches at Monmouth, doesn't he?
I'm
Still
sure
a bit,
he
I
would have
think.
come under Steve's tutelage at some point, probably both in the school and in the Glamorgan Academy.
Yeah.
Former Glamorgan captain and opening batter. A couple of tests for England. Good afternoon, Steve, if you're listening. Yeah, just 20 years old, Henry Hurl. So this is a young partnership with Tribe.
But yeah, Matthew Waite has been pretty tidy, hasn't he? Just conceded 9 runs, I think, so far. He's in his 5th over. Brooks 2 overs for 17, 14 of them off 1. I don't think we'll see any other bowlers. I think these are the 5 that will probably do most of the work. D'Oliveira's not bowled well in this competition and hasn't been very comfortable. Tidy over from Waite. A maiden, I think, was it? Second of the innings.
Yeah, he's been pretty accurate, hasn't he, Matthew Waite? Doing a job as second change seamer.
Took the new ball actually in the first few games in this competition when Taylor wasn't in the side, but Taylor coming back in, seen him bowl later on, and he's done a tidy job. Brooks deceives Tribe with this one. A little bit short of a length. Mixes things up, Ethan Brooks. He's no great pace, but he does bowl a lot of different deliveries.
Seems to be a bit of bounce in this track.
Yeah, there does, doesn't there? Seems to be a little bit of bounce and a little bit of... I don't think it's a 300 pitch. I really don't. Brooks bowls and that's pulled. And that's gone through the gap at mid-wicket and races away for 4.
Yeah, it must have been sweetly timed. It didn't look as though he'd put that much into the shot initially there.
The outfield's quick, like most outfields are around the country. Very, very dry, and that might mean that you know a big score is possible. But pitch-wise, I'm of the opinion that 250 is a reasonable score on this surface. Maybe 275, but it's not a 350 pitch. It's not that kind. We've seen those sort of scores in the 50 over competition this year, but not here at Worcester. And in T20s here at Worcester, it's been more like 160, 170 is par.
Seems to be the odd ball that is still surprising the batter.
Just stopping in the pitch, I think the odd one, and there's a little bit of lateral movement. And there's all sorts of reasons why. It's all to do with the floods and the reseeding of the square very late on, and root growth and all that kind of thing. It's nothing by design, but it's not been easy batting here at New Road this year, in any format really. Particularly, as you probably know, Nick, in the Red Bull Championship cricket, there have been some game over in 2 days, and there's been some low scoring games, and it's not by anybody's design whatsoever. The ground staff, in fact, have moved heaven and earth just to get pitches out, really. But it's been tough if you're a batter. It's alright if you just come here and bat once in a while, but if you're a home player and you're batting here all the time, it's been very difficult. There haven't been a lot of batting bonus points earned on this ground this season. And although this is different format, I think you're not looking at a road out there. It's tough, and it's looked it, hasn't it? These two young players have done pretty well, I think. And there you go. Brooks just nips one away past the outside edge into the over. 114 for 1. Ace Tribe has remarkably, really, for somebody who's been there for an hour and 40 minutes, has only faced 50 deliveries.
Yeah,
the Earl's coming. He's already faced 56. He just seems to have kept getting singles and gone to the other end, really, Ace Tribe.
Yes, he's got a decent enough strike rate, hasn't he? 76.
Yeah.
It's
just keeps losing the strike
at early stages. So wait to continue, hoping to remain economical. Tribe taking, as you say,
yeah, he's done it again.
Frank the single off the first ball of the off the over. He really has put the brakes on any attempted Glamorgan progress. Yet to concede a boundary. Glamorgan batting to come. Kieran Carlson, skipper. Will Smale, Billy Root, Dan Douthwaite. Probably look to get the majority of their runs from the top 7. Swing and a miss from Earl. Just signs that he's getting a little bit frustrated now and then. Still very pleasant viewing conditions for a pretty respectable crowd that's turned up in the sunshine. And Earl is getting his feet in a little bit of a muddle now.
I think also Waite's getting that little nip that we were talking about that is still there. It shapes it away from the right-handers, and when he gets his rhythm right, it can be quite tricky. You're asking a few questions at the moment. Going back to the crowd, Nick, you're right, good crowd, and they have been good in this competition here at New Road. I think we've all been helped by the weather, which has been pretty consistent, but it's a popular format, and I would reckon we're over 2,000 again here today.
I think he got something off that. Always Mr. Lungley preparing to tap his knee. Yes, leg by. Hill just needs to work it around and take the singles and get off strike if he's not timing it. But it's Tribe that seems to be getting himself off strike more often. Morgan can't afford for the boundaries to dry up so for too long, because we're approaching the halfway mark in a couple of balls' time. Tribe push and run, filled up back on the edge of the 30-metre circle, so even though Taylor struck, there was no real danger there. Tom Taylor doing the fielding there. He's only got 3 overs left to bowl.
Yeah, he normally, well, not normally. He has often bowled a shorter opening spell, and then come back and maybe bowled a couple in the middle and then finished off. But I think today the reason they kept him going was because they'd taken that first wicket and they just thought he might just nip a couple more out. He went past the bat lots but didn't get a wicket. It's another good over from Matthew Waite.
Halfway mark then, 117 for 1, and just 15 off the last 5 overs, so the dot ball's piling up as the players take a bit of hydration on board. Yeah, Glamorgan winless in this competition. Got beaten by Hampshire's teenagers down at Neath, then had a washout, and a few difficult matches on the road.
I'll give you some scores from elsewhere while we're having a drinks break here. At Scarborough, Yorkshire playing Durham are 124 for 2 at the halfway point, so not hugely different from what we've got here. Up at Scarborough. At Derby, Surrey, 138 for 2 off 24. At Trent Bridge, listen to this, Gloucestershire, top team, 5 from 5, and they're going really well again, 145 for 1. They are against Notts. James Bracey has 87 not out, Cameron Bancroft out for 40 odd, but going very, very well again. So they could well seal the top position today, I would have thought, if they win go 6 from 6. Lancashire playing Warwickshire at Liverpool at Egbert, lovely ground. Lancashire are 120 for 3, having won the toss and chosen to bat. So those are the other games going on in this competition today.
Yes, I believe they put more seats in at Liverpool today, having been sold out for the first game there, and there was some criticism from Lancashire members, I believe, or Lancashire supporters. Well, they fight their corners, to be fair, don't they? They
do indeed.
Fans.
They make their views known, don't they?
But some criticism that the club hadn't catered for enough capacity, given the popularity of games at out grounds.
It's a lovely ground at Egbert, down by the Mersey in Liverpool. I went to university there and played on that ground a few times. The first time I ever played there, and I've told this story before, forgive me, Worcestershire listeners, viewers, but it is it tickles me still. It's I don't know if you've been to.
I've not had the pleasure.
The pavilion is a great big house, basically. It's like an old house with a huge green and white gable. It's a beautiful structure, and I don't know if it's still the same, but when I played there, the visitors' dressing room was right on the top floor, and there's a lot of steps up, like at St Helens, if you imagine that, and then about 4 or 5 staircases up to the top dressing room. And the first time I ever played there, I had one of those old coffins that we used to call coffins, those old cricket cases, and I lugged it up this. Goodness me, I was exhausted, and I put it down. I got to the top, and I said, and I should have known better, and you would have done. I said, "Wow, that's a long way to go for a first baller," and I got one.
Oh no!
And it just had to be, didn't it? It was the most foolish thing to say, but I got one bowled by an off spinner who bowled me one of the quickest deliveries I've ever faced from a spinner. I think it was through me before I'd even picked my bat up. And things you remember about certain grounds, but I obviously since then I've been back quite a few times
and made many.
And no to watch. No, never. Might have made 1 or 2, but to watch and to report. But super ground, and that's another great thing about this competition for me, Nick, is this business of getting out to the outgrounds again. You know.
Yes, I think the grounds that are staging 100 matches, I think that really ought to be all out grounds. Glamorgan played 2 in Neath and 2 in Cardiff, And Clive has reappeared, so thank you for having me on. And
Thank you for...
I might pop back during the second innings of this match.
Great to have you, Nick. Thanks for helping out. Yeah, many thanks to Nick Webb from BBC Radio Wales for his assistance, just to give us a little spell here in the box and to get a little bit of Glamorgan insight as well. We're going to see Ethan Brooks continue from the Diglis end. This young pair going along quite nicely, 117 for one at the halfway stage, but probably just feel they need to pick it up a little bit now. You would have thought. They've added 61. Henry Hurl has 30. Asa Tribe, who's been there since the start, has 40. Probably just need to pick the scoring rate up a little bit in the second half of the innings, but as I've said several times, I don't think this is a particularly high scoring pitch, and I reckon that 250, 260 certainly would be quite competitive, Clive. Don't know what you think.
Yeah, well, it's tended to be the way, hasn't it? Up to now, we thought we'll never know because they didn't get there, but we thought if Worcestershire could have got there against Gloucestershire, they might have had a chance. That's in the air, but it's short of the fielder on the boundary. From Hurl, who's accumulating a decent score here.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad for a youngster, does he?
No. It's only his third list A innings, and he's significantly outscored the previous two. Tribe has been there from the start. 41 of 54 balls, not a disastrous strike rate by any means. Just tie down those last two balls. That's played the backward point for no run. Gloucestershire still going well against Notts. I think you went through them, didn't you, during the break? But
going very well, aren't they?
Yeah, that's probably good news for Worcestershire, unless you want to be ultra ambitious and if Worcestershire were to win the last three games, could they overtake Gloucestershire? We need Gloucestershire to slip up twice. That'd be a single down to third. I think more realistically, try and keep Notts out of the equation would be in Worcestershire's interest. So tidier over there from Ethan Brooks. Just again the three singles off it, 120 for one.
Yeah, I think Worcestershire probably, if you offered it to them, would settle for a home tie. And you know,
playoff,
so, yeah, they would probably take that now if you offered it to them. I don't know.
And even in away time, third place. When I was on, I can't remember if it was the last game or the game before, I made an observation which is no longer true. I made the observation that whereas in the T20 Blast home advantage seems to count for nothing, it did seem to be counting in the one-day cup. At the time I said it, something like 60-40 in favour of home teams. That has completely changed lately. Away teams have dominated to the point now where there's actually been one more away win than home wins.
I wonder what that tells us. Whether maybe it tells us that these things don't really matter. As Shazad is back into the attack, starts with a full-length delivery, which goes out on the leg side off the pad for a single.
I suppose in this competition, and it doesn't apply to Worcestershire, but it does apply to a lot of teams are actually playing home games on grounds they're not used to.
Yeah, that's true.
Out grounds.
That's true. Another factor. Yeah. Anyway,
If I can be bothered, I'll have to sit down and work out what the home away ratio is at county H quarters. Yeah.
Here's Shazad again then. In flashing square cut from Henry Hurl to one that bounced a bit. Would have taken some catching. Could have easily gone down to third for 4. Missed it. But Shazad is an interesting replacement for Waite, because Waite's miserly 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 11. It's got the batsmen into that frame of mind where they're not really looking to play shots. Shazad produces a different mindset in the batters. And that's quick down the leg side, wide chord as Henry Cullen moves to his left to take it. And that might therefore produce a wicket or 2, might produce a boundary or 2, might produce a bit of both.
Of course, Waite, the 11 runs he conceded were all singles.
Yeah, it was a very, very good spell. And it included 2 maidens.
Yes. He's joint top of the maiden charts now with Ben Ellison.
Which I know will have got you quite excited, Clive. Give you something to think about on the train on the way home. But no, they are rare maidens, and well, he just didn't. Did he bowl a bad ball? I don't think he really bowled a bad ball, did he? 11 runs, 11 singles, nagging accuracy. Shazad again. Short, heaved away for 6. That's a really good hit from Henry Hurl. Just banged in short and lollipop, really. Not great pace, and just help yourself, really. And Shazad, expensive in his first spell. Looks as though he's going to be expensive in his second. He's gone for 37 now. He's only in his 5th over. And any pressure that was built up by Waite and Brooks is rather dissipated just in that one shot, really. Having a job finding the ball.
Second 6 of the innings.
He's got it.
Yep. Both hit by Henry Hurl, the 2 6s. That was a big one.
Good shot.
Yeah.
And maybe this is why Asa Tribe's just getting the single off the first ball and has faced only 58 deliveries in nearly 2 hours for his 42. Hurl is out, caught down the... No, he's not out.
Wide.
I beg your pardon. There was apologies to all viewers and listeners who were misled there, but the way it went down the leg side, Henry Cullen caught it. Everybody went up. It was obviously, well, I thought there must have been a noise. You would have thought, otherwise they wouldn't have gone up. But umpire Lungley said no, wide. So it didn't hit the thigh pad, and another run to the total. 129 for 1. 9 off the over so far. 2 balls remaining. And 6 more as Shazad bangs in another horrible long hop halfway down and is heaved away. Absolute dross, I have to say, from Karam Shazad in this over. Half trackers at half pace and not missed out on by Henry Hurl, who's moved on to 43. Any pressure Matthew Waite built up has just been chucked away in the space of 2 minutes. Takes him on the pad, looks as if it was going down the leg side. An appeal comes to nothing. 15 off the over. 135 for 1, and Shazad's figures now 5 overs, No maidens, no wicket for 42.
That's the most expensive over of the innings. And there have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 double figure overs. That's a 15, there's been a 14, a 13, 11 and a 10. And that's changed the complexion of things a bit. Still all these wickets in hand. Glamorgan will have ambitions of a challenging total here. Nick was saying that their bowling has been their problem in the competition this season, which might be good news for Worcestershire, because it looks like Worcestershire could be chasing a tidy total unless they can change things here, which Ethan Brook will try to do. It'll just be a single to the sweep on the offside. Again, Tribe happy to take a single early in the over to move on to 43, 135, 136 for one. That's a dot ball. Worcestershire have had one successful, pretty big run chase in the competition this season, chasing 317. But that was at Repton, at different ground from here, against Derbyshire. And that will be 4 more. Hard in the ground by Henry Hurl. Racing on to 47. Keeper Henry Collins standing up. Is more runs on the leg side, 1 bounce 4 through square leg, and Henry Hurl really is going. In fact, that is his maiden List A half century. Big moment for young Henry Hurl, who reaches 51 off 71 balls.
3 sixes.
Heard Brander say it, 5 4s and 3 6s, and he gets a single there. So a maiden half century in first team cricket, since there's 4 List A games, whereas only first team games. So Tribe gets another single there, another pretty expensive over, another double figure over, 11 off it, that's 26 off the last 2 overs. Glamorgan are getting going here, 146 for 1 off 28.
Yeah, very, very good pacing of the innings. It's kind of worked out well for them in the sense that Zad has come back at the right time, just as the batters are kind of looking to go, if you know what I mean. It's funny how things fall into place, but that said, massive credit to Henry Hurl for the way that he's capitalised. And Tribe, well, will he just try and get a single, as he has been doing? It seems to have been working well. Indeed, he doesn't. He gets a short one and he hits it back over the bowler's head. Not quite with the same assuredness that Hurl showed. Kind of high up on the bat on him, maybe a bit quicker than he thought, but he picks up 2. And that is taking the total on to 148. And this partnership nearing 100. From 2 young players. Yep. Good news for Glamorgan. Short from Shazad again, but not timed this time. So, Henry Hurl, 50. A maiden this day, 50. 71 balls, 5 fours and 3 sixes. He's looked a good, well-organised player. And he's put the bad ball away quite ruthlessly at times. Issa Tribe's getting in on the act now. This is another rank long hop from Shazad. Pushed away, and Tribe brings up his 50 off 63 deliveries. So good stuff from these two young players, and the partnership is almost 100. 63 balls for Issa Tribe's 50, and he's beaten by a decent one outside the off stump. I simply cannot understand, Clive, why Karim Shazad doesn't bowl that length more frequently. Whether he can't, or whether
is that just lack of accuracy?
Won't. Yeah. I don't know. It's just very, very strange.
Third 50 came in 51 balls. Started slowly and then picked up later. So it's the quickest of the 350s so far for Glamorgan. Of course, he didn't lose a wicket in that 50.
Well, it's just beyond a joke, isn't it? Now, really. And Shazad just comes in and feeds him another one halfway down. It's your dream scenario if you're a batter. Just somebody just coming in and bowling this at you with the field that he's got. Just help yourself time. 100 partnership is up. And it's absolutely buffet bowling at the moment.
Second time in the competition at Worcestershire have conceded a 100 partnership for the second wicket. Conceded 150 at Repton with Jewel and Montgomery. It's the third century partnership in total they've conceded this year's competition. Oh, that's better. But damage done. 10 off the over. So 3 double-figure overs in a row. 36 off the last 3 overs. If they continue at this rate, Frank, it's going to be a very big score.
Absolutely. Well, you can't bowl. You can't continue to bowl like that. It's just nonsense. I simply cannot understand what the thinking is, really.
I'm going to get a bit of spin.
And it's provoked a bowling change that I rather think Jake Libby would have preferred not to have had to make, but it's been forced on him, really. And Brett D'Oliveira is being introduced.
Well, he's bowled in 3 of the 5 matches, played in them all. Bowled a total of 15 overs in the competition. And first ball's a nice dot to Hurl. He's going for just over 8.5 and over in the competition. Brett D'Oliveira. Oh, reverse sweep, and just beyond the reach there of Tom Taylor, and it's gone through for 4. Tied full length, did get a hand to it, but couldn't grab the ball. And Hurl, with a little bit of improvisation, got the reward, but nearly succumbed. He's bowled now, trying to sweep. So Brett D'Oliveira has done the trick, and a fine innings from young Henry Hurl comes to an end He was getting increasingly confident, trying a few fancy shots, but one too many in the end. He goes for 56 off 75 balls, and a mighty relief for Worcestershire, 160 for 2.
Well, it's funny how it goes, isn't it? I said, and I think I'm right in saying that it's a bowling change that would not have been in the plan, really, when Jake Libby walked out there. But it has produced a wicket, as it so often does, and that partnership worth 104 for the second wicket. And Henry Earl goes his first team 50 for Glamorgan, and it brings an experienced man to the crease, the captain Kevin Carlson, who is, you know, coming to the wicket at a good time, really. I mean, still got Tribe out there going nicely, and the basis laid for the more experienced Carlson, Smale, Root, Douthwaite to come in and press the accelerator. Glamorgan probably as well placed as they've been at any game in this competition so far, given that they haven't performed particularly well. So 75 balls for Hurl for his 56, 6 fours and 3 sixes.
Carlson and Smale both got centuries in this competition. Carlson started with a 135 against Hampshire, and he did get 64 against Essex. He and Asa Tribe, who are together now, shared in the one notable partnership in what was otherwise a very sorry match for Glamorgan. Carlson did score 64, so this is a potentially dangerous partnership. And with 20 and a half overs to go, they still have plenty of wickets in hand, Glamorgan. It's fielded by Jones in the covers. You should hope the wicket will slow the scoring down a little bit after 3 very productive overs for Glamorgan. Really feels he almost got that one through, so pretty successful over. The one boundary he conceded very nearly got him a catch. So Don Oliveira has done a job for his captain. 4 runs off it.
Yeah, much needed. Best way to slow the scoring rate, as we always say, is to pick up wickets. Ben Allison is being reintroduced into the attack. Shazad had to change, didn't it? It just couldn't carry on in the way that he had. He's gone for 15 and 10 in those 2 overs of his second spell. 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 52 now, going at nearly 9 and over, having taken the new ball. It's just, it can't be allowed to carry on, so he has to make this change, Jake Libby. And Ben Allison comes back into the attack. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25 in his first spell. That was from the Diglis end. Nice drive from Tribe, but straight to the fielder.
So Shazad's bowled 6 overs, so Don Oliveira might have to bowl at least 4 overs if they decide they don't want to bring Shazad back.
He doesn't bowl too badly at the death usually, does he? But I don't know. I mean, I said it right when he came on at the very beginning. If he gets that length right, he bowls just that heavy length, that top of off stump length, he's a real handful. But if he bowls his half volleys and his long hops, as he has too often, he's help yourself.
At the 26 to 30 over mark was by far Glamorgan's most productive 5 over block, 43 for 1 at those 5 overs. 8 and over. If they carried on at that rate, that would take them to 320. So Worcestershire desperately need to rein this in.
I think I might have to go and find out what's going on here, Clive, because I think some of these community heroes might be. We might be encouraged to get one or two of them to join us on the air, but I'm not sure. I'll wait and see if I'm told anything. Perhaps not. They're just having a little tour round, I think.
Yes. Show this commentary box, which is, I mean, it has been slightly altered, but it's basically been here for goodness knows how many years now. I mean,
Well, it's got to be 50.
yeah, I mean, I go around grounds. I mean, at Derby, I think I've commentated in 5 different commentary positions, but here, it's always been the same place. Oof.
If it was a school desk, Clive, there'd be chewing gum
Yes,
stuck underneath.
it probably is somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it says Clive for Bernie carved into the
I
desk
think so.
with a compass point.
Yeah.
Oh dear. There was always graffiti on the desk at school, and chewing gum underneath. It was a detention punishment to get the chewing gum off when I was at school. Single to Carlson. End of the over. The brakes applied slightly by Ben Allison. And just 4 runs coming from it.
Yeah, well, that's what the wicket's done, clearly. But tried looking maybe to bat through the innings here. Still there on 56. Kieran Carlson. No, he's got time to rebuild. Brett D'Oliveira continues from the Diglis end. And Carlson misses a sweep there. Tempted stomping by Cullen, but he just kept his back foot inside the crease, did the Glamorgan captain. That's a more orthodox shot this time, gets the single to long arm. Worcestershire not selecting Fatah Singh for this game, so D'Oliveira is the spin option. Tribe having a good look around him. Fielder on the mid-wicket boundary, one on the cover boundary. See that into the ground. D'Oliveira teasing the crowd there, tossing the ball in the air. That one was quite clearly a bump ball. How's that one a bit short, but just a single. Cassie Fowley could throw in from the cover boundary. 4 fielders allowed on the boundary. I think there are still just 3.
D'Oliveira's not bowled well in this competition so far, and yet today, under pressure, he's come on and done really well, hasn't he?
Yes, that'll be another dot ball. So Rob Jones doing some good fielding, really good over, got through it nice and quickly, and conceded just the 2 runs.
It's interesting, isn't it? Well, it's what we love about cricket, isn't it? It's so fascinating, isn't it? I mean, Brett D'Oliveira in this competition, 2 for 44 off 6, 1 for 49 off 6, none for 36 off 3. chucked the ball today as a kind of necessity, really, given the circumstances. And so far, 2 overs, 1 for 6. Guess what? Tribe's got a single off the first ball. It's 58 off 72 for Asia Tribe. Doing a good job. Anchor roll. And if players at the other end can score quickly, as I'm sure they will be looking to do once Carlson's got in, a Hurl was doing, then it's the ideal combo. And Glamorgan could be on for a pretty handy score here. Carlson heaves Allison away on the leg side for 4. Beats the diving Kashif Ali. I reckon anything over 250 is good here, and they've got every chance of getting towards 300 if this carries on.
They've got to be aiming for that.
Yeah, they have, but we've seen collapses here before, Clive.
Yeah.
I still, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying they won't get 300, but I'm saying I think 250 is a decent score.
I suppose the only thing is if there's a bit of lack of confidence in the bowling at Glamorgan at the moment, which Nick was telling us has been the case in this tournament, is the bowling has been the problem. I want to get as many as they can to give themselves a decent chance of recording their first victory. That's 6 more. Carlson hits the 4th 6 of the innings. His first, Henry Hurl hitting the other 3. Two there. So having been kept tied down for 3 overs after the wicket, Glamorgan have put the foot back on the accelerator. But that should be out. Wicketkeeper again. Has to make up a lot of ground again, and does so. Well, he's judged those 2 catches he's taken really well, Henry Cullen. And Carson, having hit the 6, wanted to get on with it, has gone for 15.
Yeah, Ben Allison picks up his 2nd nick to the keeper.
Yes.
As Henry Cullen again judges the sky quite nicely. And that's what I mean, that it might not be quite as straightforward as we thought. Still plenty of batting to come, but I'll maintain that 250 on this pitch is a decent score. 300 would be a very good score, I think. Which is why I think that some of the sort of profligate bowling from Shazad in particular has been quite damaging for Worcestershire. It remains to be seen, but Worcestershire will believe, as they have done in the past, that 1 or 2 other teams have got into good positions against them, but they've struck back with late wickets. A week ago today at Repton it looked like Derbyshire would get a massive score, and Worcestershire took their last 8 wickets for just over 100. I'll be hoping they can do something similar today.
Well, Will Smell's playing his 20th list day game. He's only got past 50 once, but that was this season when he scored 105 not out against Surrey. Playing 25 blast games for Glamorgan, and she made his first class and list day debut for North West Province in Ireland. Played for Irons under 19s, but he is Welsh, born in Newport. So he must have some sort of Irish connection. It's got to be the under 19s. His second season at Glamorgan. Well, it was a profitable over for Glamorgan, but in the end they did lose a wicket in it. 13 runs for the 1 wicket. Eight double-figure overs in the innings now for Glamorgan.
Yeah. And still tried holding things together, but still Billy Root and Dundas to come and can certainly put bat to ball. So it's 300 still got to be the target, but D'Oliveira's dropped into a nice little rhythm here.
Yes. Be one to Tribe. It's got a lot of singles. There's a Tribe, but holding the innings together. Ooh, that was uppish. Shouts of catch it, but in the end it dropped. Both wide and short of Rob Jones in the covers, 1 run. Quicker ball from D'Oliveira, well fielded on the bounce by Rob Jones. Again.
Good from D'Oliveira, isn't it?
Mm.
At the moment, just keeping things reasonably tight.
Yeah, just 3 off the over. That's the other thing that's always been here, the trolleys going past.
Yeah, traditional. They don't get any quieter. Ben Allison, 2 for 42. Tom Taylor, none for 28. Kiran Shazad, none for 52. Matthew Waite, none for 11 off 6. Very tidy. Ethan Brooks, none for 36 off 5. Quite expensive. Brett D'Oliveira, 3 overs, 1 for 9 now. Allison bowls, and that one steered down on the offside. Again, a little bit of extra bounce there, just suggesting that the odd one is just kind of stopping and having to be sort of fended away.
And I mentioned Glamorgan's bowling, but of course they have brought James Harris into the team for this game, so that'll give them a bit of experience, potential power. The single, Shazad does the fielding.
Wow. Love it. It's only his third ball. Brilliant from Smale. Just ramp for 6, third ball. What's the pitch like? Well, I don't know. Brilliant.
Good response from Ben Allison. Ooh, nice slower ball.
Difficult to assess this Worcestershire bowling performance, I think. Taylor bowled really well early on, didn't he? A little bit expensive at the end of his first spell. Allison, bit mixed really. Picked up a couple of wickets, also been expensive. Weight was miserly. Brooks expensive. Oliveira bowled well. Shazad all over the place. So a curate's egg of a bowling performance. They talk about the bowling unit, don't they? And well, if it was a car engine, certain bits of it functioning very nicely, others making some horrible noises.
Yeah, only 2 scoring shots off that over from Ben Allison, but one of them was that audacious ramped 6 by Will Smale. Now Tribes on strike for D'Oliveira. Well, that went fairly quickly. It's a dot ball. Well, D'Oliveira is at least giving his captain some options here. This is his 4th over. Should just be a single. It's an awkward one for the fielder out there, but despite a slight misfield on a difficult bounce, it's Latigan out there, it's still only a single, so no damage done. Yet another single for Tribe, is on to 62. D'Oliveira's had to go a long way to fetch that ball. The ball is next delivery. The batters have tried to sweep or reverse sweep D'Oliveira. So far it hasn't come off. No run there. We've seen one reverse sweep by Hurl come off, but even then that was pretty close to being a catch. The rest have pretty much all missed. That one is high in the air. It's going to be a tricky one. Oh, well taken. Very well taken by Latigan, I think it is. Had to sprint a long way.
Yeah, great catch.
I wasn't necessarily backing him. He had so much ground to make up, but he didn't hesitate. Ran at full speed to take a terrific catch. His 2nd of the competition, and Smale goes for 7. So the batters, since Henry Earl was dismissed rather, 2 batters have come in to try and score runs around
Billy Root.
Acer Tribe. Hasn't really come off for them so far, but here's Billy Root next.
Yeah, it's well, when I said a few minutes ago we've seen collapses, well, not collapses, but innings sort of falling
Peter out,
away.
yeah.
This was kind of what I had in mind. All it needs, though, is for somebody just to come in and play sensibly, because this 300 is still very much on. Tribe been there since the start, holding things together, but the last three really, Carlson, Smale, well, last two, Carlson, Smale, have come in and they've just tried to go from the start, haven't they? And Smale hit his third ball for 6, but it's not that easy, I don't think, on this pitch. And I suspect that might be what Tribe and Root are discussing at the moment now, as Billy Root comes out. He's got a good track record against Worcestershire on this ground, Billy Root. And I think just needs a bit of common sense for 4 or 5 overs, and then they can really launch towards the end. I still think 300's on. I still think 275 will be a decent score on this pitch.
Billy Root's 4th match of the competition. He's had 2 failures, but he's also got a half century. Made 56 against Notts. That were 1 and 2 in his other 2 innings, and another very successful over from Brett D'Oliveira. If the plan was for him to bowl 4 overs, I imagine that plan would have changed now. He'll bowl some more. 1 run and 1 wicket off that over.
Yeah, he's done a great job in extremis, could we say, because he kind of had to come on at that point. Had to find some overs from somewhere, Libby. Matthew Waite's now coming on, and he's probably bowled better than anybody. 6 overs, 2 maidens, and none for 11. Can he hit the same rhythm straight away? Good delivery to start with. I suppose the other thing is, if Tribe continues to play as he has, and that appears to be the plan, there is a bit of pressure on the guy at the other end to come in and start playing shots straight away. Whereas if Tribe said, well, I've been here since the start, I can cut loose now a little bit, then less pressure. But he's on 62 off 81. If he stays there till the end and gets 100, that 300 should be on. Another dot from Waite.
Fairly wild throw in. But wait, now 39 deliveries without conceding more than a single. Could be on for his 3rd maiden here. Trying to come down the pitch to try and attack him, but it's a 4th dot ball in the over. Might get 2 here. They think about it. They thought quite a long time, and a better throw might have had them in trouble.
Shouldn't really have got 2 there, I don't think.
Ben Allison coming in from the boundary.
Didn't run the first one particularly quickly.
No, they hesitated, didn't they? He's gone for a direct hit. If it landed straight on the gloves of the wicketkeeper, it would have been interesting. So it's the first delivery where he's gone for more than one. Matthew Waite will be a bit cross about that, I would imagine. Still a very tidy over 3 off it.
12 left. 13 left, so even if they've only got to score at sort of 7 and over, haven't they, off the next 13 to get up towards 300. 6 wickets in hand.
So Dolavida on his 5th over. Bowling to Will Tribe. Tries to get that away on the leg side, but couldn't get round enough. Oh, no, had there been a slip, that would have been out, but it's going to be 4, despite the effort here of Tom Taylor to stop that. But an edge hit hard. No chance for the wicketkeeper. Standing up, of course. So they're going to the second boundary that Dolliver has conceded, and they've both been a little bit streaky. No run there. Yeah, run the ball, taking what, about 270, 275 area. That would be challenging, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. I think maybe. Well, I don't know. Maybe I was going to say maybe more challenging than even Glamorgan realised. But I suspect that their analysts have done their work and they know what is a decent score on this pitch. That's the first really bad ball he's bowled. Absolute gimme.
And his first expensive over, really. 10 coming off it. First double figure over since the 33rd. And the 200 is brought up with that. There's still 12 overs to go.
You've got to get 300, haven't you?
Yeah.
Got to get 100 off the last 12 with 6 wickets in hand. If they don't, then fair play to Worcestershire. It'll be a really good fight back. But
the fourth 50, a little slower than the third. It came in 57 balls. Did lose 3 wickets in that time, which kind of explains it. But the second 100 a bit quick, 108 balls for the second 100 compared to 121 for the first. Just a single to Ben Allison.
Just in case anybody's joining us late, I'll give a final shout out for my quiz question and then give the answer at the beginning of the Worcestershire innings. So, what is the link between former Glamorgan captain and seam bowler Ozzie Wheatley and the former Worcestershire opening batsman Anurag Singh? What is the link? And if you want to have a go, get in touch via X or Twitter, or if you want to make any other comment on the game or the competition or anything to do with cricket, at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter. And we will probably engage. And a few people have got the answer already. It's not rocket science. Try and do it without using the internet. Good single, good running that, good judgment, I think, by Asa Tribe. Takes him up to 75. Been there since the start. Nearly 3 hours, 2 hours 45 minutes. But hasn't had a huge amount of the strike actually, just 94 deliveries.
I've been doing this for you quite a lot, like hour and a half. I know, yeah.
Yes, hit 8 fours in that time.
It was Jack.
And Billy Roots chucked it away, I'm afraid. With a wild swipe outside the off stump. So the demise that I kind of predicted, well not predicted, but said was possible, is happening before our very eyes really, Clive. And Billy Roots gone for 2, following Smale for 7 and Carlson for 15 after that excellent partnership for the second wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice to see Cullen take a catch off a nick rather than having to run across half the field to grab the ball. He has with his previous 2 catches.
Deserved a wicket wait, I think.
Absolutely. So the last 4 wickets have gone for 45 in 9 overs.
Coming into bat for Morgan,
Dan Douthwaite, more experienced players in the competition. I made 2 sort of half innings, 43 against Gloucestershire, 36 against Notts. Certainly very capable of hitting the ball.
I'll tell you what would put the cat among the pigeons there, Clive, would be if they got rid of
Tribe, yeah.
Asa Tribe, yeah. I think that would it would put the new batters in a difficult position then, because they think, well, we don't want to throw it away, but at the same time we don't want to waste too many deliveries getting ourselves in. If Tribe stays there and holds things together and possibly just switches up a little bit, then they should still be on for 300, but another couple of wickets and 250 looks a tall order. Quite a big few minutes coming up, I think. And Matthew Waite has done a great job. Ooh, that would have been even better if Tom Lungley had decided that was out, but going down the leg side, I think. Turns it down, they get a leg bye. It's the end of the over from Matthew Waite. 206 for 5. So a really good effort, just 3 runs coming from it. One of those was a leg bye. And Matthew Waite has the excellent figures of 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16. Sorry, 1 for 16.
Yeah, he's done splendidly well, as has Brett D'Oliveira, who'll continue. Belonging to Dan Douthwaite, who has played in the 100 for London Spirit and Manchester Originals, but didn't get a gig there this season. From a Warwickshire player. And very respectful to his first delivery from Brett D'Oliveira, whose last over was his first somewhat loose one, so we should see.
Last ball, particularly.
Yeah.
That hurried on a little bit.
Yeah, starting this over well.
He's giving it plenty there, isn't he? Not bowling slow. He's not bowling quickly. Often bowls quite flat in T20s, but in this format, he's giving it a bit of air, driven down the ground. Good bowling from D'Oliveira. He just seems to me to be just bowling with a little bit more confidence, a little bit more freedom, a bit more belief. It's very tricky when you come on and get smashed straight away in this sort of cricket. Didn't happen today, although that one dragged down. He's going to get away with it, I think, as Latigan. Fantastic little fielder. Really good by Latigan. He's very impressive, isn't he, this young man in the field. He's a big lad. Run round, flicked it back just inside the rope. Kept them to 2. D'Oliveira got away with that one a bit. Took a great catch a few minutes ago, Latigan. And a crowd catch driven into the ground, and Rob Jones at short extra plucks it out of the air. Ooh, Tribe going for the cut, very quick and close to him. Too close to him, missed it. Into the over, another good over from Brett D'Oliveira, just 3 runs coming from it. So 2 good overs on the trot for Worcestershire. And, well, there we go. 10 to go. 209 for 5. Should still get 300. But Worcestershire have got themselves back into it. The problem is, well, I don't think we'll see Shazad again.
No.
I think he's done for the day with his 52 off 6, although he has bowled quite well at the death.
They've only scored 49 off the last 10 overs, Glamorgan.
Yeah.
Carried on at that rate, that would be about the 250 you talked about initially.
Single to Dowthwaite. First ball of Waite's new over.
So he's got 2 left, including this one, Matthew Waite. Alison's got a couple left. D'Oliveira still has 4 left if they want him to use them for the full 10. Tom Taylor has 3.
Some big scores elsewhere.
Yes.
Yorkshire at Scarborough, 271 for 4 against Durham with 7 overs left. Surrey, 271 for 2 at Derby with 9 overs left. And Gloucestershire, well, they've been pegged back a little bit, to be fair, by Notts. They're still going very nicely. 251 for 2 off 39. And at Liverpool, Lancashire fallen away. 217 for 7 off 46. Good from Matthew Waite again here. Very easily the pick of the bowlers, I think, today. In his 9th over, 1 for 17. And that does actually, Clive, to be fair, call into question the bowling of 1 or 2 of the other seamers.
Yeah.
Shazad's gone for nearly 9 and over. Alison's gone for over 6 and over. He's bowled to his field, isn't he, Waite, as much as anything. He's just bowled straight. He's bowled on a decent length. I can't really remember a rank bad ball from Waite. Can't remember him being driven through the covers of our volley. Can't remember him being pulled. He was ramped, but no, he wasn't ramped.
No,
It was
it wasn't
Allison who
him,
was
yeah.
ramped, wasn't it?
Yeah, it
No,
was.
he's just bowled so consistently.
He still hasn't conceded the boundary.
No. Gone to ground here, having fallen over in his follow through, but back on his feet. Helped by Ethan Brooks. Single taken. Really good. Really good from Waite. proved to be a tremendous signing. I think Matthew Waite in the last couple of years. Had injury problems at Yorkshire, did have an injury problem last year, but generally he's been an absolute linchpin in this Worcestershire side since he came down from Headingley. And his last ball is driven up to mid-off and there's no run. End of another excellent over, just 3 runs coming from it. So 3 have come from each of the last 3 overs, and at this stage in the innings that's good from Worcestershire.
Absolutely. I've been perhaps a bit of pressure on Glamorgan now to step it up. The over's beginning to count down. Where are we now? Run a ball from here would still get them to beyond 260. Ten and over from here. They tend to talk about that in the last 10 overs, so they've only got 5 wickets left, but 10 and over would take them beyond 300.
10 and over is quite a big ask.
It is now, yeah. Brett D'Oliveira to continue, just changing his field slightly to on the leg side boundary. Into the last 10 overs now, so you're allowed 5 on the boundary.
I think they fancy Dowthwaite might sweep. That's the reason that man's gone back. Cuts this one, just a single. It's a quick outfield. I mean, that might be worth sort of 15-20 in terms of calculating your total. But I do think that the surface has helped. Slightly different field now for Tribe on strike. Man goes out to deep mid-wicket where he's got pulled to a few times. Man comes in from deep backward square inside the circle. And it is nice and full, and Tribe just gets a single. I think he's going to keep his part of the bargain, Tribe. He's going to get his not out 100. It's just whether the others at the other end can do their bit. If you get a not out 100 and there's 300 on the board, you've had a great day. If you get a not out 100 and there's only 250 on the board, maybe people will say you could have scored a bit more quickly. Dowthwaite's played with a bit more common sense than the last 2 or 3 that have come in, I would suggest. As he pushes a single. That sounds a bit rude. I mean, what I mean is that Carlton, Smale and Root were all perhaps just a little bit too ambitious early on in their innings. But you could argue that they were entitled to be. Good diving stop from Rob Jones in the covers means they only get a single.
Yeah, just trying to score off every ball. It's not about strategy for Glamorgan now. They will get maybe 2. No, they won't get 2. Just the single. Bit of a gap there as that's played into, and again they look at the second. Brooks prevents them getting that second run.
Brilliant fielding, picking up on the run.
But a runner ball on the over, 6 off it, 218 for 5, and say if they're carrying on at that rate, a bit of mathematics tells me that would be 266.
Yeah, I think that's sensible, don't you?
Yeah.
Run the ball for the next 5,
Yeah,
and then see if you can
definitely.
smash 3 or 4 boundaries in the last 2 or 3, and you're going to get towards 300. Just don't think what Carlson, Smale and Root did was really necessary at that point. Tom Taylor is loosening up. He's got 3 to go. So we'll have 1 more, I suspect, from Waite, 1 more from D'Oliveira, and then 3 from Taylor, and then possibly a couple from Allison. Might keep D'Oliveira going for a bit longer depending on what happens. Waite taken for a single. Don't suppose. Well, or we might we might see Libby say, well, Shazad, you've bowled well at the death in previous games, but I wouldn't risk it, I don't think. It's gone for 9 and over nearly. You only need 2 more like that, and it could be the difference between chasing 260 and chasing 300. Good from Waite, a Yorker. Good from Rob Jones at mid-wicket, scampering across to make sure they don't get a single. Good from Asa Tribe as well. He's played a very, very good role here. Eddie Byram started off very nicely. Henry Hurl, a splendid innings from the young man. Partnership of 104 for that second wicket, but since then, with the exception of Tribe's calmness, been a little bit manic from the Glamorgan batters. Matthew Waite in his last over, easily the most economical of the Worcestershire bowlers. And another dot from him. Splendid effort from the man they call Pingu.
Why?
For the simple reason that he walks like a penguin.
Right, okay. Yeah, it's quite interesting run, the way he bends over.
He works hard at his run, doesn't he? He uses the arms to good effect, but it works for him. Good bit of fielding by Jake Libby at long off. Keeps them to 2. Slower ball to finish. Picked, driven, good fielding by Brooks. Great spell from Matthew Waite. Just 4 runs coming from that last over. 222 for 5 off 43. And Matthew Waite's figures 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 22.
By some distance, the most economic 10 over spell. Yeah. Most economic 10 over spell by Worcestershire bowler of the season. It's actually the 3rd most economic 10 over spell anywhere in this competition.
God, good knowledge, Clive.
Keep track of these things. Jack White took 1 for 21 for Yorkshire against Warwickshire Scarborough, and Mitchell Clean took 3 for 15 for Durham against Kentic Beckenham, which is normally high scoring. Brett Oliveira bowling to Dan Douthwaite. Just a note, by the way, we have 2 number 88s on the field at the moment. Doesn't happen too often, does it? Dan Douthwaite and Rob Jones both wearing number 8. That's high in the air. Has he got enough on that? I think he has. That's into the crowd. Don't think it's been held in the crowd, but that's a terrific shot from Douthwaite. He's decided maybe it's time to have a go at Brett Oliveira. And they've done pretty well in terms of 6 hitting. Glamorgan today. That's their 6th 6. That'll just be 1. I think he's looking at it. Yeah, it's just 1. Douthwaite. Yes, Henry Hurl hit 3 6s. Kieran Castle, Will Smale, and now Dan Douthwaite adding 1 each. Adversary doesn't quite come off there for Tribe. All on the ground, so no harm done, but no run as Jake Libby's able to field it. Well, he's gone for the big shot, and that's gone for 6 as well, I think. Umpire's just waiting for confirmation. Looked to me as if it landed well over the ropes. Although the crowd, I think some of the crowd are shouting 4, but the fielders are signaling 6, and I think it was.
How can they not know?
Well, it's still a discussion going on. The rope is in a bit from in that corner of the ground. Might be why some of the crowd thought it was a 4, but from our vantage point it seemed to be quite clearly clear the ropes. So it is a 6. So suddenly they're after D'Oliveira here, and he dances down the pitch and hits that for 4, does Ace Tribe. So he's suddenly got going. That might be it for D'Oliveira.
It might.
Having bowled very well up to now, but he's gone for 21 in that over. No, that's not
17.
Right. 17, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
But still.
Equal most expensive over of the innings, I think. It might be the most.
I think it is, yeah. There was a
Yeah.
15 in the 27th over.
Bowling at the Euro, Tom Taylor.
Well, still 6 overs to go.
Yeah, that was a damaging over. Undid a lot of the good work that had been done in the previous few minutes. But it kind of had to happen. And Ace Tribe is now within reach of that 100. It's been a super knock. And he's it just... Well, he'll feel great that he's able to add 10 runs in a couple of deliveries there. And he's on for a very good 100. It's one of those 100s, if he gets it, where you can't really remember many shots, Clive. It's been cleverly accumulating. Good stuff.
Ooh, it could have been tight if it had hit. Might get an over.
Shocking cricket. It was a poor throw from him. It wasn't a great run. They hesitated, and Kashif Ali was onto it quite quickly and then threw off balance miles away from the stumps. Just, well, they got away with it because Rob Jones was backing up and the batters weren't really paying attention. I think they could have got an overthrow. Anyway, Tribe's on strike, 94, facing Taylor. Dot ball. Slower ball picked. Good work again from Lassiter. They'll get 3 though.
Nick Webb's all ready with his camera for Tribe's century. We stick that on social media. Never used to have to do that sort of thing when I first started.
Well, you don't have to do it now. Nice though, especially for the Glamorgan fans that aren't here or aren't perhaps able to follow the stream.
That won't be cool.
Ooh, big hit just clears long off from Douthwaite. They get 2. It's going to be more than 250. It's going to be 300, I reckon, Clive.
Well,
and it's 300, not like it used to be, where you think, goodness me, they've got 300, it's game over. I think 300 is quite chaseable these days. But I'm not sure this is a shirt front, this pitch. I think 275 be enough. Do you know, I remember playing in a game, Clive, a long, long time ago at Harborne Cricket Club, that you may know, which is now a Birmingham League Premier League club, but in those days, sort of Midland Club Championship. Quite a small ground, oddly shaped, and Oh, that's hammered away by Douthwaite. Flat bat for 6. Slower ball from Taylor, and Douthwaite just picked it and just stood there and whacked it all the way over long on. So the acceleration coming just at the right time for Glamorgan.
Well,
this game at Harborne, and it was an all-day game, and somebody went mad in the morning and smashed it, as people rarely did those days, but he did on this occasion. And this team got 300, and they declared in a day game, quite early on for 300. Oh my goodness, that's huge. That's Cripplegate Park bound, that one, over the New Road stand for 6. Massive from Dan Douthwaite. He's put back to ball. Difference between what Douthwaite's done and what Carlson, Smale and Root did is he's just given himself a little bit of time to get in, hasn't he? And just had a look at it for a bit. Pushed a few around. 2 consecutive 6s, massive over. 257 for 5.
Well, 35 off the last 2 overs.
18 off that one.
Yeah, so...
And what I was going to say is about this game at Harborne. It's 300, probably in the 80s sometime, or maybe late 70s. And somebody said, well, that's ruined the game. What an absolute waste of time that is. No way anybody's going to get near that. And they didn't even try. The team that batted second didn't even try. Because you just thought, well, it's impossible, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that was on a small, quick-scoring ground. But these days, of course, times have changed.
Yeah,
and you
absolutely.
get 300 in a league game nowadays regularly. But, yeah, it's just amazing how the game has changed, isn't it?
5 targets of 310 or more have been successfully chased in the season's competition, including Worcestershire against Derbyshire.
Yeah,
But 47 of the last 5 overs, that block to 45. If they repeat that off the last 5, then that would take them beyond
past
300.
And that chase at Repton was on a very small, very quick scoring ground. Well, here we go. Guess who's on?
Yeah.
I think Jake Libby's gone with his sort of gut, really, and thought, well, experience should prevail. He can get the Yorker in, but he can also drop it halfway down.
Really brave captaincy. Let's just run down to third for a single by Tribe. Moves on to 98, was almost saying, carry on, Dan.
Yeah.
Douthwaite on strike.
Perfect from Tribe, really. If they get 300 plus, as I said about an hour ago, if Tribe gets 100 and they get 300, he's played an absolute blinder out there. He's only hit 9-4. 9-4s and a 6.
258 for 5. He's gone for the Yorker, and that has paid off on that occasion. No run.
If you can bowl Yorkers at will, you're absolutely, you're a golden ticket, aren't you, in white ball cricket? But it makes you wonder why you would run up and bowl half trackers.
Another one.
Done it again. Brilliant bowling. And he can do it. And we've seen it, haven't we? In the previous game, bowled really well. 2 for 27 from 8 in the previous game. He's had some really good spells. That one brilliant spell in the Championship at Edgbaston. But just in between that, some rather innocuous spells as well from Khurram Shahzad. Clearly talented.
Did he get a single? So Tribe on strike. He's gone for the short delivery there. That will take Tribe to 99. No chance of getting the second. On to 99. Swept away, but it will be stopped at long off for a single.
That's good bowling. He's gone for the Yorker. He might have slightly overcooked it and produced a very low full toss, but his length in this over, with the one exception, has been good. And well, I don't know. As I say, if you can do it, why don't you do it more often? That's my only observation.
By the way, the 250 came at 270 balls, which means the fifth 50 took just 31 balls. Some distance the quickest 50 of the innings. Nick Webb is poised with his tablet to photograph try 199. He won't get it. Oh, he might have missed field by Cashivalli. Has allowed Tribe to get his third list day century, his second of the season, his first of the season rather. He celebrates that, and he's done it off 114 balls. He's played in a particular way, allowing others to play around him, and
he owes Cashivalli a Diet Coke.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. Did make it
He
slightly
should not
easy
have
for
got
him.
100 with that shot. It went straight to Cashivalli, but was misfielded.
Was nonetheless at this stage of the innings a pretty decent over, just 5 off it. Which improves Shazad's figures a little bit.
Tom Taylor to continue, having gone for 18 off his previous over. That will have hurt him. Had these difficulties at times in the death last year in the T20. Tom Taylor ball very early on in T20s, but was quite expensive at the death. And that's hammered for 4. Got it straight. Wasn't a bad delivery, but Dow's weight, stand and deliver. I beg your pardon, Tribe. He may well play in a different mould now than he did until he got to 3 figures. He smashed it down the ground for 4. And the one thing I would say about Tom Taylor is that, having said that he was expensive at the death, and death bowling was a problem for Worcestershire last year, particularly in the blast, he never shirked it. Always there, ready to give it a go, and always stood up to be counted. Tries for the Yorker here, ends up being a full toss, driven down the ground to Brooks at long on. Single taken. And how a player can come into a side like Taylor did last year and almost within, I mean, he didn't even start the season until late because of an injury. If you remember, he collided with Ben Gibbon in a pre-season friendly and they were both out for weeks. Within about a month of making his first appearance, he had reached the point where he was, if not the first, then probably the second name on the team sheet in any competition. And he has continued in many ways to carry that mantle. Great fielder, very, very reliable bowler. Top wicket taker in Division 1, of course, this season.
Oh.
And a good batter too. But on this occasion, he's let me down because that one absolutely disappears over the longest boundary on the ground and into the car park between the Ladies' Pavilion and the Graham Hick Pavilion. That was huge. Dan Dowswaite doing some real damage here. 37 off 24 balls. That's his 4th 6. And Tom Taylor's figures so good early on, just being dented now. In his 9th, he's gone for 50.
Well, no doubt about it, Worcestershire are going to have to bat very well. So to get a win that, on paper, on current form, they'll be clear favourites to do at the start of the day.
Yeah, they've just, it's been absolutely a curate's egg of a bowling performance, hasn't it, Clive? It's been at times very good. Matthew Waite, outstanding. Brett D'Oliveira's first few overs, outstanding. Great start from Tom Taylor. So in amongst it, there's been some really good performances, but there's also been a bit of carnage, really. We've had 3, 4, 5, 8, 9 6s so far. In fact, that was the 10th. That's the 10th 6. And what looked as though it might be a score that they could keep below 250 now looks like a score where you're probably hoping to keep it below about 320, I would say, not just 300. Good effort from Douthwaite in particular, I think, because he knew what Tribe was going to do and what he had to do, and he just took a few deliveries just to get his eye in, get used to the pace of the pitch, and then launched. That was a big one. Oh, well, that would have been equally as big if he'd have hit it, but he didn't. 273 for 5, but yeah, just going back to Tom Taylor, I mean, as I say, it happens, but you don't often find a player that moves and then becomes almost within a month absolute key man. Man down below us here, Ethan Brooks, has become a very quickly become an absolutely key man at Worcestershire. Played every game this season, more or less. And Douthwaite this time has got it way up in the air and is caught by Kashifali. A good catch in difficult circumstances and a good wicket for Tom Taylor. A good knock by Dan Douthwaite. Licence to kill for whoever comes in now, but the old cliche, and we've already said it today, the only way to stop a charge such as Glamorgan are on at the moment, or the best way to stop it, is to take a wicket, and at least it means that the new man coming in might have to use up 2 or 3 deliveries to just get his eye in, and that can be crucial. But a really good innings from Dan Douthwaite. 37, he's off 25 deliveries and he hit 4 sixes.
Yeah, and after 4 wickets fell for 45, that was a stand of 68 in just 12 overs. So that has put Glamorgan in this position where they are looking
68.
I think
it was only 7 overs actually that they were together. 8 overs.
Sorry, yes, you're right. 8 overs.
39,
Beg your pardon. I'm not doing my mathematics very well. 8 overs indeed.
It was a good effort.
Romano Franco is in now, and he has batted 3 times in this competition, but has yet to record an average because he's been 1 not out, 1 not out, and 0 not out.
Well, they obviously fancy that he can clear the ropes better than Gorvin or Harris or Morris. None of it. Well, Harris is a decent enough batter. I don't know anything about Morris and Gorvin. Franco is off the mark. And keeps the strike. End of Taylor's 9th over.
Beg your pardon, I got the batter wrong there. It's Gorvin, I beg your pardon. It's Andy Gorvin, my mistake.
Well, he gets a run anyway. And he's kept the strike. So Taylor gets his wicket. 1 for 58 off 9. They don't do him justice, I don't think, those figures. I think he's bowled better than that. I really do. But be that as it may. 12 off that over. Is it 12? Oh no, I don't think I did the previous over.
No, I think you're right. I got it as 12, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay, it was 12 off the over. Yeah, 12 off the over. So Taylor won for 58. He's deserved better than that, hasn't he?
Shazad in again to Gorvin, who has got 22 runs in 4. He's about to bat all 4 games that he's played. Not made huge scores. He didn't play against Essex. Back in the side for this one. So Shazad bowled a decent over in his last over from the Diglis there. Now has an opportunity. He's got a lower order batter. He's gone for the bouncer, and it's within range, so it's a dot ball. Remains 274 for 6. pressure to try and get Tribe back on strike, I guess, as he can connect with one. Attempted Yorker ends up being a full toss, and Gorvin is able to collect his second run. Tribe continues good form of late. So the last two matches 43 and 71. Now he's 105 not out. So for a slowish start, he's prospering for Glamorgan. Well, he's going to get runs there. Not sure he knows where the ball's gone. It's gone over the heads of the fielders inside the circle. Around about backle point wide third. It's gone for 4. 109 to Acer Tribe. We've got 16 balls left. 21 required to get to the 300.
Easy.
You would think.
I think Worcester has settled for 300 now. 310 probably.
Just a single that time for Tribe.
I mean, he's seeing it really well now. That's the other thing about Tribe. I mean, he can give himself room like that and get a Yorker at reasonably high pace, and the fact that he's missed the Yorker by just a few centimetres means that Tribe can give himself room and still hammer the drive down the ground. He's not thinking about missing one, he's not thinking about mistiming one at this stage. Not so easy for Gorvin, who's just come in. Doesn't really time that one at all.
7 off the over, which at this stage is, I guess, not too bad. Two overs to go. 281 for 6.
And Tom Taylor to bowl his last one from the New Road end. Elsewhere, Yorkshire 354 for 7 at Scarborough against Durham, ultimately in that innings, and well, lots of runs. Finney being an unbeaten 100, and Cashivalli's got another wicket, and Tom Taylor's got another wicket, and Gorvin's gone.
Yes, well, that might help them keep it below 300 potentially, but Cashivalli taking the catch. Looking at the other scores, good though this score looks like it's going to be for Glamorgan, it's likely to be only the 4th highest score of the first of the 5 games. Only Lancashire 249 for 9 at Liverpool against Warwickshire, but then of course this ground is not necessarily as high scoring. I presume it is it at the county ground at Derby, because I noticed when they played at Repton School it was listed as Derby, which is a bit confusing.
It's at the county ground.
It is at the county ground, so that's a big score there. And Trent Bridge is generally quite a high scoring ground. There we are.
I'm glad for Tom Taylor, because I don't think his figures do him justice really. He's probably deserved a little bit better. Surrey 336 for 4 off 46 against Derby, and as you said, and Lancashire 249 for 9 against Warwickshire at Liverpool.
James Harris next up, only his 3rd match of the competition this season. He's got a 1 and a 6 not out so far. He's off the mark first ball. 10 balls to go. Shy of the 300 mark at the moment. Glamorgan were put in by Worcestershire, so this has been a decent effort from a team that's been struggling in the competition this season. Long on, long off are both back. Let's see. Sweeper that covers that fields that for a single. Dan Latigan is given something of an exhibition of fielding in that position.
Yeah, certainly has.
Right by the cathedral. Well, not right by the cathedral.
Yeah.
It must be the other side of the river.
He's got a good arm, hasn't he? He's been getting them in over the bales from College Green all afternoon. It's only about half a mile. It's actually deceptively far,
yeah,
isn't it?
I know.
From this angle, particularly, I think. Dot ball at this stage, good bowling from Taylor. Really good. Below 300 psychological barrier, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still a loss. I mean, it's just the fact is, it's just a couple of runs if you get 298, say, but it's just psychological.
One more run off the inside of the bat, and it's on to 2. Can he get through this over? Just 3 runs off the first 5 balls. A decent last
be a
ball.
good
Make it a
effort.
great
Yeah.
over. Obviously the wicket helped.
I think Ace of Try will be looking. Well, what will he be looking for? Will he be looking for a boundary, or will he be looking to keep the strike? He'll probably look for a boundary, won't he? And that's why the field is spread as it is.
Oh, he was about to bowl there, where there was one fielder too many outside the circle, and long leg was desperately trying to sprint to get inside the circle, but someone managed to stop the bowler. An unfortunate no ball to concede.
Well bowled. So he finishes with figures of 2 for 61, Tom Taylor, from 10. I think that doesn't really do him justice. He bowled so well at the beginning, didn't he? But 2 for 61, and I reckon half of those came off about 3 overs, didn't they? So well bowled, Tom Taylor. And if Kuram Shazad can just bowl a tidy-ish over here and maybe only go for, I don't know, what do you reckon, 10?
Yeah, well, you take that.
Not be too bad, would it?
There's a sudden rush to the ladies' pavilion as Bradders announces that it's open for tea and cakes.
God, some of those people haven't moved that quickly for years, Clive.
Yeah. Racing up the steps. So it is Tribe on strike on 111. There's a look around him. It was a full toss, tempted Yorker, but just a single. Tribe has have a career best of 115. I wonder whether he's got that in mind. He's now on 112, but he's off strike. Again, Latigan winning applause for his fielding there. It was sort of bouncing awkwardly on this difficult outfield. But he gathered it in cleanly, got the throw in, kept them down to the 1. Batters have a chat. What's the thinking? Get a single and get Tribe on strike, or have a swing at it?
Have a swing, I think, don't you?
I think so.
It depends. I mean, if he well, He's sending long off is in, third man is back, long on is back. I think it's going to be short. Or will he go for the Yorker? Gone for the Yorker and he's played it well. So only a single. Good at this stage. I prefer seeing Shazad go for the Yorkers personally. But he's now got third man up. He's got to go full, hasn't he? Yeah, two men back, long on and long off. He's got to go full. So definitely set the field to go full. It does go
Too
full.
full.
That's too full. Hammered down the ground with a great bit of fielding at long on. Absolutely magnificent piece of fielding at long on by Ethan Brooks. Slide into his left. Not only did he field it and stop it going for four, but he sprang to his feet, threw it in, and had he hit direct, that would have been a run out. Superb work. Superb work. 2 runs scored. 3 balls left in the innings.
Don't think it missed the stumps by very much either.
289 for 7. He's trying for the Yorker every ball, it looks like at the moment, Curran. And he's getting them in fairly regularly. He's in again now, and again he tries for the Yorker, but it's a low full toss. Hammered away on the offside. 2 more runs. Jake Libby reaching above his head, trying to hold on to it, couldn't do so, but managed to save the 4.
That is a career best now for Ace of Tribe. It's a little landmark for him.
2 more. 291 for 7. 2 balls to go. Settle for 295 now, Jake Libby, I think.
6 and a 4 to get to 300.
Tension around the ground, a little bit of hush, a moment of silence. Great shot from Tribe down the ground. Good running though. James Harris knew he was coming up for 2 whatever happened. It was a good delivery from Shazad. To be fair, he's bowled well in this third spell. His second spell was, well, first 2 spells were both profligate, but this spell he's done well. He's basically done it by getting the Yorker in almost every delivery, and he's got to do it one more time. 293 for 7, and given where they were after, well, I don't know, 45 overs, 257 at that stage, and Worcestershire are probably fairly happy with these last few overs. Full toss again, last ball, and it's 4. So they end on 297 for 7, and Khurram Shazad ends with figures of 9 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 76, I think.
Yeah, 40 runs off the last 5 overs, 87 off the last 10. A decent finish from Glamorgan, not a disastrous one, I suppose, from Worcestershire point of view. They're going to have to bat well, aren't they, on this ground, which is not the highest scoring generally. They'll be chasing 298 to win, and Ace of Tribe has batted right through the innings and takes the applause for his career best 122 not out, which in the end was almost a run a ball off 125 balls. Quite rightly takes the applause. Good day for him.
Yeah, so the full scorecard: Byron made 41, Hurl 56, Carlson 15, Smale 7, Root 2, Dowthwaite 37, Gorvin 3, Ace of Tribe not out on 122. Splendid effort from him, career best as Clive said, and James Harris at the end not out on 3. For Worcestershire, certainly the pick of the bowlers was Matthew Waite. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 23. But Tom Taylor, not flattered by the figures of 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 61. Ben Allison took 2, but he was expensive, went for 49. Brett D'Oliveira 2 for 46. Ethan Brooks none for 36 off 5. And Karam Shazad 9 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 76. There were 6 leg byes, 2 no balls and 3 wides. 297 for 7. The Glamorgan total after they were put into bat. Worcestershire won 298 to record a victory, which put them in with a position of real strength going forward towards qualification. Glamorgan will be hoping they can restore a bit of pride, having not won a game yet in this competition, and we'll be back to tell you how it all pans out just before 10 minutes past 3. Until then, from myself, Frank Watson, from Clive Eakin, and from our occasional guest who might pop in again this afternoon, Nick Webb, very good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road. Play about to get underway in the second half of this one-day cup game between Worcestershire and Glamorgan. Worcestershire have been set through 298 to win. Glamorgan 297 for 7. Unbeaten 122 from Asa Tribe, the cornerstone of that innings. And the Worcestershire opening batters Brett D'Oliveira and Dan Latigan are out there about to start the innings, and it is D'Oliveira, the right-hander, on strike. James Harris will open the attack from the Diglis end. I'm Frank Watson. Alongside me is Clive Eakin. Good afternoon, Clive. Who's your money on?
That's a tricky one. I think
It's a tough one to
it might
call,
be a
isn't
sort of
it?
50-50 win, Viz,
Yeah.
from here. It'll be a tie. There's another tie. James Harris, plenty of experience. Solid start from D'Oliveira to start with. I suppose I would just marginally, I don't know, favour Worcestershire, mainly because Glamorgan have found it quite difficult with the ball so far in the competition this season. But as I say, they do have this experience in James Harris, only his third game of the competition this season. 35 years of age now, second spell for the county after a spell at Middlesex.
Yeah, he's a steady Eddie, isn't he, James Harris? I think, and I'll stick my neck out. I think that's too many, and I base that on my observations of this pitch rather than anything else. I think it's helped the bowlers. I think it's done a bit, and I think it's nipped around a little bit. And perhaps,
It's gone.
as Worcestershire lose their first wicket, as Brett D'Oliveira on the walk nicks a very straightforward catch through to the keeper, and Worcestershire are 0 for 1 in the first over. And I just think, as I say, that that score was just a little bit too many, and Worcestershire lose their first wicket. A very, very straightforward dismissal. Nipped through to Will Smale from James Harris, just on the walk, pushing at it. And, well, we often say the worst possible start. It's not quite the worst possible start, because you could lose a wicket to the first ball, but it's not far off it. It's 0 for 1.
Yeah. Worcestershire bowlers at top did get a lot of player misses where they didn't quite get the edge, but there Harris finding the edge, and that puts pressure on Worcestershire. Apparently we're told he was, apparently he's gone out as bowled. Well, I thought it was as well. I had a little nick. Maybe the nick was ball onto the bails.
Must have flicked the top of the off stump and appeared to be a catch. Yeah.
So
The replay in a minute.
perhaps he didn't get the outside edge then.
No. No, I think he was on the walk. No, I think he was on the walk, and it just flicked the top of the off stump. I thought he was caught.
So did I have to
I've
say.
just
Here we go.
received. Oh, here we go. I'll watch the replay now. He's on the walk, and no, he's edged it, hasn't he? Well, I can't even tell from that. Is the bail off? No, he's bowled.
Yeah, both are off. Both of them are off, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, there you go. It looked for all the world like an
Well, it
edge.
might have been bowled and caught behind.
No, I don't think. I think if he'd have edged it, it would have probably missed the stumps. Anyway, good start for James Harris. I've just got to nip away and check on. We're going to have some guests, I think. I've got to check on it.
Cashy Valley, the new batter in, and Worcestershire with it all to do. The match not quite a must-win game for them. There's still have 2 left. If they win the remaining 2, they would be all right. But it would certainly put a bit of pressure on them ahead of those 2 games, having started this competition so well, tying the first match and winning the next 3. But trying to avoid a second consecutive defeat. There's the first run. York left delivery from Harris, well dug out by Kashif Ali. Nottingham should be chasing 344 to beat Gloucestershire. That affects them. This group. Sorry, setting a huge target for Derbyshire. And again, a Surrey win would probably suit Worcestershire in as far as Derbyshire could, if they'd won the game, get themselves somewhere in contention. So young Dan Latigan, who fielded so well, he's on strike for the first time in this match. But a very good first over from James Harris, 1 run off at 1 wicket.
Celebrating their 38th wedding anniversary with us today. That's Smith.
So one for one at the end of the first over are Worcestershire chasing 298 to win. And we're going to see Andy Gorvin, who's bowled in all 4 of the previous matches he's played this competition. He's gone for 205 in 27.4 overs. A little expensive, but that's a good first ball. Against Kashif, who plays and misses. He missed the carnage against Essex, didn't play in that game. But, took a bit of tap in the first couple of games, went for 75 against Hampshire off 10 overs and then 31 off 3 against Surrey. And that one is another dot ball. Glamorgan keeping a grip on Worcestershire early on here.
I'm back, Clive, sorry.
Good.
Yeah, we're going to have a couple of Worcestershire's community heroes who have been featured on the club website at various times during the year, just coming in for 5 minutes this afternoon to have a little chat with us. And we'll explain how they've got involved in the community here in Worcester and how the club likes to work alongside them.
Good accurate bowling. Just the 1 run so far. Worcestershire may feel they have to lose that early wicket. They need to see off this with these new balls. Keep wickets in hand. That's what Glamorgan did so effectively. Wasn't until the 30th over that the second wicket fell, the Glamorgan innings.
Yeah, well, we were just, as that wicket fell, discussing, weren't we, whether we thought it was a winning score, and I just feel there's a bit in this pitch if you bowl in the right areas. I know that Glamorgan feel that they haven't particularly bowled in the right areas in most of the games so far, but just a little bit in this, and that early wicket puts Worcestershire on the back foot.
And a maiden in the second over. Worcestershire bowled 2 maidens, both bowled by Matthew Waite. Just 1 run off the first 2 overs of the innings and a wicket as well. Glamorgan actually took 13 runs off the second over.
They did. So a good start, and the youngster Latigan on strike. Pushes out on the offside. Made a good start to his Worcestershire career. Latigan played in the game up at Repton School a week ago today, and made a useful 40 odd not out, I think.
Yeah, 42 not out. I got that there.
Including one very big 6, which he hammered over mid wicket quite early on in his innings. I'm searching frantically for the scorecard in my book and I can't find it, and I realise the reason is because I wasn't working that day. I was just sat there enjoying the cricket. So I've got it in my stats. Big swing and a miss from Latigan at this one.
Oh, 15 balls into this innings and they've only got 1 run. Plenty of time, of course, in a 50 over game, but it's a difficult start.
Answer to my quiz. About time I said I'd give it early in this innings, and I said, what was the link between, I said, former Glamorgan seam bowler and captain Ozzie Wheatley and former Worcestershire opening batsman Anurag Singh, and I could have added, and myself. The link is King Edward's School, Birmingham, which is where both Singh and Wheatley were educated. They both went to Cambridge as well, though different colleges, I think, as this one left alone outside the off stump. But yeah, Ozzie Wheatley, Anurag Singh both went to King Edward School, Birmingham, as did A.C. Smith, also quite a famous Warwickshire captain of the past. Various other county cricketers over the years, but those two, a link between these two counties, that's what I was seeking this morning. So if you wonder what the answer was, that was the answer, the King Edward School, Birmingham education.
A second maiden in a row bowled by Glamorgan.
It feels a bit like that, the start to the innings against Gloucestershire.
Yeah. Galvin to continue.
Funny how a tempo can be set, can't it?
Yeah. Yet another dot ball. Hails from Hampshire and Drugorvan, where he started his career.
Well, they're bowling very straight
Yeah.
at the moment, I think. That's the my overriding impression of this early spell.
Yeah, good accuracy again. It's defended away by Kashif Ali, who has got a century in the competition this season. Scored this in the first game against Notts and then 80 in the second game against Essex.
This is the right way to bowl at Kashif though early on, you know. He doesn't like to be tied down. He likes to keep things ticking. And it's good accurate bowling.
That's a wide, which is a swish at. It's the second run of the Worcestershire innings. Worcestershire bowled 3 wides plus 1 no ball, which of course counts for 2. Not too bad in the extras column. A little bit of bounce there for Gorman. Played down into the ground by Kashif. Comes down the pitch to do a bit of prodding.
Ooh, well bowled. Well bowled indeed. Lovely shot.
Hint of irony in some of the cheers from the crowd. First boundary of the Worcestershire innings, but a good shot.
It was a beautiful shot from Kashif Ali. On his toes, high left elbow on the back foot, punched away. It's a Jake Libby shot. They found the gap between cover and cover point. It's expertly executed and a thing of beauty. A thing of beauty, regardless of anything else in the game. Target, score, whatever it is. Just a lovely cricket shot. So Brett Dolliver, the man out for naught. The wicket taker James Harris coming in now to bowl to Latigan. Who also plays a beautiful shot, but fortunately for him, straight at Kieran Carlson in the covers. Big man Dan Latigan, left-hander, tall, what, 6'2", 6'3", I should think. Only his second game. Watchful in defence. Glamorgan earlier today, 297 for 7. Unbeaten 100 from Asa Tribe. 56 from Henry Hurl. 41 from Eddie Byram. 37 Dan Douthwaite. 2 wickets each for Taylor, Allison and D'Oliveira. Another good shot from Latigan, but no runs. Diving stop at backward point by Eddie Byram. So 2 good shots in this over from Latigan, but he's still not off the mark. He's faced 10 deliveries. Just doing a little bit of dancing. Keep his feet moving out there. Worcestershire struggling at the moment in this power play. 6 for 1 after 4. Glamorgan were 23 without loss. And Harris bang on target again here. Glamorgan can't do anything with that.
Yeah. Test this young player's temperament as to whether he gets frustrated or whether he's happy to play himself in. Oh, he's gone for the big shot there. It's in the air, but it's through mid-on and through for 4 runs. Billy Root was quite wide. Did dive to try and get there, but couldn't do so. So Latigan off the mark. With a slightly streaky shot, perhaps.
Yeah, not convincing. James Harris won't be too disturbed.
Shouts to catch it, but he didn't hit it. It's no ball. Good job, we didn't hit it from James Harris's point of view. That would have been a bit of a sickness, so it will be a free hit. Now, Worcestershire bowled one of those.
I wonder if he did hit it, you know.
No ball.
He started to ward, didn't he? Or did he? I don't know.
There was a shout to catch it, but
No, I'm not sure
I
he
think
did.
he did.
No ball was early, the no ball call. Although James Harris looked pretty fed up.
Yeah. So a free hit for Latigan now. Glamorgan didn't really take advantage of their free hit. They got a single off it, having previously got a wide. Oh, he's bowled a bouncer, and it's Hoyt out, and he's got a six.
Top edge.
Well, that's a way to punish a free hit. There was a fielder out there, but of course that didn't matter. Wouldn't have mattered if he'd been caught. That's what happens. He clearly. Well, that's the first double figure over of the innings for Worcestershire. 18 for 1.
Yeah. Suddenly, it doesn't look so bad. 18 for 1 as opposed to 24 without loss. But Dan Latigan, well, as you say, that's the way to deal with a free hit. It was a top edge. He wasn't in control of it really, but he knew that he could go for it. He's a big man, fast hands, and it was banged in short. Not sure it's the best ball to bowl on a free hit.
Yeah.
So will that change the mood a little bit out there? That's what you hope, isn't it, from a Worcestershire point of view, that just changes the momentum. You lose an early wicket, couple of maidens, just 1 run from the first 3 overs, but then that lovely back foot drive from Kashif and Latigan's fortunate first boundary and then the free hit have put Worcestershire back on track a little bit, almost further back on track, with a lovely straight drive here from Kashif, but good fielding by Gorvin off his own bowling.
There were 12 double figure overs during the Glamorgan innings, including an 18 and a 17, which were in consecutive overs. There was a 15 and a 14 in there as well.
44th and the 45th overs yielding 35 runs. The wheels came off just a little bit. Good from Gorvin though. There was a lot of doom and gloom amongst Glamorgan followers before this game, and particularly saying, oh, you know, our bowling's been terrible and we'll never protect a score and that kind of thing. But they've made a super start, really, these two, Harris and Gorvin. Nagging accuracy, basically. Slower ball, might just have run his fingers over that one, I think, but Kashif waited for it, just nurdled it round the corner for a single. Latigan, I don't think has faced Gorvin yet, has he? Or maybe one. He's checking his guard anyway.
Yeah, I can't remember whether he has. It's a dot ball to mid-on. Nice cut from Latigan, but it will be stopped. In fact, he stumbles on the turn there, only able to get one run. Billy Root doing the fielding. So just 2 off the over. 20 for 1 off 6, with 298 being the target.
Yeah, good over. He's been very tidy, Gorvin. Very straight indeed.
James Harris continuing from the Diglas end. That's got through.
That's a nice shot, isn't it? That's his best shot yet, really. Beats the 6 off the free hit, because that was a bit of a wahoo. First boundary was a slightly mistimed, but that was nicely played. He let the ball come, played it quite late, and found the gap on the offside. And mostly, anything that's been hit with any reasonable firmness through the inner ring has gone all the way, especially in this power play. Just the 2 men on the boundary, third man and deep square leg. Who has just been moved back for Latigan, so there is the possibility that Harris is going to bang one in and see if he can induce a top edge, as he did with that bouncer off the free hit, because they won't know a great deal about Latigan. They may well have played against a few of them in second team cricket, but not been around that long. And he lets that one go. He's on a 3-year deal, Latigan. He'll be an overseas player next season. Thereafter he will qualify as a UK resident. That's a good one, beats him. Not gathered cleanly by Smale.
Seems to have hurt his hand in the
Pulls
process.
off a glove, and it does hurt if you get one on the end of the finger and you don't take it cleanly, and that's what happened there. Tall for a keeper, Smale, but there are quite a few tall keepers around now. Jamie Smith probably most obvious of them. Gives them a good reach, wingspan as some people call it. Means they can cover a lot of ground. Henry Cullen is a more traditional size for a keeper, isn't he? And there was a time when most keepers were of Henry's build, sort of short and nimble and mobile, but not so much the case these days. well, I thought Henry Cullen. 3 catches, no byes in the Glamorgan innings. And Glamorgan gets another run here. There's an athletic half stop by Carlson in the covers. He'll keep the strike.
Somebody in the crowd felt there should have been a second run there. Should have come on, but I don't think there was. Well, got 5 off the over. Important they've not let the first wicket going down so early result in another one going quickly. In terms of runs per over, it's not that onerous a target, but whether they can get them out losing wickets is key. Garvin to continue.
Oh, that's beautiful. Only a single, but effortless timing.
Had to get on to 16 or 17 already, rather, of 23 balls, and I don't think he scored anything off his first 10, so obviously the 6 off the free hit helps.
He's an attractive player to watch, I think.
If the helmet
First
been brought on,
impressions.
wicketkeeper's going to stand up to Kashif at least. Nearly turned around to mid-wicket there. Ball was in the air for a short while. Once in the air, shouts of catch. It'll be short of third, so you're not where Kashif Ali intended to play it. Maybe just getting a bit frustrated. That was his 7th run of 20 balls.
Yeah, he doesn't like, as I say, to be tied down, Kashif Ali. It wasn't a desperate, reckless shot, but it was slightly ambitious. That's a good signal. That's all they need to do. Keep it ticking over at this stage. Got to get a base, haven't you, if you're going to get this score? Cannot be 4 down for 100.
No.
You've got to get 100. Only be, say, 2 down after 20 overs or something like that. You've got a really good chance.
How did he
Keeper's
edge that?
standing up now. No, I don't think he hit it. Smale didn't gather it cleanly. Asking for a helmet now, Gorvin. Going to have a short leg in, I think.
I wonder if that hit him on the helmet. Actually, he's having a look at the helmet. And it looks like
You're right. Maybe it's bounced up. That's
Yeah.
what happened. Bounced up off the glove. Hit the keeper on the helmet. We're not very observant, are we, today? Just have a look at it again. He might have edged it. It might have been a glove. It's gone into the body of Smale. It's bounced up off his gloves and hit his helmet. And protocols being what they are, we have to have a look at the helmet. I kept wicket for my entire career, or nearly all of it. Clive never kept in a helmet, never.
Oh.
They were just coming in towards the end. I did get hit once by a bail, quite nastily, just near the eye. Never actually got hit. Did broke a nose when I got hit by the ball standing up, but never kept in a helmet. Would have found it, I think, quite tricky at first, but I suppose keepers these days, they always wear a helmet when standing up, so they just get used to it.
So Craig Keithwaiter had a nasty injury, wasn't it, when he was hit by a
Did,
bale?
yeah, he did. That's right.
Somerset. Well, while we're having this break elsewhere, the games in this group, and although it may not matter too much, it would probably suit Worcestershire best if Surrey beat Derbyshire. Certainly Surrey have set a huge target, making 388 for 4. Derbyshire not too bad start, 40 for 1 up to 6. And I think it would certainly help Worcestershire if Gloucestershire beat Nottinghamshire, and so far so good from that point of view. Gloucestershire 343 for 7, Notts already 25 for 2 in the 6th. Warwickshire chasing 250 to beat Lancashire. Made a brisk start but have lost wickets, 106 for 3 in the 16th. And Durham 32 for 4, chasing 355 to beat Yorkshire at Scarborough.
And in that game at the Oval, Pat Brown, formerly of Worcestershire,
yes.
who was at one time a white ball specialist, and well, still is to some extent, certainly T20, but 10 overs, none for 114.
Ouch.
That is extraordinary, isn't it?
Yeah. That's the most expensive figures of the season, anybody. Good news for Nathan Barnard, who went for 2 for 112.
I knew you'd know.
Again,
I knew you'd know. End of the over. 28 for 1. Worcestershire off 8. And a similar time, Glamorgan were 37 without loss. But the important thing for Worcester is that having lost the wicket in that first over, they haven't lost any more.
Absolutely. James Harris to continue. That's good. Clearly likes just to hop about a bit while he's waiting. Keep himself loosened up. Twirls his bat a few times as he looks round at the field. He has one slip up against him. Only 2 fielders allowed in the boundary, of course. In the power play, they are currently at third and at wide long leg.
Good from Harris. His length's been good, isn't it, most of the time. Got driven once. Bowled a long hop, well, bouncer / long hop for the free hit, but other than that, the only boundary was a miss-hit pull. He's been pretty tidy, I think. 1 for 18 in his 5th.
Sprightly 35-year-old.
Yeah, excellent. Chairman of the PCA now, I think, isn't he?
Yeah. He's had a good career, hasn't he? Even though it didn't quite reach the heights that it looked like it might do at one point when he was being touted for England. If you're still playing professional county cricket 20 years after your first contract, which you signed as a 15-year-old, then that's not too bad.
No, he's looked after himself, hasn't he? I think he's had 1 or 2 injuries, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But generally speaking, great servant to the game. And a great, obviously, somebody who becomes PCA chair is held in high esteem by his fellow professionals. None of which will mean anything to Dan Latigan in his first few months as a professional cricketer. And being made to work hard. Bit of width, throws the hands at it, doesn't make contact. leading accuracy.
And that's his second maiden. And Glamorgan's third. So, difficult power play for Worcestershire. 298 the target. They still need 270 more. With 41 overs to go. Last over of the power play. And it will be Barbara Garvin, so no change so far. Morgan bowling. They got through the power play with 2 bowlers. Here's one slip. Kashif watchful there. Worcestershire needing the win to remain on course. Be involved in the knockout stages, because if they lose they won't be out of it by any means, but they really could do with the win. Glamorgan is, I suppose, playing for pride, as they say. And that is just short of mid-off. James. Yeah, James Harris running in, couldn't quite reach it. That's uppish as well, not quite as much. Enough to induce some oohs and ahs from the Glamorgan field. It's 10 dot balls in a row now. In fact, 11 dot balls in a row. And that comes to an end fairly stylishly. Again in the air, but placed well from Kashif, his second
Bit of
boundary.
room, doesn't miss out. The thing is, you know, it's easy to sit here and be critical and say Kashif doesn't like to be bowled at, and then he makes a mistake and you say he's chased it, but he's got to try and disturb Garvin, as you say, 15 dot balls on the trot or whatever. You've got to try and put a bit of pressure back on the bowlers. Just given a bit of width, he was able to do it on that occasion. And that's the effect. The next one is in the slot, and he just bottom hands it, really picks it up over mid-wicket. So Garvin, having been incredibly economical, has gone for 10 in 2 balls. Now this is where I would say Kashif needs to just stay right. Enough. Done enough. Do not go and throw it away. Having taken 10 off 2 balls, there's no need for any more heroics this over. Digs that one out. So, big over that for Worcestershire, and they needed it at the end of the power play. 38 for 1. Glamorgan were 56 for 1.
Yeah, second double figure over, but so they've lost the power play, which is on past form this season. Good news for Worcestershire, because in all 4 of their full 50 over matches, the team with the most number of runs in the power play have gone on to lose the game.
Which just goes to show, doesn't matter.
Exactly. Well, the most striking one perhaps is at Chelmsford, where Essex scored 68 without loss compared to Worcestershire's 33 without loss in the power play. But Worcestershire ran out winners. Squeeze that one through Latigan as James House continues after the power play, and that's gone for 4.
Yeah, he didn't middle it, did he? I don't think he middled it. It was thickish inside edge, or thickish inside half of the bat, but big man. Bat coming down from a long way up. Well, maybe I've done him an injustice. It's a very good shot anyway. And it picks him up a boundary. He's into the 20s.
Quite squeeze that one through.
Covered well, haven't they, really, these two?
Yeah.
Could have been. What you don't want to do if you lose a wicket in the first over is be 3 down in the first 10 or something. Just settle the ship. That's the thing about 50 overs, isn't it? We've said it repeatedly. There's time to rebuild. There's time to adjust when things go wrong.
In the air, safe. So easy to calculate the partnership in this partnership since they came together on naught. They've added 46 now. Some bold shots from Daniel Latigan.
Not very impressed with that one, James Harris, I don't think. It's actually a good shot, I think. It was in the slot, wasn't it? Just sort of big, strong boy. As long as he misses the fielder. It was in the air, but it was a good shot. Good response from James Harris. It's a big man, Dan Latigan, so the margin for error in terms of length is not quite so manageable for a bowler because he's quick onto the short ball, but he's got a big reach, so you don't have to over pitch by much for it to be in his arc. But that one bang on from Harris, pushed out on the offside. Good over though for Worcestershire. 8 runs coming from it. 46 for 1 at the end of 11.
Yeah, so 18 off the last 2 overs. And the first bowling change.
Dan Douthwaite, is it?
Is it Kieran Carlson? Oh, it is Dan Douthwaite. He's he took a bit of stick at Essex, so he went none for 75 off 8 overs. He has been pretty expensive in this competition. Did well with the bat though for Glamorgan, so he's probably feeling pretty good.
Yeah. There's what I would call a bouncy approach. Dan Douthwaite.
Yeah, signalled wide that one.
Sort of, it is a kind of springy, bouncy approach, isn't it? He doesn't get into sort of full sprint mode at any point really. Just sort of bounces up to the crease, and then there's a lot of shoulder in that action.
Oh,
And that's a good one. A little bit of away movement from Kashif. Yeah, it's always fascinating watching different bowlers and their approaches. We were talking about Matthew Waite before. As we see Romano Franco loosening up as well at mid-on. Nice shot from Kashif, but well stopped by Carlson in the covers. Gets a little bit of a way shape with his action, Dan Douthwaite to start with. Bit of buzz about Glamorgan out there as they sense the importance of these next few overs. Just short of a length, and Kashif defends off the back foot.
Who made that? Who made that?
So D'Oliveira, the man out without scoring earlier today. Glamorgan 297 for 7 in their 50 overs. 2 wickets each for Taylor, Allison and D'Oliveira. And an unbeaten 122 from Aza Tribe. Let's wait to Kashif. Over pitched on leg stump, clipped away for a single down to deep backward square. Fielded there by Gorvin.
I feel Jake Libby could be very important in this run chase for Worcestershire. His first failure in that game against Gloucestershire. The last match up to then, he had a 32, and the others were all, well, they were 112 not out, 79 and 69. So runs in the competition could be key in this run chase.
Yeah, I think he felt he was a bit hard done to
Yeah.
in that game. He's had a very good record in this competition for Worcestershire, not just this season. You know, I wear these headphones week in, week out. Some days they just feel tight. It's one of those days today. I don't know why it is. My head has grown. That's nicely timed. Good over though from Douthwaite, very tidy indeed.
Yes, just the 3 off it. One of those was the wide off the first ball. And we are going to see Romano Franco bowl, and he was much maligned bowling performance against Essex. He was the bright spot in that he didn't take any wickets, but he only went for 43 runs in 10 overs, which, given Essex made 370 plus, sounds as a pretty decent effort.
Well, I've not seen him before. Always interested to see new young bowler.
Didn't have the happiest of times against Surrey, where he bowled just 1 over for 21, but last 2 matches not bad. 1 for 51 off 10 against Notts, so just going for about 9 over, which in the modern game, no, sorry, what we're talking about, going for 4.5 and over in the last 2 matches, which represents a pretty decent effort. So let's see what he can do here. No respect from David. There is a fielder out there that's going to go over his head. That was a risky shot, because Billy Root was right out there on the long on boundary, and Daniel Latigan was not remotely interested in having a look at Romano Franco. After his first ball for 6, I'll put a bit of pressure on the young bowler.
Well, I've just done a very, very quick check on Romano Franco. And he's a Scouser, believe it or not. Not a particularly a name you might associate with Liverpool. Went to King's School Chester, and presumably has learned his cricket up in the northwest. Dan Douthwaite. I beg your pardon, Dan Latigan.
Yeah.
Just getting stuck into him right from the outset. Yeah, Howden Park in North Wales, so sort of Chester, Liverpool area, picked up for this competition, and nice easy action, quite a straight approach.
Latigan may well have seen him this season, because I'm just checking.
May have done.
They played in a second 11 T20 match at Ombersley And Latigan scored 95 off 48 balls in that match. Franco bowled 3 overs. So he might have learnt a bit about him then.
So he's not really a Scouse, he's North Walian, but born in Liverpool anyway. And nice shape, I think, actually, to his left arm spin. Oh, Nick Webb's written a piece about him. Here we are. 3 years ago, Romano Franco was an aspiring wicket-keeper batter. Now the 18-year-old bowling left-arm spin for Glamorgan.
Eight off that over, mainly because of the 6. 50, by the way, coming in. Taking into account the no ball, 74 balls. First 50 for Glamorgan took just 57 balls. Both teams had lost 1 wicket in that time.
Dan Douthwaite to carry on. Oh, beautiful shot from Kashif. Only 1 run, but just lovely to watch.
Seem to be in a bit of a rhythm, these two now.
Shh.
So I don't believe in commentary curse. Commentators curse. I do try to persuade people that nothing I say in the commentary box affects what goes on out there. But some people refuse to believe it. That'll be 1 run.
I believe you, Clive, but I can also think of at least 25 occasions in my commentary career where something following something I've just said is directly relatable. Jamie Smith, what a beautiful batsman he is to watch. Middle stump uprooted.
Well, the one that
No, you're absolutely right.
the one that I got into trouble with, but I defended myself resolutely, was I was commentating on a football match, actually, with Dean Stadium between Brighton and Coventry. And I said, well, Brighton got a free kick. I says, well, they shouldn't score from here. And of course they did, but I maintain, well, they shouldn't have.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah.
Well, I did get a bit of stick for that.
I suppose if you do as many games as you've done, Clive, there's bound to be an
exactly.
occasion where you say,
Yeah.
he'll never save this penalty, or something like that. But no, it is extraordinary how often you do it, though, isn't it? Where you say how well somebody's fielding and then they let one through the legs the next ball or something. But there we go. You're absolutely right. It makes no difference to what happens out there, what we say. None whatsoever. Ooh, well there you go. The odd one that has just held up in the surface, and I get the impression that was one of those. Kashif on the back foot, just hit the bat really rather than anything else, and lobbed up on the offside, and could easily have gone to hand, but didn't. He gets away with it, but he didn't really know a lot about it. Yorker from Douthwaite, who started well here. That was a good over. Just 2 runs coming from it. 59 for 1 off 14. They need to just pick the score rate up a little bit.
Yeah, so scoring at one end, but Douthwaite's keeping them quiet at the other. Keep an eye on the required rate. It has crept over 6.5 and over now, which in the modern games not to be too frightened of, but we're still a long way out. Franco.
Romano Franco. It's a great name,
Isn't it? Will Latigan go after him again? Very respectful of the first ball. Oh, goodness me. He's going to get 4 for that reverse sweep slog. Which I don't think he quite timed, but the crowd enjoyed it.
Yeah, he got enough on it, didn't he?
Yeah. Probably pulled it around a bit more than he intended, but moves swiftly. He's not letting the young spin bowler settle. It comes down to the pitch to them there. You only get 1. He doesn't look short of confidence down Latigan, does he?
No, oddly, I said exactly that at Repton when he came in and smashed a 6 very early on in his innings and just, was still there at the end as the team got home. And I mentioned it later that he looked a confident young man, only to be told by whoever was at the other end.
Well, it's going to be all right. It'll be 1 run.
That he was actually very, very nervous and had to be calmed down on countless occasions by the player at the other end. But there we go. Appearances can be deceptive. Sound. But yeah, he looks good, doesn't he? He goes far as to say, famous last words. Doesn't matter what we say, Clive, etc. He goes far as to say, I would be surprised if we don't see quite a lot of him in the next few years.
Yeah.
I think he looks the sort of player that could cement a place in the side. He's going to be overseas, as I say, for 1 year next year, but he does look the sort of player that will become an accomplished professional cricketer. His fielding was outstanding today, and so far in terms of his batting, the innings that we've seen, he's reached 40 twice, and although he's had a little bit of luck a couple of times today, he's also played some very impressive shots indeed. But as you say, it's his demeanour and his temperament at the crease that probably are as striking as anything in one so young.
27 runs in that last 5 over block. Still not up the required rate, but that's more than that. Both the first 2 blocks of 5. And there'll be runs there. That's pulled nicely by Latigan. Again, there's a field on the mid-wicket boundary, but he pulled it well clear of him. And that's
dismissive, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a long hop from Dan Douthwaite. He's not quick enough to bowl that length, but it was absolutely smashed.
So it beats Latigan's not out score against Derbyshire. Oh, overcompensates there, going for the Yorker, and it's gone for 4-leg by. He's quite lucky to hit the pads, really. Could have been
It's a big
wise,
toss, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah. So Latigan misses out, but Worcestershire don't.
No, and the comparison's getting closer and closer now.
That must have been fairly
After
close.
16 overs, they were 75 for 1, Glamorgan. And Worcestershire are 74 for 1.
Must have been close to being a no ball for height, just below waist height, I think. No run there.
So it's neck and neck, isn't it? Duckworth Lewis is 75, look. And Worcestershire is
that's a good
74. So there you go, it's absolutely neck and neck as Nick Webb comes in to give Clive a brief spell. And then hopefully to do the same shortly, although we might be visited by one of our community heroes, I think, at some point. We'll have to wait and see. Down the leg side from Douthwaite, wide signalled by umpire Lungley. So there we are. Good afternoon, Nick.
Good afternoon. Clive appears in some doubt as to whether he qualifies as a community hero.
Well, you are, obviously. 75 for one place, 75 for one after 16. It's almost neck and neck. And I must say, I did say at the beginning I thought it was a pretty tricky one to call. But Duckworth Lewis says 75, the total says 75. So it's on an even keel. Worcestershire lost a wicket in the first over. Brett Dolliver bowled by a good one from James Harris. Harris bowled really nicely early on. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26. Gorvin was very tidy. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20. It's been nip and tuck all the way. Dowthwaite bangs this one in short, and Latigan on him a bit quicker than the one earlier in the over. Pulls it away in the air on the leg side for a single. Goes to 46. Not bad. 2 innings so far in this competition for Latigan, both unbeaten in the 40s. For the young man who's making his way in the game, just signed a contract, 3-year contract. He'll be an overseas for 1 year next year, and then he will qualify as a homegrown player. Dowthwaite down the leg side to Kashif Ali, another wide, signalled by umpire Lungley.
Presumably, if he's qualifying as he's still classed as an overseas next season, then
1 more season, yeah.
that
That's right.
might limit his first team chances if there are
It might. On the
two
other hand, depending
sort of
how well he's
senior
going,
overseas at any given point.
yeah, depending on how well he's going, it might mean that it frees up some money, I suppose. That's one way of looking at it. As Dowthwaite is over the wicket to Kashif, short, pulled away on the leg side just for a single. Out there to Gorvin on the boundary, and that is the end of the over. So Kashif will keep the strike, and Worcestershire go to 78 for 1 at the end of that over. So they are ahead slightly on the comparison. Glamorgan was 75 for 1 at the end of 16, and 8 runs came from 10 runs. No, hang on, 12 runs came from that over. So yeah, it probably does, but it's a nice problem to have, shall we say? Oh,
That's a brilliant
wicket! Great catch.
Kieran Carlson at cover, getting the wicket for the youngster Romano Franco, and boy did Glamorgan need that.
Well, that was a brilliant catch from Carlson. It was a loose shot, actually, from Kashif Ali, because it wasn't a great delivery from Romano Franco. It was a little bit short, and he went on the back foot, but it perhaps didn't come on quite as much as Kashif hoped, and he's looking to hit it off the back foot, just completely mishit it. But nonetheless, Kieran Carlson had a lot to do, had to jump up above his head, leaping one-handed, and picks up the catch. The dangerous Kashif Ali goes and got in, made 22, unable to go on, and Worcestershire lose their second wicket after a partnership of 78 for that wicket, with the score on 78. Great catch.
2 4s and 1 6 for Kashif Ali, and what a way for Romano Franco to get his first wicket of the match. The 18-year-old got a contract fresh off the back of his A-levels.
Yeah, I was just reading your piece about him. He was a wicket-keeper batter, wasn't he?
Yeah. He wanted to be Jos Buttler when he went south to Cardiff, but they turned him into a left-arm spinner, having seen him wheel away in the nets.
He reminds me a tiny bit, and I'll try and explain why, of Mitchell Santner. Santner I always used to jokingly call the one-arm bowler, because he drops his front arm so early in his delivery that it is a one-arm action, really. But the similarity that I see with Franco and Santner is not the front arm, but the body, the amount of body that goes into the action as he comes in now, and is very Santner-esque, I think. Whether it's just me or not, I don't know. But Santner absolutely extraordinary in terms of the way the front arm drops very early. Not so with Franco, but what happens afterwards appears quite similar to me. And he's, not surprisingly, buoyed by that wicket. His first 2 deliveries to the new man Libby have been bang on.
Yes, he's economical at Chelmsford without taking a wicket. 0 for 43 in his 10 when Glamorgan were under fire. But that was only his second wicket in first team cricket. Got 1 in the Notts match. Slightly traumatic experience at the Oval, bowling in a Duckworth-Lewis slogathon at the end.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! We have a run out. Absolute carnage out there. And Worcestershire have absolutely thrown a wicket away. And it's Dan Latigan playing so well on 46. A complete mix-up as Libby jogged away looking for all the world as though he was going for a single, and then stopped when he saw the ball was fielded. Latigan, having seen Libby come in for the run, had set off absolute breakneck pace. You see he is running properly, only to see that Libby wasn't going anywhere. Absolute waste of a wicket, and Worcestershire, in the space of just 5 deliveries, have lost 2 wickets. One to a not particularly good delivery, and the other one to a nonsensical run out. And Latigan's gone for 46.
Well, I think he's been rather skewered by his skipper there, hasn't he?
Looks like it, doesn't it?
It appeared as though Libby was advancing. He came about a third of the way down the wicket. Latigan was virtually level with him. Had to try and scramble back. It wasn't a particularly clean piece of fielding by Eddie Byram. I mean, it's a difficult stop. He made a scrambled stop, ended up on all 4s, and then had to turn and lob the ball underarm back to the bowler. But Latigan was so far committed that he didn't make it even with the dive.
What we don't know, I suppose, Webby, is the calling that was out there. Libby hit it and he jogged, but it was the kind of jog that suggests, well, you know, it's a weight situation. But Latigan had obviously read the body language and set off. Absolutely set off. Last ball of the over is a bit short from Franco, and Libby cuts it down to third man for his first boundary. So 2 new batsmen at the crease. Ethan Brooks, Rob Jones, who's been in horrible form for most of the season in senior cricket, got quite a few runs in second team, joins Jake Libby, and Worcestershire, having really got themselves into a good position at 78 for 1, have got to start all over again. 82 for 3 at the end of the 17th.
Yeah, well, it's about wickets for Glamorgan. You had the feeling that if Worcestershire batted out the 50 overs, they'd win it. But they've just lost a couple in very quick succession there, the Rapids. And Glamorgan, having wondered where wickets were coming from, well, Franco got 1, and Worcestershire handed them the next as Dowthwaite tries to add to Worcestershire's problems. And nearly did so.
Yeah, Rob Jones, the new man. As I say, he's been struggling for form. He's got a couple of hundreds in the second team, but every time he's come into the first team, really, Jones, he's struggled to make much of an impression, and it's been a tough season for him, I think, in terms of keeping it together. We've got 150 in the championship against Essex.
Dowthwaite's overstepped there, and Worcestershire
free hit.
Will get the free hit. Glamorgan still keeping the slip in. Ace of Tribe is in at slip, but of course that is of little import when you've got a free hit and you can't change the field. Chance for Jones to get himself going, and that's a wide. He'll have another chance.
Second time today we've seen that. Tom Taylor did the same, didn't he, earlier on?
Yeah, Douthwaite, having missed the first couple of games in this competition, has not been at his most potent. He was a really key part of this one-day side last year.
Oh, Jones does well to reach a wide full toss and slice it for 4. Yeah, I was trying to think who Dan Douthwaite reminds me of. I'm always doing this, so I just did it with Franco. It's the run-up, and he's the player I'm going to compare him with is a left armour, but it's David Willey, isn't it? He's got that same sort of bounding, easy sort of loping run-up.
Yes, there's a lot in the body action.
And then it's all in the shoulder, isn't it? As he turns Rob Jones round with that little bit of away movement, and he squirts an outside edge along the ground.
Yeah, as you say, there's not a huge amount of pace in the approach, and then
it's all
a whirl of the
shoulder.
arms.
Yeah.
It's quite, I would imagine, a strenuous action on
definitely.
the body. So he's picked up a couple of
Yeah.
pec strains and the like here and there.
Yeah. Oh, that's a beauty. He does get that shape away from the right-handers, though, Dan Douthwaite, quite regularly. And Rob Jones was feeling for that one outside the off stump.
Yeah, he's just had the 2 wickets in the 4 innings in which he's bowled before now. Dan Douthwaite, a little bit wayward at times, but always liable of weighing in with a cameo with the bat, as we saw earlier.
Jones on the back foot to this one. 89 for 3 then. Dolliver out in the first over for 0, and then in quick succession Kashif Ali for 22 and Dan Latigan for 46. The latter a rather silly run out. Not his fault, I suggest. A miscommunication between him and his captain. End of the over, 89 for 3 off 18. It was 85 for 1 first time around for Glamorgan. So until those 2 wickets went down, it was absolutely on as even.
How do you assess the middle order to come then, Frank?
Well, Ethan Brooks is probably the most exciting young batsman Worcestershire have had in a long time. His performances this season in red and white ball cricket have been absolutely thrilling at times. Henry Cullen, young wicketkeeper, is a good batter, good league batter, and made a couple of decent scores, sort of 20s and 40s and so on in this competition. Matthew Waite, very capable, can go big if required. Hits the ball very hard. I mean, sensationally in the T20 last year at Edgbaston, hit 5 6s and a 4 off the last over of the innings off George Garton. So he can bat. Tom Taylor can bat. Ben Allison's not the worst. He's a night watchman in red ball cricket. So Karam Chazad is a proper number 11. But with the exception of him, there's still a fair bit to come. But Jake Libby is often the linchpin. And he gets a lovely boundary here as Rob Jones as he comes down the pitch to this, and then Franco sees him coming, bangs it in short, and Jones cuts it away down to backward point. So Rob Jones out of form for the most part this season, but we know that there's a good player in there. Jake Libby, the linchpin. Brooks, very exciting, really is. I mean, some of his white ball innings in T20 cricket were quite breathtaking this year.
So you're telling me that Glamorgan have to keep on taking wickets?
I'd say,
I don't think they're going to contain Worcestershire.
No, I would say
if they ban out the whole.
I would say
quota.
Worcestershire have got the capability, but obviously, another wicket or 2 could change that quite drastically. As Jones comes down the pitch and hits Franco straight down the ground, 1 bounce 4. I think the last wicket was quite significant because having lost one, Kashif, who's a dasher, Latigan is quite capable of carrying on in that role while Libby plays the anchor role at the other end. But I wouldn't. They certainly be backing themselves still, I would say. As Jones cuts this one over one. I don't know. I mean, there'll be a lot of people because if you're in a different division and you don't play in the T20, there'll be a lot of people that aren't aware of Ethan Brooks's progress this year. But he's played virtually every game in every competition, and made a 140 and 87 at Edgbaston in the Championship. Hit the most sixes anybody's ever hit in a game there in all the time that cricket's been played at Edgbaston, which is extraordinary. Some of his T20 innings, he made 4 half-centuries, I think, in the T20 competition, often coming in low down and scoring very quickly. So he's a very, very exciting player. I've done him, haven't I? He's going to get naught. He's going to get naught today. Clive just said there's no such thing as commentator's curse, but I beg to differ. But anyway,
another youngster into the attack in the form of Ben Morris.
He's a capable player.
Morris,
first time I've seen Ben Morris. Tell me a bit about him then.
Yeah, he's a local product. He's spent most of the season in the second 11. Decent seam bowler, threatened to come through last season, didn't quite get the regular opportunities. Got whacked for 33 off 3 overs at Chelmsford on Wednesday.
That can happen though, can't it?
And the defensive there is Jones. Absolutely fast scoring ground Chelmsford, as Glamorgan found to their cost.
Yeah.
So this just his 5th List A game. Claimed 3 wickets at Chelmsford last year. 1 championship appearance. Born in Abergavenny. And starting reasonably well here. 21 years old.
Yeah, only medium pace. I mean, the margins for error are obviously a little bit smaller when you bowl at this sort of pace, but equally, if he gets a nice rhythm going, he can hit a good length on this pitch, which has assisted the seamers throughout. If they've got it in the right areas. Matthew Waite, similar pace, bowled particularly well in the Glamorgan innings.
Just a single down to fine leg, and
Nice
not a bad start
action
from Morris.
Yeah, tidy.
And Glamorgan really could do with him coming through, because they've been few and far between, as the applause for the 100 coming up in recent years. Glamorgan homegrown fast bowlers. Lucas Carey was part of the 21 One-Day Cup side, but didn't manage to maintain his first team place. Roman Walker from North Wales looked useful and on the verge of a breakthrough before he went off to Leicestershire in search of a rather speedier breakthrough. They like it, the umpire does not.
And what's happened to the left armour, James, from Bilthwells?
McIlroy, you're thinking of, Jamie McIlroy.
Yeah.
He's out injured at the moment.
I thought he must be, because he played a big part in this last year as well, didn't he?
He did. He hasn't had the best of seasons, I'm afraid.
Because he just took so long to come through, and then he did.
Yes,
through, didn't he
he looked to be
Yeah.
have made the breakthrough in the back half of his 20s, having taken his time, as it were. Morris starting nicely then. He'll be glad to have that over under his belt. McIlroy played in 5 T20 games and took 3 wickets. He has not been fit because of an injury that's ended his season, unfortunately.
Yeah, right.
And hasn't featured in the championship. been
So
his
quite
summer.
disappointing then for I would imagine for him. This is purely as an outsider.
Oh, absolutely.
I
you
take
know,
a bit of an interest
if you're
because he
used-
played in the Birmingham League when I was
If
coaching.
you're used to playing in the first team for a year or two, and then
Waited
it doesn't
so
happen.
long.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite sad really. He would have been going into this season hoping for a step forward, and it hasn't happened. Clive's back, so I'm going to have a little break. So take advantage of Nick's generous help here, and I'll just withdraw for a few minutes.
Thank you very much indeed, Frank. Yes, Glamorgan very much searching for a left arm option. Left arm seam, that is. We've got left arm spin at the moment from Franco, just being nudged around for one or two singles. Since the retirement of Graham Wagg, great character of the game.
Rugby kid. Oh, well,
Yeah.
rugby. Well, rugby is where is exactly?
Rugby ways.
North Warwickshire he played for.
There's another single there to Jones, takes him on to 16. So yeah, after Graham Wagg's retirement, Morgan looking for left arm options. McIlroy looked to be it. Another single for Libby, up to long on. And the second team, they've had Joe Davis, son of Andrew, former Glamorgan seamer, and a lad from Kent called Matt Marriott. But this is a very, very raw Glamorgan attack at the moment, with Franco and Morris in operation. Morris not a lot of first team cricket, and Franco just come in this campaign. And it looks as though this pair are just happy to milk for most of the proceedings at the moment. 21st over, and it's 105 for 3. That's exactly 5 runs and over, therefore.
It's interesting. Franco did come under pressure from Latigan, who surmising played against him in a second 11 game, 2020 game in Ombersley near here. So maybe he knew a bit about him. So glad that he's gone, as Jones on strike now, just pushes that back. And the pitch from Ben Morris. It's only Ben Morris's second game. The required rate still a little bit over 6.5 and over, so it hasn't got out of hand. If it wasn't for those 2 wickets falling in very quick succession, Warwickshire would be reasonably happy. If it was 2 down now rather than that third, I'd feel they're set up nicely for the run chase. That's a dot ball. That third wicket just felt a bit damaging. But Jake Libby could well be a key figure here. He's the player with the runs this season. He only got 4 against Gloucestershire, but other than that, 112 not out, a 79, a 32 and a 69. Jones is turning out for a second. That's good running from Rob Jones. Billy Root fields it. It was decisive running from Jones, who gets 2 runs.
With that Acer Tribe century earlier, it was keenly welcomed in Jersey, where I had a couple of messages. Andy Brown said he was watching Acer's knock on Zach Tribe's phone while watching Qatar against Denmark.
Okay.
One of those tournaments being played in Jersey at the moment. Oh, that was a potentially risky run to Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, he didn't pick up the ball, Carlson, and it almost looked as if he was throwing at it. Be careful not to concede penalty runs there, because he didn't manage to pick up the ball. But yeah, well, it's decent running, I think. Got to keep the scoreboard moving.
Andy Jahan messaged that he hoped to see Acer Tribe in the flesh playing for Jersey in an ICC tournament. It was a strange Tribe earlier in the season. Did have one match for Jersey in the Netherlands where he had to travel from Taunton on the Friday night to play in a match that started at I think 11 o'clock on the Saturday morning in the Netherlands. And it wasn't entirely. It was understandable, rather, that he didn't get many, having not had much sleep. But he's coming on to bowl now as well. Got a couple of wickets in the last match, and interesting that he's coming on ahead of the skipper Kieran Carlson, who is the regular sixth bowler. But Tribe's picked up 3 wickets in the last 2 games.
Well, again, he must have a feel-good factor at the moment as well. After his career best innings. Batted right through the Glamorgan innings, so he's certainly earning his match fee today.
Yeah, it was quite hot work as well at the time.
Single there to Jones.
And Worcestershire viewers who are new to Tribe bowling, watch the way he hides the ball behind his back on his approach.
A little short there, Libby's worked it away, and again they've run well to get 2.
Appears to start off with the ball in his left hand, and then shovels it across to his right behind his back, and how he makes sure the seam is in the right place, heaven only knows.
It's almost a game of which hand's it in. This one there. Let's play away for a single. I don't suppose he'd get away with that these days, but if he actually kept it in his opposite hand, that would be a bit of a surprise when he bowled it.
Well, that's Glamorgan's other young spinner, Ben Callaway, who bowls with either arm. But of course you do have to inform the umpire and therefore the batter which hand it's going to come out of eventually. But Callaway's got a couple of wickets left arm this season.
If I was a bowler who had that skill, I'd be making the argument, well, batters don't have to tell me when they decide to switch it and change stance. Why should I have to tell them what hand I'm going to bowl with?
Indeed.
Tightish single.
I'm not sure whether the mention of Ben Callaway will have Glamorgan listeners throwing things at their television or device or phone on the grounds that he hasn't been playing in this competition due to Welsh Fire duties, which don't extend to actually playing for Welsh Fire.
Off and away.
Him and Mason Crane have not been used before today. They're in action up the road in Brum.
Right, yeah. Well, it is a frustration. I've covered Warwickshire over the years, and it struck me as Morris comes in. That's played to mid-wicket. Sam Hain played for the Trent Rockets last night. He batted at number 8. How ridiculous is that? Player of his quality, batter of his quality, batting at number 8. What a waste.
Must have been a strange team line-up to have a specialist batter at 8.
Well, I think there's this perception that he doesn't get on with it, which isn't even true. You actually look at it straight away, the way he plays these days, but that seems to be the perception anyway.
In which case, why select him in a 100 squad?
Quite. I mean, I'm glad he is. He deserves to be, but he also deserves to be batting higher than a brace.
I'm sure no one will begrudge these players the money because it's a short career, but county supporters would like to see them actually playing in the 100 if they're going to be absent from their county.
Well, absolutely, yeah. Morris is in. I don't know what the rule is this season, because certainly in part, a couple of seasons ago, players were being released back into the 50 over side if they weren't getting games.
Yes, if you miss 2 games in a row, I think there is the possibility of agreement, but if the franchise coach wants to keep everyone on board, then I suppose he's entitled to do so.
Morris comes into bowl. That's no run there. I speak to Mark Robinson, once coach of Warwickshire, and he was just making the point that part of the problem is when you've got these young players, it's great for them that they're in the 100 squad, but if they're not playing, it's not particularly in the franchise coach's interest to spend much time with them, and so the players are out there in the 100, not even really getting any coaching or any supervision from that point of view. He said, I don't think he named names, he said there was one exception. There was one coach who was very good at making sure that all the players were involved and took an interest in them all. But there were other players who were just sort of languishing in the squad and not even really getting any decent coaching in.
Well, I think a young player like Callaway, who's an intelligent chap, wants to learn, is probably sort of hammering the senior players in the squad with questions, even if he's not in the field.
It's a nice shot for 4 by Jake Libby. And 120 for 3. As you say, Birmingham Phoenix in action today. The women are up against it at the moment. Welsh Fire are in a strong position in the women's game. 150 for 3 they made, and Birmingham Phoenix are 11 for 2.
Yes, wins.
Fire Dunkley scored a half century for the Welsh.
Thin on the ground for the Welsh franchise in both male and female this season. Be interesting to see how many overs they try and get out of Tribe as the 6th bowler, and maybe Carlson will use himself as the 7th. Maybe not if Tribe goes well.
Well, we were saying during the Glamorgan innings that Jake Libby almost looked as if he was half forced to bring Brett D'Oliveira in without necessarily really wanting to, because Shazad in particular was taking such tap. And then he came in and actually did really well.
Yeah.
Ended up bowling a decent number of overs.
Slipped that one a bit. Down leg side. Wide called. This partnership starting to build into the 40s for the Rapids. Maybe a couple here. No, Gorvin's done well to get to it quickly and deter them.
Well, you feel that's important. Yes, they've got to keep the scoreboard ticking over, but they need to keep wickets in hand. If they've got plenty of wickets in hand going into the last sort of 15 overs, I think they'd fancy their chances. But if they're sort of 6 down by then, it'll be a struggle. It's actually getting relatively gloomy. Is it just my eyes? I mean, it's certainly quite grey overhead.
Yeah, it's probably the greyest it's been all day. There was high cloud this morning, but it's descended towards tea time. Quicker ball from Tribe, knocked away again for a single.
So I don't think there's any threat of interruption, but in case there is, worth noting that they need to be 141 at the end of that over, so they're they are 16 behind on Duckworth Lewis at 125 for 3. 5 have been scored in that over.
I'm a little surprised at that, really, given the wickets in hand.
I must have done a bit too.
I thought they'd be pretty close to par on Duckworth Lewis, needing a further 1-7-3 to win. Never try live maths on the telly or radio or any sort of broadcast.
And I'm not doing this mathematically because it's on the scoreboard. That means they are now chasing nearly 7 and over, so I suppose that's the issue.
It's doable though, isn't it? No one particularly worries about 7 and over if you've got wickets in hand.
So we're taking a drinks break here, so let's have a look at what's going on elsewhere. South Africa, by the way, beat Australia pretty comfortably in Australia in a day-night 50-over match by 84 runs. Derbyshire actually making a fist of chasing 389 to beat Surrey. They're 182 for 2 after 24.4 overs. So who's getting the runs? Matthew Montgomery scored runs against Worcestershire. He's on 65. Warwickshire looking pretty good to beat Lancashire. 203 for 4. Need just 47 more to win. Nottinghamshire not out of it against Gloucestershire, but they've got an awful lot to do. They're 118 for 3 after 24 overs, chasing 3-4 to win. We're surmising that Worcestershire would quite like Gloucestershire to win that, and probably like Surrey to beat Derbyshire as well. Both those games are still a little bit in the balance. I don't think the game at Scarborough can be described as being in the balance, where Durham chasing 355 to beat Yorkshire are 115 for 8.
Wow.
So they're going to struggle there. Here, Glamorgan have you made 297 for 7 with an unbeaten century by Asa Try, 122 not out of him back through the entire innings, 56 for Henry Hull. Worcestershire have lost Brett Dolliver in the first over without scoring to James Harris. Kashif Ali to Romano Franco for 22 to the same over. Daniel Latigan run out for 46. Jake Libby's on 18, Rob Jones 25. So after this competition, Nick, it's the big promotion push.
Yes, quite. Resuming in 8th of September. Glamorgan, as well placed as they have been in my decade of full-time commentary on the championship, in second place, 34 points clear of third place with 3 to play, and Derbyshire are one of their opponents. So if Glamorgan don't lose that one, then they would hope to be reasonably comfortable. But Glamorgan don't sometimes tend to play well in September. The issue of coming back after the 100 with some players not having much match time in the previous few weeks. And as Worcestershire push for 2 here and will get it despite Gorvin's efforts. Glamorgan, there was one year I think where 4 or 5 players had COVID at the back end of August and therefore couldn't do any practice before the resumption of the championship. And they haven't always finished well. So no chickens are being counted at Sapphire Gardens, I'm sure.
Worcestershire have their work cut out. It's a single score there if they're to produce what would be a fairly miraculous survival now from the First Division. It's one of those seasons where they've looked in good positions in games, just haven't quite been able to get over the line. It's happened a few times, notably Edgbaston when they dominated for the first 3 innings against Warwickshire. Couldn't stop Warwickshire chasing down a big target at the end. Morris the bowler. He's Jones up there a little bit, kept a bit low, I don't know. He turns it around his pads.
Well done to Chris Drew, who got the answer to Frank's little quiz earlier. Quiz question. Yeah, the bounce doesn't seem entirely consistent, and you wouldn't be surprised if someone hits the ball up in the air sooner or later.
That was a little bit of a gift, short and wide. Thank you very much, says Rob Jones, and takes 4. to stretch for it a bit, Jones. Once he got there, was flying across the ground.
Yes, Morris has been in decent form at club level apparently, but this of course is an entirely different kettle of fish. Trying to get one right up in the block hole there. Well, Rob Jones looks as though he's rediscovering some of his touch. 29 off 37 balls. Scoring rate required, remaining under 7, so no need for Worcestershire to particularly press the accelerator.
Not a decent comeback from Morris after that 4, but 7 off the over, which is about what they need.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see if Carlson has a bowl himself, but Andy Gorvin looks as though he's going to be recalled to duty, having bowled his first 5 overs 0 for 20. Harris, you would imagine, would be safe for the death, so maybe 2 or 3 off Gorvin here. Couple off Dowthwaite in the closing stages, but Glamorgan really are trying to eke out their resources. It's not the most heavyweight of bowling attacks, but on the other hand they won the tournament in 21 with a slightly makeshift lineup.
Oh, no, did that come off the bat? The bowler's reaction would suggest it did. It sort of popped out of the wicketkeeper's gloves. He didn't really have any time to react to it.
There was an excited shout of catch it from someone.
I think the bowler got excited. I didn't hear any nick. Difficult to tell from that picture.
And Smale standing up to the medium pacer Gorvin, which is what Chris Cook would probably do most of the time in championship cricket. Smale has taken over the gloves from Alex Horton in this campaign. Horton dislocated his thumb over in Bristol partway through the campaign. Smale was already in the side, so that enabled them to bring in an extra batter. And Hill can keep wicket as well. So they're reasonably well equipped for wicket keepers, are Glamorgan. Nice piece of fielding on the boundary from Franco, and that'll probably do for me. Thank you very much for having me on. Another word from Clive, and then Frank and guest will be with you.
Enjoy the rest of the season. I'll just let Frank plug in there, and then I'll make way as well. I think Frank needs to come in here, doesn't he? So I will make way now, as that one is played for no run.
Okay, so end of that over, 133 for 3, just 1 run coming from that 27th over. Worcestershire now need 7.2 and over, a further 165 to win off 23 overs, so it's becoming quite a tall order. Good effort from Glamorgan in the last few overs, but Morris continues from the New Road end, but that's a long hop, and Jake Libby capitalises, pulls it away for 4 down to long on. 137 for 3. Now, we've had a feature on the Worcestershire website throughout the year featuring some of our community heroes, people that have got involved doing great things in the community in Worcestershire, and the County Cricket Club is very happy to be associated with those people and some of the projects that they run. And I'm delighted to say that we've got a couple of guests coming up in the next few minutes who are amongst our community heroes. And the first one who's joining me now this afternoon is Ben Rafiki, who's alongside me in the box. First of all, a very good afternoon to you, Ben. Lovely to have you here. And why are you a community hero?
Well, that's a very good question. I guess, I might be the face of a number of projects, but really there's a lot of teamwork involved. So over the last 10, 15 years, we put together, there's a street outreach charity which reaches out to rough sleepers, goes out every day, checks on them, see how they are, gives them food or sleeping bags or clothing if they need them. There's also a hostel where we take people in off the street and we basically help them get back into work. I mean, that's our focus.
This is in Redditch, presumably.
Well, it's around the Midlands, so we
Right.
have a project in Redditch, we have a project in Birmingham.
Right.
We do work with Mags in Worcester.
Yeah.
So what started off as just actually me and a mate going out in Birmingham with a rucksack with a flask of tea, a flask of coffee, and a couple of dozen sandwiches has turned into 2 fully fledged charities, at least 3 or 4 community groups that also do soup kitchens. So it's you can't do this by yourself. So this has been a lot of people who've come on board, said we want to help, we want to do a bit here, and that's how these things have happened. But we've learnt a lot about what it feels like to be out on the streets. I've literally spent thousands of hours listening to people's stories, and yes, of course, there is help in terms of like the statutory stuff, but sometimes people need a little bit more than that. It's just the personal touch,
Yeah.
the engagement.
You haven't stumbled on the wrong commentary. If you're wondering, don't worry, we are still here at the cricket watching Rob Jones smash that ball away for 4 behind square on the leg side to take the score to 143 for 3. But Worcestershire County Cricket Club associating itself with a good number of projects in and around the county in recent years, and some of the people that run these projects, one of them alongside me, Ben Rafiki, we've dubbed our community heroes, and Ben is one of them. And I know Worcestershire is very proud to be associated with projects like yours, Ben, and I mean it's just amazing. And where do you get your funding from? I mean, you talked about starting off with a rucksack and a flask of tea, and it's built up to the number of sort of aspects of the project that you're now involved. Where does the funding come from?
Well, it's interesting you ask that question, because talking to, I think one of your guests going to come on, another of the community heroes, and you've asked that question. But really, I think that the individuals, like, I'm in the position I'm in, not so much because I've done a lot, but because I've been like a face or a catalyst for a group of people coming together.
Yeah.
And so other people come along and they come with their skill sets and their contacts, and so what happens is that a group gets together of ordinary people and they make it happen. So some people have skills in, we know where to get the funding. Some people have skill and we know where to get stuff. So I think it's an honour to be called a community champion, but really the big part of it is community.
Yeah.
We might just be the face of the work, but it's the community coming together to help its own people.
And that is absolutely brilliant, and very much, I think, what makes it something that I think Worcestershire want to be associated with, because I think certainly under the the current regime here at New Road, Joe Tromans and Ashley Giles particularly, want to see the county cricket club as something that is associated with all the good things that are going on in the community, and
I've been really
it's
impressed.
certainly one of those. Yeah,
I've been really impressed by the spirit at the club. You know, I've gone around the club today and seen everything that's going on. It's a wonderful spirit here, and you know, it makes me proud to be a Worcestershire. I mean, I live in Worcestershire.
Yeah.
I've lived here, you know, on and off for many years, and it makes me proud to be
it's
a Worcester
great.
man.
It's great to say that. I mean, I was a Warwickshire boy growing up, and I grew up in Birmingham and played for Warwickshire and whatever, but I've been a convert many years ago, and I've been coming down here for about the best part of 40 years or so now, and I've always felt right from the outset. I mean, I used to get off the number 1 bus in Edgbaston and go to Edgbaston and watch Warwickshire when I was a schoolboy, but what I've felt here is that because of the situation of the ground almost in the city and people walking past it on a daily basis, it is centred in the community, and that's why it's so great that the club now is seeing how important it is to be part of the community, and for people to feel that the club belongs to them. I think that's the other thing.
Yeah, it's our club, and you know, and also walking around, and I can see out of the commentary box there is actually a pear tree overlooking the pitch, full of pears.
It's just it is a proper community club, and that's certainly how it wants to be perceived. It's been a source of some dismay really in recent years, Ben, that we've fielded a team in the county championship this year for the first time in my memory, certainly, that didn't have a single player who had come through the ranks here at Worcester. You could probably, I don't know how familiar you are with all this news, as Worcester should take another single here, that you know, you could name a complete team of players who are now playing at Warwickshire or Nottinghamshire or wherever
from their youth ranks
that started here and then moved away, and as a result they have to be replaced. And if you haven't got youngsters coming through, we've got some playing today, but if you haven't got youngsters coming through, they have to be replaced by people that you've brought in from elsewhere. But for many years, you know, there would always not only be a 2 or 3, 4 or 5 that had come through the ranks, but there'd also be 1 or 2 that were born and bred here in Worcester. Brett D'Oliveira, who's playing today, is one of those at least. And it, you know, I know that deep down that is very much. It matters very much to the club, and it's not something that is going to be ignored over the next few years.
Well, this is something I think about. I mean, you know, in the culture of our land, isn't it? Like British, we like our local teams to do well. We want them to grow up and be the champions of the county. Do you know what I mean? That's what we want. You know, and it's like, I think that's kind of. You know, when you look at in kind of very, let's call it, you know, the highly capitalised sport, like people are from, you know, outside. You always want that core, don't you? You want those those local lads who've watched the game. You know, who've walked around.
And it used to be, didn't it? Even in football, it used to be that, you know, Liverpool would always have a couple of Scousers in the side, and Manchester United would always have a few Mancunians. Not so much these days.
Definitely, and that's like when you lose that, you lose something. You know, but no, this you can see this club is really a local club. You know, people have come here from the local. There are a few people from outside, but you know, it's got that feel. They
want it to be. I think that's the important thing. Kieran Colson into the attack, by the way, for Glamorgan. 298 the Worcestershire target, 147 for 3. As this pair of Rob Jones and Jake Libby attempt to just bat them into a position where they can make an assault on that target. The run rate has climbed to just over 7, the required rate, so it's a tall order, but with wickets in hand, if they can get into the last 10 within striking distance of that target, that'll be the target, I'm sure, as Libby cuts at this one from Carlson away on the offside. Good crowd in today as well that you've seen, Ben, and you know, a good number of them will have walked to the ground and will be fairly local, and it is very much a club that belongs to its community, and you as a member of that community and one who does such an important job, it's an absolute privilege and a pleasure to have you here. Just going back to the work that you do, I mean, it's all voluntary. Is it growing? Are you seeing more of a problem, or are you dealing with it? Or
it's I sadly have to report that actually it is getting worse. I mean, when I first got involved with this type of work back in the early 2010, 11, there was actually a remarkable thing happened when COVID hit, because it became a public health issue and it wasn't just homelessness. The government actually did fund to bring almost everyone, they called it everyone in, and they got almost everyone on the streets inside somewhere, and they actually set some processes up which really speeded up, like getting someone accommodation or sorting out their benefits rights. But that all fell away after COVID, and I think since the cost of living crisis, which has been around for a few years now, there are more people being pushed back. Having said that, right, if someone is recent and new to the street, way easier to help that individual than someone who's been there for a long time. So the projects like Table Living, and we're focusing on that, really get somebody back on track as quickly as possible, so that they don't get the chance to go down the routes of serious addiction and serious mental health. But unfortunately, at the moment, we're on one of the downward parts of the curve. But we're always hopeful when we work with individuals.
And finally, Ben, because I know we've want to get another one of our community heroes to come in shortly, but what can people do? What can we do? What can people do? Is there a website? Is there somewhere they can visit? Is there a way they can donate to the cause?
Absolutely. I mean, Table Living has a website. Let's Feed Brum has a website.
So Table Living.
Table, TABORLIVING.
TABOR.
Then Living.
Living.
Table
Right.
Living.
Table Living. Yeah.
We've got a website and we are on social media.
Yeah.
The same is Let's Feed Brum.
Let's Feed Brum.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
They're both charities. There's
and there's the MAGS Centre in Worcester is always certainly a way that people in this city can help.
Batchley Support Group, they're definitely a group.
That's in Redditch.
That's in Redditch. They're also a charity. So but I would say one thing, you can look and see what work is being done. But one of the things I think that's really important is if you ever see somebody that's sleeping rough or homeless, or you have a suspicion that they might be, the people sat out the doors or in various places, just acknowledge that individual as a person. It's really important. Don't walk past them like they don't exist. You don't have to give them money. You don't even have to have a conversation. But if you just
say good morning,
look them in the eye, say good morning.
Yeah.
That you'd be surprised how much of a difference that can make to a person's day.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And well, look, Ben, thank you very much for coming on. Thank you for talking about it. Congratulations on what you do. And I would encourage anybody, if you've got any kind of willingness to support, or even just to find out a bit more, Tabor Living, TABOR Living, or Let's Feed Brum, or get involved if you're in Worcester with the MAGS Day Centre or any of the work that the MAGS Centre does, and you can find out more about helping the homeless, and it's all about the community and Worcestershire County Cricket Club trying to maintain its position as part of the community here in Worcester.
Well, thank you very much for having me. It's been a real honour and a pleasure to come in and watch this game today. Come on the Pairs, you can do it.
Thanks, Ben. Great to have you. Thanks very much. Can they do it? Well, we'll see. At the moment, we've got Dan Dowswaite from the Diglis end back into the attack. He's just bowled a no ball, which is 2 runs added to the cause. So that's good news for Worcestershire. 152 for 3. And just going to welcome very briefly for a few minutes chat another one of our community heroes, who is Paddy, coming alongside me. Paddy, nice to see you. And I'm going to ask you a very difficult question in a minute, Paddy. I'll just let Dan Dowswaite bowl this ball. And watch as Rob Jones smashes it for 4 through extra cover. Lovely shot. Gave himself a bit of room, Jones. Anticipated that. Free hit, of course. And through to the boundary it goes. 158 for 3 then at the end of 31 overs, which is requiring another 140. at 7.4 and over. And my question, don't look too worried about it, Andy, is why are you a community hero? Why are you one of our community heroes? Tell us what the reason is.
Frank, it's lovely to be with you. I hear you a lot on my iPad, so it's funny hearing you and seeing your voice come out of your mouth. But
not the first person to say that. It's better not seen. Anyway, go on.
No. So I'm a mental health campaigner. I have lived experience with anxiety and depression and OCD, and now I try and use that to help other people not go through what I went through.
Right. So, you're a Worcestershire supporter, so
Yes.
you're in your element here watching today
yes.
as they enter this run chase. But let's be serious for a minute. We've just been talking to Ben about community projects and how important it is for the county club to be associated with these projects. Now the boundary there for Rob Jones, who's just beginning to flex his muscles now, goes to 45. He's only got 150 this season for the first team, so this is a very important day for him. But, you know, mental health campaigner, you know, great, sounds great, and I know it is, because I know what you do, but just explain how you feel, or how you've been able to make a difference to other people.
Yeah, so if I just go back a bit, like my story during COVID, I really struggled beforehand. I had OCD and germ phobia, so it was guilt around harming other people, and then obviously a global pandemic's the worst thing that could happen, because in the news everything was about that. So I had I got really low during COVID and didn't really want to be here anymore, and I got to that point, but I managed to get help. My counsellor is incredible, and I had her, and she managed to help me pull myself out of that hole. But that at that point I realised, like, I was so fortunate to get through what I got through. So many people don't get the support they need. So I thought I can't live with this kind of weight of knowing that I got support but other people can't.
Yeah.
So I decided I'd volunteer with Young Minds and other local projects and kind of national projects to share my story with the media, MPs, just any way that I can to kind of raise awareness, decrease the stigma, and also kind of campaign on policy issues like early intervention support hubs and ensuring that we can get a waiting list out for mental health.
So I'll just break off and give the score. 165 for 3. That was a good over for Worcestershire. They took 7 runs from it, which is just under what they need. 133 needed at 7.4. It's going to be a tight one, in my opinion, this. So let's just rewind a bit then, Paddy. So basically, COVID comes along, and for various reasons, owing to your mental health, you reach an all-time low. You get help. You come through it, and then you think, right, I've had help. I feel grateful. I want to do the same thing. I want to make it possible for other people. What's the next step? What do? You just go online and look for places you can get involved, or?
Yeah, so my first thing was reaching out to all different charities. I thought I've got to do something, so it was kind of a scattergun approach. And then, you know, being a young person, being willing to share your story and wanting this, there's so many charities out there who just want that. I volunteered my time and just signed up and there's focus groups, and if you want to help, there are ways to do that. And then I realised this is something I really love. I love sharing my story. I love feeling like I can help other people. So through a gradual process, I've managed to build up a network and start my own projects, and really be able to give other people that opportunity to empower them to share their story, and kind of pick and choose a bit more of what I do and what I really feel passionate about. And I really feel passionate about mental health, so any kind of mental health project I love getting involved in.
So where are you now? What are you involved with now? How does that sort of translate into your daily life?
So
how much time do you put into it during the week and that kind of thing?
So I work a 9-to-5 job, but that's very boring, so I won't talk about that. I'm a trainee management accountant. But so after work, I put around 20 to 25 hours a week away from my 9-to-5 into my mental health campaigning. So one of the things I've just launched this week, actually, the Hero Project, is about empowering young people to realise that they're the hero of their own story. So that's one of them. There's a local hub in Bromsgrove which I'm campaigning for to turn it into an early intervention support hub. So it will be open from 9 until 9 for mental health support for anybody who needs it. And so I've got a 12-hour table tennis match coming up in October for that. So it's my... I work 9 to 5, but then I do my mental health stuff 5 till 9, and that's the stuff I love, and I'm so passionate about it, and so yeah, it's my hobby, it's my everything. I'm always thinking about. I've been on LinkedIn today while I'm here, like thinking about what I can do the next campaign, the next project.
And you still find a bit of time to follow Worcestershire. And
Yeah, yeah. It's quite difficult sometimes when I'm trying to do two things, because that's why the community kind of the campaign was so special, because I love cricket and I love mental health, and it's kind of it was like the pinnacle where I realised that all this stuff that I went through was worth it to be in this position, like in a kind of selfish kind of way. It kind of got to this point. I do campaigning because I really want to help other people, but it kind of made me look back and be really proud of what I've been through now.
Well, I said to Ben that Worcestershire, as you know, the county cricket club wants to be associated with the best things in the community and to be seen as part of the community, and certainly your involvement in the community and your links to Worcestershire have made that an easy one for the county cricket club, I think, and you've been featured, I know, on some of the publicity and so on, and thank you for what you do, just brilliant. I think on behalf of the whole community, if I may. And I said it to Ben, I'll say the same to you. If there's people watching this or listening who want to help, want to get involved, what can they do?
In terms, like, nationally or with me?
Well, locally, are there websites? Is there somewhere they can visit? Can they contribute? Can they make a donation?
Yeah, there's so much. Nationally, there's mental health charities out there that are always looking for volunteers, and there's the Samaritans and volunteers. You can volunteer in any way, really, sharing your story just in the background with support groups. So there's Mind, Young Minds, Samaritans, but locally there's the hub that I volunteer for in Bromsgrove, which is really brilliant, and I'm always love to have conversations with people around Worcestershire and really work much more locally and what we can do on our towns, because I've done national campaigns, but there's nothing quite like seeing the kind of devastating impact of mental illness in our own town. And
so if they want to get involved, Google Bromsgrove Hub,
Bromsgrove Hub,
Mental Health Hub, or Mind, or
any of them, and you can always get in touch with me, and I'd love to.
How could they get in touch with you?
Paddy Crump, or Paddy R Crump on Instagram, or Paddy Crump on LinkedIn.
Oh, Paddy R Crump, CRUMP. There you go. That's the man, Paddy, our community hero, our community mental health hero, a Worcestershire fan as well. He's here alongside me, watching Worcestershire and watching Rob Jones go to just his second 50 of the season in first team cricket. He's come off 59 deliveries, and now it's all about these two, Rob Jones and Jake Libby, who have added 94 so far for this fourth wicket. It's about seeing whether they can see Worcestershire over the line. They need another 125 runs to win. It's coming up to 8 and over. James Harris has been loosening up as if he's going to come back into the attack shortly. Good running as they take another 2 there. 174 for 3. So, Paddy Crump, community hero, thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Let's hope that people listening, or at least one or two of them, let's hope they all will appreciate the contribution that you and Ben Rafiki and the other community heroes make to our community here in Worcestershire. And if they want to get involved, they can do so. Table Living or Let's Feed Brum for Ben's project, and a Bromsgrove Hub or Mind or Samaritans, any mental health charity, if you want to support Paddy's work. Great to have you, Paddy.
Thanks
for
so much.
being with us.
I really appreciate it.
Let's hope you're going to go out that door now and continue your good work, and at the same time there's going to be a few Worcestershire cricket fans in a good mental state
Yes.
tonight because they're going to watch a victory.
Yes,
we hope.
I certainly will be.
Yeah.
If we win.
Thanks for being with us.
Thank you
Paddy.
very much.
Great,
Cheers.
thank you very much. Okay, there you are, Paddy Crump, one of our community heroes, joining me here at New Road, and it really has been great to speak to Paddy and Ben this afternoon. Meanwhile, it is James Harris back into the attack at the Diglis end. 174 for 3 is the Worcestershire score after 34 overs, as Harris starts his 7th over, 1 for 26 so far. So Worcestershire nicely placed for an assault on this target, but that said, still quite a lot to do. 124 required, and certainly don't want that run rate to creep up towards double figures. And James Harris being turned to, just see if he can break this partnership, perhaps turn the screw a little bit and put Worcestershire a little bit on the back foot as these two build this partnership towards 3 figures. I'm rejoined by Clive Eakin, and I wouldn't like to call this, Clive.
It's a good game, isn't
tight,
it?
isn't it?
I think Worcestershire in a reasonable position. See, Duckworth Lewis has them 6 runs behind now.
Yeah, which is,
They were quite a bit more than that,
yeah.
but obviously that changes if a wicket falls.
Good from Harris, though. He's dropped right back into a nice rhythm.
Don't know if you've mentioned the 2 results so far today.
No, I haven't. No.
So they're both in the other group, which is utterly mad, the other group. Warwickshire have beaten Lancashire by 4 wickets at Liverpool, and Yorkshire have, let's just say, comfortably beaten Durham by 212 runs at Scarborough. But that group is quite extraordinary. No run there for Libby. Yorkshire top it. They've all got 2 games left, these teams. Yorkshire top it with 20 points. Remember, it's 4 points for a win and 2 points for no result or a tie. Don't ask me why, but that's what it is. So Yorkshire got 20 points, and then Somerset, Warwickshire and Middlesex all on 16 points with 2 games to go. In that order in net run rate. And they don't play each other at all in the final 2 games. So it really could go any way, that group. The other teams, only Sussex really have an outside chance of qualifying. They've got 12 points from 6 games.
It's a cracking shot from Jake Libby. It's only going to get him a couple through the covers. .77 for 3.
Worcestershire desperately wanting to win in this game because it would put them above Hampshire back into 2nd place with 2 games to go. But they have some work to do to get that win. It's a shot. Points onto the leg side for a 4 by Jay Libby, and that's a century partnership between these two. I did say, and I'm not claiming this was particularly intuitive of me, but I did say that Jay Libby would be a key in this run chase, and put on a century partnership there with Rob Jones, who's playing very nicely. It is the 3rd century partnership for Worcestershire in the competition. The other 2 have both been for the 3rd wicket. This is for the 4th, and they have all involved Jake Libby, all 3 of them. 183 with Damien D'Oliveira against Derbyshire at Repton, 110 with Kashif Ali against Essex at Chelmsford, and now 105 so far with
Well,
Jones.
he was probably at least partly to blame for the run out of Dan Latigan, Jake Libby, but he's making up for it in fine style. And these are 2 fairly experienced players out there for Worcestershire at moment. They've taken 7 off the last couple of overs. That's the sort of scoring rate they need. A bit more than that actually, nearer 8. As a new over is begun by Romano Franco, the left arm spinner. Hope you enjoyed my chat with our community heroes. Hoping that you appreciate what an important part of our community they are and why Worcestershire wants to be associated with them. Single to Jones from a good sweep shot here. Somebody telling me that Joe Root's here supporting his brother.
Oh, okay.
So I've heard, but I'm not sure if that is actually the case. Graham Waldwin tells me it is. Don't know where he is. Said he was on the boundary chatting to his brother, but well, his brother's not on the boundary now, so I don't know where that was. But anyway, haven't seen him play here for a while. It'd be nice to see him, if not actually out there in the middle. Franco bowls, Jones sweeps again. Billy Root is again the fielder, and again they take a single. Root picked out by Jones, quite annoyed really, because he hit both those sweeps quite well, but they went straight to the fielder. Need a boundary each over really, Worcestershire. Run rate's up to 8 now. Glamorgan bidding for their first win of the season in this competition. Worcestershire with, still to come, Ethan Brooks, Henry Cullen, Matthew Waite, Tom Taylor, all quite capable of scoring quickly. But they don't want it to get into double figures, I would suggest. 36th over in progress. Where were Glamorgan? They were 190 for 4. So there's not a lot in it at all. This one driven straight back up the pitch.
Yes.
And that's the end of the over. 185 for 3. Duckworth Lewis says 186. So there you go. It's almost exactly even, Stevens. If there was a wasp, it would be 50-50.
Yeah, just on the comparison, you have to be wary, of course, that overs 44 and 45 are so big for Glamorgan. They added 35. They had the last 10, and they added, I think, 87 in the last 10, so it was decent without being ridiculous. $14 overs to go then, 185 for 3, a game that really Worcestershire desperately want to win. To slip up against a team that lost all their previous games would be a big disappointment.
Yeah.
Oh, that's in the air, and it's just yorked the fielder.
Oh, do you know what? Initially I thought he'd hit that better than he had. Good bit of recovery in the end from Gorvin on the boundary. Dive forward, flat, hard to take, bounced in front of him, eluded him, and then driven almost to the rope. They end up getting 3. Jake Libby's 50 comes up off 57 balls. I initially thought he'd hit it a lot straighter than that. I thought it was going to go to the ropes. As it was, it kind of sliced away off the outside half of the bat. Rob Jones on strike. Short from Harris and pulled by Jones. Top edge. Harris head in hands because he thought he might have got his man. He thought he might have got a glove to the keeper or something, but in fact it's a boundary. So the 7 that they want as an absolute minimum coming off the first 2 balls of the over here. And Rob Jones and Jake Libby have taken their partnership well past 100 now, 115 in fact, 114, and surely if they stay together for another half an hour or so, they're going to have Worcestershire in a position where they can make that launch towards victory. 105 needed. Short again and pulled away again by Jones. Just going to be 2 this time. So 9 off the first 3 balls of the over. Good news for Worcestershire. I'm talking about those big overs they need, Clive. Could this be one of them? And the run rate now required is 7.8. And you know, if this were a T20, You'd be thinking that's
Saying
pretty
start the
straightforward,
card,
wouldn't you?
Yeah, yeah. But it isn't.
It isn't.
But it's not quite gone to plan for Glamorgan bringing Harris back. Certainly not this over. Unless he gets some wickets off the remaining balls.
A bit unlucky again. His head in hands again there, James Harris, because Rob Jones aiming a drive at that one, gets an inside edge. Back past the leg stump, and they go through for one more. So 195 for 3, 10 off the over, 2 balls left. If they could get another 4, that's the first of maybe 2 big overs that they need. And a chance to really put a bit of pressure back onto the Glamorgan side, who might feel it slipping away. That's a nice shot from Libby, timed well. I think he'll only get one as Gorvin is very quick over the ground. So good from Gorvin, just a single, but 11 off the over thus far.
First double figure over since the 28th.
And still power to add with Jones facing the last ball. And he does add to it, pulling this away on the leg side. It'll be 2 more. Tumbling stop on the boundary by Henry Hurl. So really good over for Worcestershire. 13 runs coming from it. They are 198 for 3 off 37. And guess what? Glamorgan were 193 for 4. So Worcestershire are now ahead of Duckworth Lewis, which is 197. Probably for the first time in the innings, I think. And Kieran Carlson in discussion with Will Smale got a bit of a headache.
But when if Glamorgan do lose this, when they're having the team debrief, they'll have to look at those no balls, because by my reckoning, they bowled 3 no balls, which have cost them a total of 21 runs.
Yeah,
now, Worcestershire bowled 1, which cost them 4 runs.
it can happen, can't it? It can happen.
Franco
in.
Sorry.
And a single off the first ball. But yeah, it's an aspect of the modern white ball game that isn't always really that significant. But today, Clive, you're absolutely right. In the final analysis, could be absolutely crucial. Jones is taken on the pad as he tries to turn this one away on the leg side. And umpire Lungley signals leg by. A bowler, Tom Lungley, who one might expect to be an umpire who favours the bowlers, but actually he's been keeping his hand firmly in his pockets today. Rather fortunate single for Libby here. I'm actually being fairly tongue-in-cheek when I say that. I mean, most umpires are scrupulously fair, of course, whether they were bowlers or batters, but you do sometimes think that there are ex-bowlers are maybe more inclined to err on the side of the bowler than the batter, and vice versa. I don't think that's a secret, but not today from Tom Lungley. This is wide outside the off stump from Franco. He's bowled well, hasn't he, for a youngster who's quite inexperienced. 1 for 39 in his 7th. 200 is up, 201 for 3. Sweep from Jones, but straight to root again. Good over this. 1 ball left in it, and so far just 3 runs from it. And you would imagine that Rob Jones will be wondering how he can find a boundary off this last ball. But with Franco turning the ball away from the bat, getting a little bit of purchase, might be a risk to go down the ground. Field is well spread. Franco bowling a good spell, the youngster here, But that's absolutely dragged down, and Rob Jones would be really cross that he missed out on that. It's a proper long hop from Franco. Not sure what he was attempting, and Rob Jones might feel he could have hit it anyway. He pulled it, hit it well enough, but straight out to the man on the leg side boundary. So just 4 runs coming from that over, and it's 202 for 3. Worcestershire require 96 runs off 12 overs.
Yeah, 200 came up in that over, 227 balls, so the 450 was the quickest. It came off 45 balls. Second 100 took 107 balls. Kieran Carlson.
Well, I tell you what,
Ridiculous end.
Clive, I reckon if they don't win now, Worcestershire, they will feel that they probably should have done, because they've recovered from 78 for 3. It's a big partnership for this 4th wicket. They've got plenty of batting in hand. They need 8 and over. Should be gettable.
Carlson has gone for 18 over 3 overs so far and goes for a single there.
That said, Duckworth Lewis says they're just on course, no more than that.
Yeah, it's tied at the moment then on Duckworth Lewis.
But what Duckworth Lewis doesn't do is take into account form and momentum and the fact that Glamorgan have lost every game so far, etc. Can't build that into Duckworth Lewis.
No.
It's very clever. It really is, I think, extraordinarily clever.
It's in the air, and it's going to be alright. It's going to be safe, but
Got lucky Rob Jones, went for the big one over the offside, sliced it out to backward point. But you can see what they're thinking, these two. Got to try and have a big over against some of the lesser bowlers, perhaps. And that's a good shot. That's a really good shot from Jake Libby. Shouts of catch, but he knew exactly what he was doing. Billy Root inside the circle at mid-off, and Libby knew. He's not a massive hitter of the ball, Libby, but he timed it well. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he chipped the inner field. Glenn Turner-esque for those of a certain pedigree. Lovely shot.
it's even a bit before my time, Frank.
Well, Glenn Turner became, from being one of the biggest blockers in the history of cricket, which is why Warwickshire let him go, really, because he just couldn't hit it off the square. Became somebody who could get 300 in a day. It wasn't called white ball cricket because it was a red ball, but in one-day cricket, became incredibly adept at chipping the inner circle and getting twos. It became a trademark almost, and the way that Libby played that one was exactly as he used to do it. End of the over, 211 for 3, 9 from that over, which was necessary after the previous over had been a tight one. And it was this man, Romano Franco, who bowled it, left arm spinner, who's asking a few questions.
Yes, it's a big positive for Glamorgan. I think his performances in this competition for them. This will be his 8th over, 1 for 41.
Did you know that Jonathan Trott scored more runs than anyone in Test cricket without hitting a single six?
I think I have heard that somewhere, yeah.
My kind of player.
Yeah, I'll tell a story about that in a moment.
It's pretty vulgar hitting it in the air, isn't it?
That's going to be 2 runs. Tight run out call, but not out. I covered a game at Guildford where he did actually hit a couple of sixes. And we went out to interview about in the middle, and there was some young reporter said to him, "You should be hitting sixes," and he was playing at it, but he feigned anger at the suggestion that he couldn't hit sixes. But anyway.
Well, they got 2 off the one before, and they got 2 off this one as well, I think, as it's pulled around to deep mid-wicket. Hope you're enjoying our coverage and you enjoyed my chat with our two community heroes earlier. You might just, if you'd switched on at that point, thought, hang on a minute, we've got the wrong station on here. But so important for Worcestershire to feel involved with the community, and Paddy Crump with his work with the mental health charities, and Ben Rafiki with his work with the homeless throughout the county. Great community heroes to be associated with. Well bowled by Franco. That one played off the back foot. And get in touch if you want any more details at Frank Watson 58 on X or on Twitter, and can try and let you know about those charities and how you can help if you want to. But remember what Ben said, if you see a homeless person, you don't have to give them money, just say hello, acknowledge they exist. Franco lets himself down a bit with a big full toss, and Rob Jones dispatches it into the crowd, massive six. And then, as he always does, Clive, you'll notice, you probably haven't seen that much of Jones, he always then just trots down and taps his bat in the non-striker's crease when he's hit a boundary. 4 or 6, little mental tick that he has, and he's gone to 76.
That's Worcestershire's 4th 6. Glamorgan actually hit 10.
On the back foot, plays this one defensively on the offside. 221 for 3 then, Worcestershire. 7.5 and over needed. 77 needed. They get that below 50. Starts to look a bit more accessible. Duckworth Lewis is 209, so they've skated ahead of that with that boundary. Franco in again, bowls, and on the back foot, Jones, this time wide of Carlson at cover, jogs through for a single, and that is the end of the over. He will keep the strike. 11 runs from the over, 222 for 3, and Worcestershire requiring 76 off 10 overs. Guess what the run rate is, Clive?
8.
Just under that. Well done.
Yes, 10 overs to go, yeah. 41 from the last 5 overs. That's
8, isn't it? Just about.
Yeah, that's the biggest, most productive 5 over block so far of the innings. And we're going to see Carlson continue. Oh, the sweep there missed.
Missed the off stump, didn't it, that one?
Yeah. I think we're a bit behind in those pictures. Might have to press the live button. Oh, hello. He's gone for a very, very premeditated reverse sweep. And we did telegraph that a little bit.
He doesn't often do that, Rob Jones.
He doesn't get it away on that occasion. So, 2 dot balls at the start of the over. Just put a bit of pressure on the batters. Or the batter in particular.
Just be a single.
So, tidy start to the over.
Good from Carlson, captain, stepping up when required.
And Libby comes dancing down the pitch, has to adjust, so that'll be just 1 again. It's 2 off the first 4 balls. If you can get away without a boundary in this over,
yeah, be a good over. I think Rob Jones will be, well, where's he going to try and go? Maybe all the way, maybe over the top. Oh, well bowled. Saw him coming, Carlson dragged it down, pulled it quicker, flatter. It's a really good over. Very good from Carlson. Captain stepping up when needed. Don't go to the boundary this ball and you've really, really made a difference. Oh, there's another dot. Kept low as well, that. Skidded through. That's a cracking over. Just 2 runs from that over from Kieran Carlson. So Worcestershire really losing momentum in that over. And
suddenly they need more than 8 and over.
Absolutely. Duckworth Lewis suddenly goes from being about 7 or 8 runs off to being almost par again. 223 Duckworth Lewis, 224 for 3 the total. Worcestershire need 70 4.
Yep. 9 overs.
9 overs. If it was a one-day game, if it was a T20 game, you'd say it was easy. But actually, 74 off 9 is very, very tight. It's quite tough. Still got plenty of batting to come. They should get them with only 3 down. But another wicket or two, and that will become. That, I mean, you just imagine even 1 wicket, that Duckworth-Lewis would change drastically. But it's a big partnership these two have put on, nearing 150.
Andy Gorvin back in. There's a ramp shot.
And they shouldn't fail to win it from here, as Libby plays a ramp, which he doesn't often play, but he plays it pretty well. Didn't get enough on it though to get it all the way. Just picks up 2, but 2 off the first ball. Good start.
Started this over, Gorvin was actually the most economic bowler for Glamorgan. Just 24 runs off his 7 overs, 3.4 and over.
Interesting though, as he comes in again. And that's hit straight down the ground by Libby. Oh, and it's horrible lack of bounce for the fielder at long off. That's pretty tough actually for Eddie Byram at long off, because it wasn't catchable. It landed just in front of him, and then he bent down to pick it up, and it only bounced about 3 inches off the ground. It ended up going for 4. Could easily have been out.
I wonder whether he misjudged that a bit as a possible catching chance. He didn't come in at all.
6 off the first 2 balls. This one's short, pulled away by Libby, and they're going to come back for 2 again. No, they're not. Jones wanted 2, but Libby slipped, so just a 1. So 7 off the first 3 balls. I was going to say that Gorvin, who, as you quite rightly said, Clive, had been very economical, had also perhaps been the most predictable, because he'd bowled pretty much the same ball after ball, and that sometimes makes a bowler easier to hit towards the end. But he's actually mixed it up so far in this over. He's taken the pace off a couple, which is probably what he'll try and do, just mix it up. As he's in short and mistimed off the back foot by Jones. So 231 for 3. Still need 57 Worcestershire. It's going to be tight. I reckon we're in for a thriller, Clive.
Yes.
Gorvin in, balls, cut by Jones for 4. Just gave him enough room, and it's a very nicely executed cut down to third man for 4. 150 partnership has been posted by these two. 78 for 3 when they came together. So, oh no, they haven't quite got there, have they? 235 for 3. Am I right? 3 short, aren't they? No. It would have been 228, so they have done it. There's Gorvin in again. Bowls, gives himself a bit of room, Jones, and just pushes up to mid-off for a single. 236 for 3 at the end of an over that yielded 12.
Yeah, good over. Some good news for Welsh cricket fans is that Welsh Fires women have beaten Birmingham Phoenix in the 100 by 36 runs, and the men play each other starting at 6:30. In that other cricket tournament that's going on at the moment.
So here we are. Carlson will continue. His last over only went for 2. That was brilliant. 5 overs for 29 so far. Can he repeat that economy this time round?
So Rob Jones, he's come down the pitch and almost.
Well, he's
Hold
lucky he
it would have
didn't
been,
hurt himself,
yes.
I think, because he's gone to try and take the return
I'm not sure
catch.
he hasn't actually slightly hurt himself.
Absolutely smashed it, Jones.
Yeah.
And well, I'm just glad he deflected it away from his face, because it could have been very nasty indeed.
Yeah, came down the pitch, hit it hard. A bit like a goalkeeper diving to his left, both hands. That's in the air, but very safe. He's played with himself there. Libby, knowing there's a fielder on the boundary, another single.
Bright sunshine now. What a perfect Worcester evening this is.
A great evening to finish with a exciting finish. That's nicely slapped by Jones, but again it'll be cut off, so it's just singles. Not getting boundaries off Carlson.
That might
Shouts
be a
a
boundary.
catch, but
Beautifully placed. Beautifully placed by Libby. Down the pitch, clipped away on the onside, between deep mid-wicket and long on. And that is a expertly executed shot by Jake Libby. 72 now to him, 85 to Rob Jones, 243 for 3. And he's down the pitch again, and he's going to get 4 more. Slice this one away on the offside. Extraordinary fashion, as you can probably see on your pictures. Lost his bat, Libby, in throwing his hands at that, but got enough bat on it. Does it count if you're not holding the bat?
well, that's what I was just wondering, whether his hands were on the bat when the bat hit the ball. I think they were, yeah. I think Kit Carlson has asked the question, but I think they were.
247 for 3, and Carlson, having bowled that brilliant over that just went for 2, gone for 11 so far off the first 5 balls of this one.
Yeah, he's just stretched for it, just lost.
And Libby pressing the accelerator just when it mattered, looking to do the same here, but nicely held back that one by Carlson and deceived Libby in the flight. End of the over, 247 for 3, and Worcestershire need 51 runs off 7 overs.
So 11 off that over, 23 off the last 2. That was after the 2 run over from Carlson, but you can even go 29, 38 off the last 4, so they've been scoring at better than the required rate for about 5 overs now. You just wonder how Glamorgan are feeling in the field, having got a bit too used to losing in this competition. 51 required to win. Garvin continuing, just looking for the Yorker. It's a low full toss. It'll be a single to Jones. Just in terms of run chase, it's quite an effort by Derby. 307. Oh, they just lost a wicket actually. They need another 82 or 43 balls to chase down 389. Swing and a miss there.
Completely changed Gorvin from his opening spell, hasn't he? Just coming in and bowling a gentle medium, just trying to mix it up now. It's almost Ethan Brooks type bowling now.
Glamorgan need wickets. If you have a couple of quick wickets, get them back into this. That'll be a single.
Just 1 though off the first 3 in this over. Where are you looking if you're Rob Jones? 3rd man is good. Over extra maybe. In the block hole, can't do much with that. Bob Boltwood.
Another single. 250 up. Balls. So we're going to miss the 5th 50. Took just 38 balls. Incidentally, I was mentioning how the other group was looking. A repeat of last season's playoff for Worcestershire home to Warwickshire is not beyond the bounds of possibility.
It's going to be out.
Could be out. Who wants it?
Oh, what a catch.
Well done by the bowler.
What a great catch.
The ball was going over his head, so you wondered whether it really was his, but Andy Gorman took responsibility. That's a big wicket. Jake Libby goes. Been a brilliant partnership. And that will give Morgan a little bit of hope.
172. partnership. Libby out for 77. And it will say in the book, caught and bowled, and you picture it in years to come and you'll think he smashed it back at the bowler. He held on to it. Not the case. Brilliant bit of catching off his own bowling by Gorvin. Running back. It would have been a skyer to an ordinary mid-on, let's put it that way. There wasn't an ordinary mid-on. He was at long on. Gorvin ran back and took the catch. 250 for 4. 172 that partnership in, what was that, 27 overs, so really good.
28, yeah.
28 overs. Ethan Brooks is the new man. Now, commentator's curse or not, I've been telling Nick Webb earlier today, you haven't seen much of Ethan Brooks. What a tremendous player he's become and how important he has become to Worcestershire. So I hope your belief that commentator's curse is a myth is going to be proved to be the case.
Well, yes.
That was a superb over from Gorvin, because it went for just 3 runs and he took a wicket.
Yeah. He doesn't have to face straight away, Ethan Brooks, because it was the last ball of the over.
Dan Douthwaite on strike. Gorvin 1 left, 1 for 39. He's bowled well.
Can Rob Jones continue? So often after a big partnership, one goes, the other follows.
Yeah, it does.
So Jones gets a single there safely. $251 for 4.
Franco loosening up. 8 overs, 1 for 52 for the left arm spinner. He's got some options, Carlton. Brooks is away. Just need one big over, don't they? 8 and over needed. One big over. If you can get 15 or a really big over, it takes so much pressure off. If you just tick along, I suppose if you come into the last over needing 8, you'd be fairly confident. Current rate is 5.7, 8.1 required. Beautifully executed scoop. Beautifully executed little ramp shot by Rob Jones. Brings him 4. Brings a lot of applause from the Worcestershire faithful.
Of course, the coach's handbook these days says you've got to try and win it with an over to spare.
No,
aim for that.
To be fair, I would say not just these days, Clive. I think they've always kind of thought that. It just takes that pressure off. But yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? You know, I was thinking about this when I was watching that 100 last night, and the Oval Invincibles' amazing belief, even though they were almost out of it. And Tom Moody, the coach, who's clearly highly thought of in franchise cricket all around the world, and you know, probably the number 1 or one of the certainly one of the top 2 or 3 coaches. And I always think, as Brooks gets another single, you know, you can't really do that much as a coach, can you, at that in that short format and the IPO. And yet, someone like Moody just has that golden touch, that winning mentality, and he manages to convey that to his players, and they get into a situation where it looks hopeless and they still charge home. And something very special about that kind of ability as a coach, I think, to transfer belief to your charges. And Moody certainly seems to be able to do that. And whenever I hear him talk about the short form of the game, he always makes it seem so simple, which I suppose it is, really. Anyway, at the end of that over, how simple is it for Worcestershire? 259 for 4 at the end of the over. They need 39 off 30. 39 runs, 30 balls, 4 down. Surely Clive?
Well, they should do
be
it.
favourites.
Stranger things have happened, but yes, it must be favourites. 9 off that last over, so not quite the big over we're talking about, but big enough to keep them on course. And I'm going to keep going back for 1 over and bring Romano Franco back. Interesting call. He's gone for 52 in his 8 overs so far, got the wicket. Well, that one full toss was hit for 6, but other than that, he's been pretty.
Right, we'll play the game we always play now, Clive, when Ethan Brooks is on strike. How long before he plays a reverse sweep? How long before he plays a sweep against the spinner? He's got 2 men in to stop the reverse, but he'd still fancy getting it through that gap. Play the conventional sweep. Got 2 men behind square on the leg side.
Yeah. Oh, it's a reverse sweep. First ball, and he's top edging over that fielder inside the circle before.
He knew exactly what he was doing, and I think he probably meant to go aerial. He's that adept at playing it. It's extraordinary how frequently he does it. And Carlson comes in from the boundary to have a word with Franco. Watching Ethan Brooks play against an off-spinner, and I've often mentioned the Simon Harmer episodes at Chelmsford in the last 2 games down there, is fun, because Harmer hates bowling at somebody who just keeps sweeping him first on one side then on the other, plays havoc with his field, and he doesn't like it. Brooks, that kind of cricketer.
Conventional sweep this time, just yielding one slight misfield. Think about it a second. I don't take it. It's actually a very good throw. Good job they didn't go for the second run.
Conventional sweep played equally as well as the one before, but good bit of fielding. So 6 off the first 3.
It's Garvin with the fielding, by the way.
That's a good shot from Rob Jones, straight down the ground, dead straight. He'll have his little tap of the bat in the crease at the non-striker's end. Cracking shot, moves him on to 99 off 100 balls. He's got 1 white ball 100 for Worcestershire before. It was 2 years ago when he was on loan, and it was at Northampton. It's been a wretched season for him in many ways. This will be a really big moment for him if he gets a single off this ball. Franco round the wicket, bowls, and there it is for Rob Jones. There will not be many more popular hundreds with the Worcestershire faithful than that for Rob Jones. He's had a miserable season, as I say. He's a big character in the dressing room. And the way that his teammate Ethan Brooks is celebrating with him tells you all you need to know. I am personally absolutely thrilled for Rob Jones, because I know he's been through the mill this season in terms of finding his form, and it's a really good knock from him. 270 for 4. He'll want to see them home now. As Franco bowls to Brooks, and there you go. What an extraordinary cricket shot that is from Ethan Brooks. He's gone for the switch. Franco's seen it coming. He's banged it in short, and he's still managed to play it in that gap. Quite a brilliant modern cricket shot from Ethan Brooks. And that was a brilliant over as far as Worcestershire are concerned. 15 runs coming from it, and that has really put them ahead of the curve now in this chase, as they go into the last 4 overs, needing 24 runs to win.
Run a ball then, but something you have to go badly wrong for them not to make it now. Rob Jones 100 coming off 101 balls, 11 fours, 1 6. He was kind of gifted the opportunity to bring up the 100 relatively easy, because it was a huge gap on the leg side. All he had to do was steer the ball in there, and he was going to get a comfortable single. One last hurrah perhaps for Glamorgan. James Harris back into the attack, but it looks a forlorn task for them now.
Brilliant from Rob Jones. 100 off 101 balls, 11 fours and a 6. James Harris, as you say, last throw of the dice. 2 overs left. He was probably always going to bowl the last 2. Jones heaves his first ball away down to long leg for a single. Gave himself room. Harris saw that, followed him, but Jones just helped it on its way. Earlier today, Glamorgan 297 for 7. Asa Tribe unbeaten on 122. In reply, Worcestershire lost D'Oliveira in the first over without scoring, but Kashif 22. Dan Latigan an impressive 46. And Jake Libby 77, the men out, who've been in support of Jones. And, in sight of the finishing line.
Jones century Worcestershire's 4th in the competition this season, following back D'Oliveira, Jake Libby and Kashif Ali. I've played on 1 foot, that one from Brooks. It is very well fielded. So you'll get 2 for it. Elegant little shot played on 1 leg. Look around the Glamorgan field, they do look as if they know their numbers up. They put in a better performance certainly than the last one, but it looks like it's going to be in vain at the moment. Well, that could be out. If he left it, it would have been a wide. And Brooks has holed out there for a high bounce to which he played well above his head. He throws his head back in frustration. It's easy to say in hindsight, but just let it go. You get at least 1, if not 5 wides.
Yeah, I think it's difficult, isn't it, when you've got your mind set on whacking it, to actually let a ball go. The way that Ethan Brooks plays, and he's come out all guns blazing and looked in great nick, actually, really timing the ball well, but just a top edge and straight to the fielder, who's been a busy man down there. And Morris takes the catch, and Ethan Brooks has gone for 11. It's 13, I beg your pardon.
Well, that's 2
Henry
wickets.
Cullen is the new man.
2 wickets for 27 runs. So another 2 more quickly.
Yeah,
Could make it interesting.
definitely. Always a chance if you keep nicking wickets. And Henry Cullen, not a great time to come in. Perhaps a bit more responsibility on Rob Jones, but you'd still say Worcestershire should be favourites.
Yeah.
And they're a long way ahead on Duckworth Lewis, aren't they? 10 runs ahead on Duckworth Lewis, I think. Which tells you all you need to know, although wickets change that. Henry Cullen, unlike Smale, more your traditional wicket-keeper build. Small, quick-footed, quite a capable batsman. May not have faced James Harris before. James Harris may not have bowled at him before. Just wants to get a bat on it, really. And he does get a bat on it, and he does get a single. Up to mid-off. Straight to the fielder, but they set off straight away. James Harris stands at the end of his follow-through with his head in his hands. Can't quite believe what he's seen. But good over so far. Put the game back in the balance. 4 off it so far. 2 balls left. Can Jones find a boundary?
Get Rob Jones out now, though. Another new batter at the crease.
Stop it, Clive.
We'll put a bit of pressure on.
Yeah, you're right.
Bit of jeopardy.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a good game.
It has been a good game, yeah.
Changing the field. Franco coming up from 3rd man. Now, will that tempt Jones to look for a reverse ramp, maybe?
Oh, no,
now he
he's
goes
going
back.
back
And now he's bringing in
Long
on. So he's going to go full, I think. No, he isn't. He's going to go short. And Jones has clothed it up to mid-on. It's fielded by Douthwaite. It's a throw at the stumps at the non-striker's end as they go through for a single. And He knows had he hit that was out. Jones scampered in, and well, there's your jeopardy. Single taken. Now, what will the? No, he's definitely going to. I think he's going to keep banging it in short. Actually, I beg your pardon. I misled you last ball. Long on and long off, come up into the circle. Fine leg and third man back, so he's probably going to bowl back of a length, unless it's a bluff. So Cullen might be just sitting back on this one. Yeah, he is, and he pulls it round. He pulls it for 6. Great shot from Henry Cullen. Suddenly changes everything. James Harris can't believe it. Cullen knew it was coming with the field that was set. He banged it in short, and he got enough of it to get it over the rope at deep backward square, and that was a huge blow in that last ball of the over. And Worcestershire may have lost a wicket in that over, but they also picked up 11 runs, and they are now on the brink. They need
13.
Just 13 runs off 18 deliveries, and it really surely now must be a fairly comfortable conclusion, one would imagine, as Dundowthwaite comes on to bowl at the New Road end to get a hat-trick.
Yeah, 13 nearly. Could they do it this over even? Rob Jones on 102. It will lift the Rapids up into second place in the table. With just 2 games to go. They'll be 2 points ahead of Hampshire. And assuming Nottinghamshire lose, which looks likely, though not yet certain, they'll be 4 points ahead of Nottinghamshire, who'll only have 1 game left. And that's out to the offside for a single. So in fact, because Nottinghamshire's net run rate is quite a bit inferior to Worcestershire's, that pretty much guarantees Worcestershire would finish above Notts, in which case they'd only have Essex to worry about, and Essex would be 6 points behind them with 2 games to go. So in terms of getting a top 3 place, it is possible they might even have done enough just by winning this game. They'll obviously want to win at least 1 more, if not 2. Gloucestershire will be, assuming Gloucestershire win, which looks likely, they'll still be 6 points ahead of them. So the chances of actually topping the group and going straight into a home semi-final will be fairly remote. However, a home playoff, quarter-final, call it what you like, will be a nice incentive. There's a bit of field juggling going on as Douthwaite comes into Cullen. With 12 needed to win. Oh, he's gone for the ramp shot and missed it.
It speaks of the mindset of the modern young player, doesn't it, Clive? That Henry Cullen has faced 3 balls, he's hit 1 of them for 6, and he's got the confidence to go for that shot. Quite rightly, because he knows exactly what he's doing. Didn't execute, but I think it's magnificent to see the way these guys play.
There's a lot been running.
That's a good shot.
More orthodox shot.
It's a great bit of fielding as well. Brilliant bit of fielding.
Tried.
Because if he missed that was gone to the rope. But good cricket all round. Good execution from Douthwaite. Almost got the Yorker in. Cullen just got enough bat on it, and then tried a great diving stop, for which he is applauded as he comes down in front of us now. 287 for 5. 11 required.
15 balls, potentially.
Surely, you would imagine.
I
mean, we've all seen stranger things happen. I often recall that T20 semi-final on Files Day at Edgbaston in 2019, when I think Notts needed 2 off the last over and didn't get them against Worcestershire. But they would be kicking themselves from here to Kidderminster if they don't get them.
That will be
4 of them, I reckon.
I know, it will be cut off.
They'll get 2 though. Now it's into single figures. Jones still going. 105 now to Rob Jones.
Crowd applauding them in now as they head down the home straight.
Nicely bowled by Douthwaite. Nicely played by Rob Jones, who's pushed out on the offside. Conversation between Douthwaite and Carlson about the field now. What's he going to do to Henry Cullen? Because this is where the Cullen would. He's not that much of a known quantity. Cullen. He's played a lot of seconds in cricket, but not that much of a known quantity at this level. And he's that kind of. You know what I mean when I say he's that kind. He's a bit of a throwback. He's a sort of old-fashioned, cheeky, chappy wicket keeper, isn't he? Light on his feet and capable of scoring all round the wicket, which is not old-fashioned, but he combines old-fashioned qualities with those of the modern cricketer.
Oh.
There you go. Slices that away. Giving a bit of room. Down to third man. Surely that is the crucial blow. 9 off the over. 294 for 5. Worcestershire just on the brink now. Henry Cullen's played a good little hand here. He's come in and he's got 12 off 5. Jones is still there on 106 off a runner ball, and Worcestershire need just 4 more to win.
So they play Leicestershire next on Sunday away, and then a home on Tuesday, when obviously not everyone can play at the same time because there's 9 teams per group, but as far as possible you will get 8 teams from the group all playing their last game at the same time, so there'll be lots of calculators out to work out who would finish where. Worcestershire will play Surrey the last game at New Road. Surrey are out of contention. Andy Gorvin, now bowl his final over, with Worcestershire 1 blow away from making it 4 wins, 1 tie and 1 defeat from their first 6 games, and put them second in their group. Won't be just yet, and Castle nearly was some overthrows.
Wow, that was fantastic backing up. Absolutely brilliant. That really was. That's saved the game, that piece of fielding. Amazing. Full length, one-handed dive backing up.
Castle threw it hard. He was right, the batter was a bit out of his crease, and that's it. Well, appropriately enough, Rob Jones hits the winning runs to finish 110 not out, and a victory for Worcestershire as he just goes back to his crease and taps it. Handshakes all round, crowd on their feet. It looked like quite a significant run chase, 298 on here. Early on, Worcestershire was struggling a bit, but that century partnership really got them on course with Libby and Jones, and they've got there in the end, Frank, with 10 balls to spare to win by 5 wickets.
Yeah, massive credit to Rob Jones for that unbeaten 110, his first 100 for Worcestershire since he was on loan 2 years ago, and a brilliant effort it was too. Jake Libby played really well. Massive partnership of 172 for the 4th wicket. Excellent run chase, paced nicely in the end despite the loss of a wicket in the first over. Glamorgan 297 for 7, Worcestershire 298 for 5. Rob Jones takes the applause of the crowd. This is a day that he probably thought was a long time coming a few weeks ago. Henry Cullen steps back to allow Jones to take the credit. You can hear the applause. Brilliant innings. 110 not out off 108 deliveries. And Worcestershire win by 5 wickets. They've almost made certain of qualification. Clive, we won't get too ahead of ourselves, but an excellent performance for them. Just to give you the bowling figures for Glamorgan before we go. Harris 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets for 57. Gorvin 9.2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 43. Douthwaite 8 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 48. Franco 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 67. Morris 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 27. Tribe 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 11. Carlson 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 40. Worcestershire the winners by 5 wickets. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage here from Visit Worcestershire New Road. We'll be back, of course, on the Worcestershire live stream with coverage of the game next week against Surrey. Until then, on behalf of myself, Frank Watson, Clive Eakin and Nick Webb, who joined us briefly, and also Worcestershire community heroes Ben Rafiki and Paddy Crump, I would like to say a very good evening to you. Thank you for being with us, and do join us next time.